The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 27, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mary E. Miller to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God, you are the giver of every perfect gift. On this day, we give you thanks for all that you have given us, our lives, our work, our families, our friends, and so much more. All of these we count as joy, for they reveal to us in countless ways your love and care for us. How do we give back to you, O Lord, for all your goodness? Mindful of your steadfast and loving kindness, may we trust in your provision when things don't go our way, when money gets tight and numbers don't add up. Sure of the strength you supply, may we set before you our deepest needs, our overwhelming doubts, and our uncertainty for the way ahead. Remind us that we can do all things because you are the source of our power. In all circumstances, O Lord, whether we live in plenty or in want, may we know that the secret of our happiness, the reason to be content in all situations, is that you alone are our hope and our salvation. We pray these things in the strength of your name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary artistic ability of Emma Zackerl, a freshman at Clarion Limestone High School and winner of Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District Art Competition. The Congressional Art Competition began in 1982 to provide an opportunity for members of Congress to encourage and recognize the artistic talents of their young constituents. Since then, more than 650,000 high school students have participated in nationwide competition. This year, my office received a record 125 submissions for the competition. Ms. Zackerl's artwork will be displayed in a special exhibit in the U.S. Capitol for 1 year, with winners from each congressional district in the nation. Thousands of visitors, guests, and members of Congress will have the opportunity to see her artwork every day. Emma won for her water mixable oils painting of her dog titled Good Boy, Archie. Her artwork blew me away, and I'm glad that I can welcome her to Washington, D.C. to celebrate this accomplishment today. Congratulations to all the students that participated in this year's Congressional Art Competition, and to Emma for being an amazing example of the talent in Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District. Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life and legacy of Senior Master Sergeant retired Calvin Pearson, who passed away on June 19, 2024. I knew Mr. Pearson as a man who loved his country, who served his country, loved his community, and loved his family. Mr. Pearson was born in Moultrie, Georgia on October 6, 1938. At the age of 17, he enlisted and joined the U.S. Air Force, beginning a remarkable 30-year career of excellence and distinction in service to his country. Mr. Pearson loved sports. He loved playing music. He loved being present at the milestones and moments in the lives of his children and his grandchildren. When he was in his 50s, he used his GI Bill benefits to obtain a business degree from Bellevue College. He was married for 60 years to Mrs. Olympia S. Pearson, who he met when he was stationed in Madrid. They shared a life of travel, friendship, and a loving family. Mr. Pearson will always be known as a great husband, a great father, grandfather, and loyal friend to all. He was respected by all. He served his country. He loved his country, and those who knew him loved him deeply. Mr. Pearson, it was an honor to know and work with you. Rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize Sergeant Major Thomas Humphreys as Tennessee's 2nd District June 2024 Veteran of the Month. Sergeant Major Humphreys joined the Marine Corps in January of 1983 and spent years working on helicopters at Marine Corps Air Station New River in North Carolina and Naval Air Station Atlanta. He then spent a couple of years as a drill instructor at Parris Island, where he had completed boot camp a decade before. He went back to serve in New River again, then moved to Palms, California after he was promoted to first sergeant. In 2003, he was deployed to Iraq and participated in Operation Iraqi Freedom. He was then promoted to sergeant major and served in Fort Lewis, Washington, and a few years later he retired from the Marine Corps in 2007 after more than 24 years of service. Sergeant Major Humphreys became a veteran benefit representative with the Tennessee Department of Veteran Affairs until July of 2012, and then became the Knox County Veteran Service Officer when I was mayor. He represented almost 30,000 veterans living in Knox County during that time, and he used his knowledge of the VA system to help veterans get the benefits they deserved. He is now taking a well-deserved retirement. He truly cares about our veterans and troops and used his career to serve them however possible. Congratulations on a great career, Tom, and I wish you the best in retirement. The Marine Corps motto is Semper Fidelis, which means always faithful, and Tom has always been faithful to his country and his beloved Corps and his fellow veterans, and he's been a good friend of mine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the remarkable career of Dr. Lawrence Rouse. As he begins his well-deserved retirement, Dr. Rouse has dedicated an impressive 42 years to higher education, serving as the president of the Pitt Community College Bulldogs for the past 6 years. Throughout his tenure, he has been an instrumental force in the growth and success of students across eastern North Carolina. Before this, Dr. Rouse served as the president of James Sprint Community College for 13 years. He earned the distinguished title of North Carolina Community College System's President of the Year in 2016. Dr. Rouse's dedication to North Carolina students has been unwavering despite his South Carolina roots. Madam Speaker, I acknowledge, too, the vital role that his wife, Janie, has played in supporting him throughout his career. Thank you, Janie. I sincerely thank you, Dr. Rouse, and bid you a fond farewell as you enter retirement. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of former Representative Trudy Walland, a leader and a fierce advocate for her community, for Transylvania County, and for North Carolina. Trudy held a great many titles in her 80 years of life: daughter, wife, mother, business owner, county commissioner, and to the pride of her family and friends, North Carolina State Representative. After arriving in 1998, she was appointed to 7 House committees, and she once described her mindset as she set foot in the house for the first time, I arrived with the objective of being as effective as I could be. And effective she was. As we honor Trudy's many recommendations or contributions to Western North Carolina and a life well lived, I hope all of us serving in the People's House follow her example as we go forth in service of our constituent. I applaud and commemorate Representative Trudy Wallen's service to improve the lives of the citizens that she so passionately represented. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Revise my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the audio on January 29th of 6-year-old Palestinian girl Hind called as she was calling the paramedics, begging them to come rescue her after the rest of her family in the car had already been killed by the Israeli military. She kept begging, "Come get me. Please come get me. I'm so scared, please come." No one was able to reach the car for 12 days when her decomposing body was found alongside the bodies of 5 of her family members. The bodies of 2 Palestinian Red Crescent Society workers, missing since the day of her call when they were dispatched to rescue her, were discovered in the ambulance just feet away. And Madam Speaker, I'm here to talk about it because a new forensic analysis found that the Israeli military fired not 1, not 2, not a dozen, not 20, 355 tank bullets at the car that Hind was in. And the tank was so close that the Israeli soldiers would have had a clear view of Hind in the car. 6 months later, the State Department and President Biden has yet to hold the Israeli government accountable for these executions. So, Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to submit into the congressional record a forensic report.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Well, Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor our June Veteran of the Month for the 4th Congressional District of the great state of Missouri, Ben Trout, a Vietnam War veteran. Mr. Trout enlisted in the Marines and was a sergeant in the 5th Marine Division in Eastern Asia during the Vietnam War. He was also selected for the Naval Enlisted Scientific Educational Program, leading to a Marine Corps Regular Officer Commission. Mr. Trout completed the Electrical Engineering program through ROTC at the University of Missouri before being commissioned to a second lieutenant and later designated an infantry officer. During his first assignment, 1st Marine Division, 1st Regiment, he fought in the northern sector of South Vietnam. He received multiple wounds, and upon release from the hospital, Lieutenant Trout limited his duty to stateside and later retired. And then he moved to Columbia, Missouri, and added a new civil engineering degree in addition to his previous electrical engineering degree. He now owns and operates an engineering design company that he founded. They design, manufacture, program, install, and service computerized temperature controls. He's been in business for 44 years and is still the sole stockholder, lead director, and president of the company. Thank you for all you do, Lieutenant Trout. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
I rise today to congratulate our very own Indio native, Abby Carter, for her remarkable achievement of winning season 22 of American Idol last month. Abby captured the hearts of millions of Americans, won the popular vote, and emerged as the champion. My family and I cheered for her and have followed her incredible journey. We enjoyed witnessing the talent and passion Abby brings to her art and listening to her powerful and angelic voice. Abby's story is one of humility, determination, passion, and resilience. As a Cal State University San Bernardino alumni and George Washington Charter School alumni, Abby served as a role model and inspiration to young students in my district and across the nation. Abby was homeschooled during high school so that she could get a job and support her family. She grew up in a musical household, sang in church, in talent shows, and several local competitions. Her dedication and passion are an inspiration to us all, reminding us to dream big because dreams really do come true. Congratulations, Abby. Cheers to you, your talent, and the promising future ahead. Please know that we are all immensely proud of you for your well-deserved achievement, and will continue to support every step of the way. We have your back. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise this morning to recognize the Road of Honor leading to the Keokuk National Cemetery in Keokuk, Iowa. This week, we're scheduled to have a groundbreaking for the new Road of Honor, which comes after my office secured almost $1 million in federal funding to repave it. When local and state officials were unable to get the funding, my office was able to deliver federal community project funding to repave the road so that Iowans could properly honor our departed veterans. This was made possible after Iowa State Senator Jeff Reichman and Representative Martin Graber first brought the project to my attention. I also thank Keokuk Mayor Kathy Mahoney's involvement as the federal funds were dispersed. As a 24-year Army veteran, it is a privilege and an honor to recognize the Road of Honor and Keokuk National Cemetery on the House floor. I look forward to visiting again soon to honor the veterans that are buried there. In Washington, I'll continue to fight to deliver results for our veterans and for Iowa. May God bless our troops and our veterans, and may God always bless America. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor two constituents and giants of the movement for equal rights and social justice, Yvette Cardona and Mona Noriega. A formidable, beloved couple, Yvette and Mona have each dedicated their lives and each made profound shared and individual contributions to work that protects human rights, defends civil liberties, and ensures service and support for Illinois' most vulnerable residents. Consistent with their long track record of building community and convening safe space for Latina, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, and other queer women to explore their multiple intersecting identities, Yvette and Mona co-founded Amigas Latinas in 1995. And because of their unwavering service, they were inducted into the Chicago LGBT Hall of Fame in 2022. On behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Yvette Cardona and Mona Noriega for their love for our communities and their exceptional contributions to the ongoing struggle for civil rights. Congratulations. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address House floor for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Tonight, the American people will tune in to watch a rigged debate with leftist hosts pretending to moderate. Biden's sham of a judicial witch hunt is as obvious to the American people as the amount of stimulants that Biden takes before his public appearances. Incoherent mutterings, lack of physical awareness, and wandering off demonstrate his cognitive decline. Ahead of tonight's debate, have no doubt his puppet masters will once again be administering a concoction of drugs to keep him awake. President Trump volunteered to take a drug test. The White House handlers, however, won't let Biden take a cognitive test because they know he'll fail. I agree with President Trump. The American people deserve transparency, which is why I introduced the No Juicing Joe Act, which would require the White House to notify Congress and the American people when Biden takes anything for cognitive decline. America is the leader of the free world. We need a commander-in-chief who is capable of articulating a coherent sentence, aware of his surroundings, and can lead with strength. A president like Donald Trump. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
My remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor John Murphy, a former Providence City Council member, business leader, and philanthropist who dedicated his life to serving Rhode Island and helping those in need. A son of Irish immigrants, John was born and raised in Fox Point, Providence. He graduated from Hope High School, joined the Army, and served in Korea for 2 years. His commitment to public service did not stop there. Shortly after returning home, John was elected to the Providence City Council, serving 4 terms. In 1959, he founded the Home Loan Investment Bank, building it into a full-service retail bank employing more than 100 people and helping thousands achieve the dreams of home ownership and financial security. Throughout his life, John Murphy made it a priority to give back, with generous support for the Rhode Island Foundation, St. Joseph's Hospital, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, the Boys and Girls Club of Providence, among many more worthy organizations. He was also passionate about education and helped start the mentoring and tutoring program at URI and the scholarship program at Providence College. In his own words, Murphy said that he wanted underserved students to know they are important. I don't want them to get lost or feel hopeless. I want them to know that I have walked in their shoes. I am one of them. He never lost sight from where he came from, and he will be remembered as a man of incredible character whose legacy will endure for generations to come. He will be missed, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise today to sound the alarm once again on the water shortage that is plaguing South Texas and our farmers and ranchers. This is due to Mexico's lack of water deliveries despite a binding agreement with the 1944 Water Treaty. On the floor this week, we will vote on the 2025 Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill. This legislation includes language to withhold all, and I repeat, all foreign aid to Mexico until the Mexican government delivers our water. I was proud to help secure the language in the appropriations bill, and I hope that it sends a loud message to the Mexican government that we demand our water and we demand it now. This emergency has already killed the sugar industry in the Rio Grande Valley, and I will not stand by as it destroys our citrus industry. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Mark Van Kuren and Edie Shong for being named the 2024-25 Twin Rivers Unified School District's Teachers of the Year. Mark has spent the last 8 years teaching AP Physics, AP Environmental Science, and Physics of the Universe at Grant Union High School. Dr. Van Kuren's passion for science and innovative teaching methods ignite curiosity among his students and inspire them to engage in the world of science. Edie Shong is a 5th grade teacher at Foothill Oaks Elementary School. Edie is currently finishing her 10th year teaching at Foothill Oaks, where she is recognized for her contributions both inside and outside the classroom. Edie develops her classroom culture with a sense of family, instilling pride in her students and motivating them to be successful in their future endeavors. These 2 exceptional teachers will now advance to the countywide level Teacher of the Year competition. Thank you for helping provide our Sacramento County students with the world-class education they deserve. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, in January of 2021, the average price for a gallon of gas was $2.39 nationally. Today, it's $3.49. These high prices are a direct result of Biden administration policies. Tennessee families are not only paying more to drive to work and take their kids to school, they're also paying more to power their homes. Since President Biden took office, the average cost of a kilowatt of power is up 30%. This is a direct result of the regulatory war being waged on domestic oil and gas production by the Biden administration. The current administration has taken more than 200 actions, all aimed at making American energy production more difficult, including killing the Keystone Pipeline on day one. Madam Speaker, the American people are tired of footing the bill for the Green New Deal agenda. Let's get our nation's energy policy back on track so our families are better able to fill their gas tanks and pay their electric bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize Ms. Emma Clark of Rowan County, North Carolina's top high school female athlete of the year. Emma is a three-sport star and is the first female student athlete from Rowan County to receive the Pat Best Memorial Award, honoring North Carolina's top male and female athletes. On the softball diamond, Emma received All-State honors twice and holds the single season and career home run records in Rowan County. On the volleyball court, Emma earned All-State honors as both a junior and senior. Emma also dominated on the basketball court, earning all conference and all county honors while leading her team to a 31-0 record and a state championship this year. She capped off her outstanding career with the most outstanding player performance in the 3A state championship game victory. Emma now heads to the University of Tennessee to continue her softball career. And Emma, you are a superstar. Your parents, Ken and Elizabeth Clark, and your grandparents, Commissioner Jim and Karen Green, are so proud of you. So am I. We can't wait to see what is yet to come. God bless you, Emma. I yield back.
Just wait for 1 second.
Okay. Thank you. Howdy, sir. It's first time driving.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8771. Will the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8771, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of State, Foreign Operations, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Thursday, June 26, 2024, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 45, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559, offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowski, has been postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 48, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under Section 706-1 of the Foreign Relations Authorization Act for fiscal year 2003, the President is authorized to identify a list of countries that are major drug transit or major illicit drug production countries, also known as the Majors List. China was added to the Majors List in September, citing the PRC's role in the production of precursor chemicals used to produce illicit drugs. We've sadly seen the impact of Chinese fentanyl in real time Overdose deaths in my beloved home state of Tennessee have increased by 200% over the last 5 years, driven in part by a near doubling of fentanyl seizures at the southwest border from fiscal year 2022 to 2023, 14,700 pounds versus 27,000 pounds. While Joe Biden did list China to the so-called majors list, that designation came with the caveat. The president effectively said, despite overdose deaths regularly topping 100,000 a year, that he was only adding China to the list because of the statutory definition of major drug source companies. It was expanded to include source countries for precursor chemicals. Biden also said that it's hard for large countries with significant chemical and pharmaceutical industries to prevent precursors from being diverted to the production of illicit drugs. The president even brought up an argument saying that it's hard for the U.S. to do it. It may be hard, Madam Chair, but we do it. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment. Section 706 of the 2003 Foreign Relations Authorization Act reminds the President to report to Congress on countries determined to be major drug-producing or transit countries. The administration produces this report and in 2023 included the People's Republic of China as a significant source of precursor chemicals used of illegal drugs into the United States. And so there's a process in place prohibiting any future administration from making a decision as to whether the PRC should be on this list, as this amendment does, undermines the whole goal of this report. If Congress would rather come up with the list, they should do so. Until then, the law leaves the administration to determine who belongs on the list. This administration has made disrupting the global flow of illicit synthetic drugs a priority and has maintained pressure on the PRC to that end. This amendment is unnecessary, and I urge my colleagues to oppose it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what? The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments, but the pressure being applied by this administration is clearly ineffective. Just ask the kids, the families in my state, or your state, or his state, that have overdosed because of the moral equivocation that Joe Biden has displayed between China and the United States. It's why we need to ensure that he's not tempted to remove China from the majors list. If he reluctantly put China on that list, Congress must make sure that he doesn't go back on his word. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe in the urgency of this crisis, but this is not the way to address it. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, I appreciate my colleague, and I do agree in the urgency of the situation, but extreme times sometimes require extreme measures. It's important that we put a dot the I, cross the T, underline and underscore that this is a crisis in our country. Tonight, somewhere in my home state, someone will overdose because of fentanyl. Someone in your home state will overdose because of fentanyl. Meanwhile, Joe Biden has allowed the border to be wide open, overrun, and unmanned. That is unacceptable. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 49, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you want to come up with the right policy position on any issue related to foreign affairs, talk to Antony Blinken first and then do the opposite. We've all seen the Secretary's inability to be correct about our major foreign policy concerns in the last 20 years, whether it be Iraq, Libya, Yemen, giving the Iranian access to tens of billions of dollars, or the botched withdrawal of Afghanistan. He's undoubtedly one of the most professionally incompetent individuals to hold the title of Secretary of State. But if incompetence by itself were sufficient ground to remove a Senate-confirmed cabinet official, the President would have very few advisors left. In the case of Secretary Blinken, it's more than just about incompetence, it's about corruption. We've long since learned from former acting CIA Director Mike Morrell that the infamous Spies Who Lie letter, an event responsible for Donald Trump not being president today, was led by no one less than Antony Blinken. The letter, signed by 51 intelligence experts, was intended, according to Morrell, to give Joe Biden a way to refute the Hunter Biden laptop story ahead of a presidential debate in September of 2020. You'd think this would be worthy of investigation, if not outright impeachment. We just found out that at least 2 signatories of the Spies Who Lie letter, Michael Morrell and David Buckley, were actively working for the CIA as contractors. Think about that. The CIA contractors colluding with Biden campaign to discredit Hunter Biden's laptop story were getting paid with federal tax dollars. The Secretary is also in perhaps the second highest profile instance during his tenure, aside from our botched Afghanistan withdrawal, failed to sufficiently demonstrate America's resolve against terrorist thugs. Prime Minister Netanyahu, set to address this chamber next month, expressed concerns about the administrative bottlenecks preventing weapons from going or arriving in Israel. The White House initially withheld approved weapons sales to Israel, including F-15s, mortars, tank rounds, the Joint Direct Attack Munition Smart Bomb kits. Thankfully, and finally, 50 F-15s are now on their way in support of Israel. Munitions delays do nothing but embolden the perception that the U.S.-Israel relationship is fraying. Nothing could be more dangerous for U.S. security interests than promoting this narrative. And for what it's worth, nothing could be more dangerous for international security than perpetuating the lie that the IDF is wantonly murdering Palestinians or that Israel is causing famine. Both claims are top-level absurdities, and honest people will rightfully call these claims for what they are: anti-Semitic garbage. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This amendment, which I'm opposed to, seemingly seeks to punish Secretary Blinken, likely due to differences of opinion by the amendment's sponsor. Now, the last time I looked, in a democracy, I thought differences are allowed without punitive measures. This is a slippery slope. Given that the Secretary covers all worldwide issues, it's unbelievable that differing opinions would not arise. We cannot decide to defund the salary of a cabinet member simply because a member of Congress does not agree with all of the positions the administration takes on issues pertaining to foreign affairs. Again, remember what the fundamentals of our democracy allow. This is, again, another move to shut it down. Again, to my colleagues, if you want to debate the foreign policy of the Biden administration, let's do that. But Secretary Blinken is doing his job. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, in the House of Representatives, we have the power of the purse. And what I have proposed in this amendment is holding an individual accountable for his failure and incompetence in the role of his duties. That is our job. There has to be accountability. The spies who lie letter, CIA contractors undermining an election, the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. There has to be accountability, and we have the ability to do so with the purse string. That is a reasonable expectation. If Joe Biden isn't going to do his job, if Joe Biden isn't going to hold Blinken accountable, if Joe Biden isn't going to fire him, then we must do our job. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman from California.
Elections matter. This is still a democracy. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Again, Madam Chair, I thank you. Again, I will urge adoption of my amendment. This is straightforward. This is fair. This is sending a message to the Biden administration and to Secretary Blinken. Close our border, support our ally, and stand for America first. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 50, printed in part of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The National Security Memorandum 20 represents a betrayal of our closest ally in the Middle East. Both President Biden and Secretary Blinken developed this memorandum to placate the terrorist sympathizers, quite frankly, within the Democratic Party. It's despicable, the memo, as it is unnecessary. I would encourage my colleagues on the other side to highlight a single new legal requirement mandated by the memo. If the memo does not mandate a new legal requirement on arms shipments, then why do we need it? National Security Memorandum 20 requires that country receiving U.S. security assistance provide credible and reliable written assurances that the recipient country will use such defense articles in accordance with international humanitarian law and as applicable other international law. This thinly veiled attack against Israel, which has done far more than any other nation in its position to preserve the lives of noncombatants, was developed with indifference to the fact that there are already long-standing statutes that govern the delivery of U.S. security assistance and even make such delivery contingent on compliance with international humanitarian law. As the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and his Senate counterpart pointed out in the recent joint letter to President Biden, the Foreign Assistance Act already mandates that no assistance shall be furnished under this chapter or the Arms Export Control Act to any unit of the security forces of a foreign country if the Secretary of State has credible information that such unit has committed a gross violation of human rights. Importantly, this memo also does not create any new legal requirement to obtaining U.S. security assistance. On March 26, 2024, State Department spokesman Matthew Miller said as much. To quote Mr. Miller, it has always been required that these countries that are receiving defense articles for the United States act in compliance with international humanitarian law. That is not a requirement that was imposed by the National Security Memo. It is something that is already required by law. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This amendment, of course, I oppose. NSM 20 ensures that any transfer of arms from the United States are done with partners in accordance with international law. What's the problem with that? International law that says civilians have to be protected and not targeted. that humanitarian actors are given access to provide assistance to vulnerable populations, and that weapons are to be used with proper oversight. What is the problem with that? I truly don't understand what the objection to this would be. This policy, which is repetitive of laws and policies already on the books, was implemented in February and began its review with countries currently engaged in conflict, such as Nigeria, Ukraine, Colombia, Iraq, and yes, Israel. No country that is in compliance with international law should be concerned with this review, but it gives the United States, our taxpayers, as the largest provider of weapons around the world, a check that they are not running afoul of international law either. NSM 20 is about good government and oversight and should be supported and strengthened. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Chair, I posed the question, if the substance of the memo is already stated in law, then why do we need the memo? The answer is substantive, and it's clear, it's political. This functionally useless memo, replete with unnecessarily vague language throughout, seems to attempt to create two classes of countries that receive U.S. security assistance, Israel, then everyone else. This memo was designed to shine a light and segregate Israel. As the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee pointed out in his letter, the NSM requires that written assurances from a country receiving U.S. weapons must be credible and reliable. Well, that's exactly what does credible and reliable mean. If I were Israel, I'd be concerned that Joe Biden would be the one in charge of figuring that out. And when the recipient country says it will use defense articles in accordance with, quote, humanitarian law, which law or laws are President Biden and Blinken referring to? As our recipient country is supposed to know or assume what laws they're supposed to follow? I reserve.
Reserves.
Prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves.
Yes, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The NSM contains language that says recipient countries can't arbitrarily deny, restrict, or otherwise impede U.S.-supported humanitarian assistance. Well, what exactly is U.S.-supported humanitarian assistance? And if a national security reason required a recipient country to temporarily restrict whatever U.S.-supported humanitarian assistance is, what then, in turn, would we deny Israel weapons if it needed to defend itself? The language in this memo is imprecise, and it can be used against Israel and, quite frankly, other countries as well by a president who has made the conflict in Israel political. Israel is fighting for their existence. They are under attack. If there was a rogue state operator in Mexico that was launching missiles, bombs, explosives into Texas, we would occupy Mexico City within 72 hours. We may or may not give it back. Israel has a right to defend itself, and it should not be singled out and undermined by this president or Secretary Blinken. I have had enough. Israel has had enough. The American people have had enough, and this amendment is important to send a message to Biden: no more politics, defend our greatest ally in the Middle East. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. If the gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, I don't know why the gentleman is making this about Israel. NSM 20 implements a regular process for reviewing these requirements and reporting to Congress. Taxpayers deserve to ensure that these processes are upheld for each and every country. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is
Madam
agreed
Chair,
to.
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 54, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to start out by thanking my good friend from Florida for his hard work and his effort on this, and also for his hard work and his outstanding effort to speak on behalf of the Cuban people that wish to be free and against communism worldwide, and I thank him for that. Every day, Americans across our nation, like the folks that I have the honor to represent in Pennsylvania in the 10th Congressional District, just a few hours from this place, are still suffering the impacts of this administration's reckless spending. Unlike the federal government, they have to make tough choices. They've got to make their budgets balanced. They can't just print money. They got to stretch their dollars. They have to forego auto repairs or maybe something around their home that needs attention. Take items off their grocery list, choose different items that they can afford, all because of too much spending. They pare back their spending in ways that may be uncomfortable because we won't in this town. To me, it's unacceptable, it's unconscionable, Madam Chair, that the United States Congress has been unwilling to do the same for decades now. While like last year, I appreciate that the underlying bill has eliminated or reduced many wasteful accounts, and it has, due to the good work of the chairman here. With all due respect, there's still a lot more work to be done and can be done. The State Department and international organizations funded by the final state and foreign operations funding bill have time and time again advanced and sent American tax dollars to causes that run counter to American values and our foreign policy objectives. This amendment reduces the amount for international disaster assistance from just over $3.4 billion to zero. Now, while I admire the desire of many, including myself, to be charitable and help others around the world, we got to remember we're being charitable with other people's money, being charitable with taxpayers' money, taxpayers that can barely afford their own bills, their own electricity bills, food bills, daycare bills. God forbid you got to buy a new car or a new home or pay the interest rates, all due to what's happening here. We want to be charitable, but the fact of the matter, Madam Chair, is that America is broke. And it's hard to help other folks when you can't help yourself. This is nearly $3.5 billion, which, like many other of the dollars spent in this bill, does not go directly to helping Americans in America. Our constituents simply can't afford yet another line item in their tab, on their tab, while they're already bearing the brunt of reckless spending by President Biden. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek to be recognized?
I rise to claim opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Once again, it's very disconcerting to think that Republicans want to actually offer an amendment that really is a lifeline for millions of people. And it's the most basic expression of American commitment to the dignity of everyone. The IDA account provides life-saving support, including food, water, shelter, emergency health care, sanitation and hygiene, and critical nutrition services to the world's most vulnerable and hardest to reach people, whether one has a religion or not. Our values and people of faith would be shocked to know that the Republicans want to do this. This assistance is needed now more than ever. After years of decline, there are more people facing hunger now than in 2019, almost 30% of the global population. It's important to provide this humanitarian assistance because it's morally the right thing to do, and because it reflects also on our global leadership. I hope there's still a sense of morality and a sense of values as the Republicans, look at how the impact of cutting many of these programs will impact human beings and their lives. I would ask our colleagues, what would they do if they could not protect their children from preventable disease, not be able to afford food or clean water that does not make them sick? You do almost anything to prevent that from happening. It's really unthinkable that the United States would stop providing this support to those that have lost everything through a natural disaster or conflict. The consequences of this amendment are almost too terrible to contemplate. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have to question each other's morality here. We all want to help. Everybody wants to help. We're representatives of the United States, and we're heading into disaster season in the United States of America. Whether it's hurricanes across the South or wildfires in the West, it's coming here. But this is about foreign disaster aid, Madam Chair, sending money abroad. And we can always do that when there's something that happens. We can come to Congress here. We can come in and vote for things at that time when they happen. But I want to say this, Madam Chair. We want to put our chairman in the best position possible, to negotiate. This isn't about questioning our moral objectives, party by party, side by side, but we know that there's going to be a negotiation with the Senate. We know that. And we want to put this chairman in the best position possible. Look, nobody here believes that we're going to end up with less, right, than we go in with. You're going to end up with more. That's what happens every single time in this body. So let's put this chairman in the best position possible when he goes in and they say, oh my goodness, this isn't going to work. And then he can negotiate from there. Maybe it's not $3.5 billion, maybe it's 3.4, which isn't a big reduction in Pennsylvania where people can't pay their electricity bills. But it's something. It's a start down the road. And so I want to put this chairman in the best possible position to negotiate. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Madam Chair, of course, I fully disagree with the gentleman. This is about questioning our moral objectives. Using millions of people's lives as a negotiating tactic is truly questionable and despicable. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania. Oh, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 56 will not be offered. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair. I stood up to ask for a recorded vote on the previous amendment. And I was standing to do so.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 57, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mrs. Ramirez of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Madam Chair, I rise in support of my amendment to H.R. 8771. Today, in a few hours, I'll be launching my new Global Migration Caucus. So, while I will stand with colleagues to affirm that there are those of us in Congress who want to be an effective ally to global efforts to create a safer, more equitable world where people can build the life they want and deserve at home, today, my Republican colleagues, however, seek to withdraw our participation in coordinated global efforts, eliminate critical support for migration management, and fuel the crisis of displacement they claim they so desperately want to address. We must not let the recklessness and the dangerous efforts go unchallenged. My amendment, it will strike the harmful, hateful language of the underlying bill that prohibits the support of safe and humane migration management efforts around the world. As Vice-Ranking Member of the Homeland Security Committee, I hear my colleagues talk about what is happening at the border, especially at the southern border. But they ignore questions about why we are seeing a humanitarian crisis at the border. They don't want to talk about the root cause of migration, like violence, democratic backsliding, economic exclusion, climate change, some of these crises that are driving families from their home in search of safety and stability, much like what happened to our own ancestors, maybe in the early 1900s or the 50s. Everything I have witnessed throughout my official trips and conversations with families, governments, and civil society points to this truth. Our country's safety is fundamentally connected to the stability, to the security, and the sustainability people experience or do not experience across the globe. I've heard a mother talk with desperation about the sexual violence and trauma that her 12-year-old endured while crossing the Darien. I heard stories of threats of violence and cartel intimidation that drove a mother to send her sons on a harrowing journey through dangerous migration routes. For so many people around the world, the choice is flee or die. Again, it's no surprise to me that the party of reactionary, isolationist, fear-based, xenophobic politics doesn't understand the ideal of cooperation and prevention. Both cooperation and prevention require forethought, working across differences, embracing possibilities, and a commitment to inclusion, none of which are reflected in H.R. 8771. An example, the bill specifically bans funding for the safe mobility offices, which have been a cost-effective, let me say again, cost-effective part of the U.S. government strategy to reduce irregular migration within the Western Hemisphere. So, to my Republican colleagues, which one is it? Do you want less irregular migration? Or do you want to slash funding to address the conditions that drive displacement around the world and ban funding for programs to increase access to lawful humanitarian pathways to the United States and other countries? Madam Chair, this amendment is necessary. This amendment will address the issues, and I hope that my colleagues will, maybe in some cases, for the first time this Congress, do that common sense thing. Address the issues that they care so much about, they say, and in fact, support migration management, support countries that need resources so that they do not have to come through our southern border. I reserve the rest of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise to claim opposition to time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. couple things. First, the reason for the situation in the southern border can be explained by just two words: Joe Biden. That is who has created the crisis in the southern border. Now, this amendment attempts to strike Section 7045F. By the way, much of this is already existing in law, but it's really basically saying, this amendment, is that, well, we don't have an issue in the southern border. There's no problem with the southern border. We got to realize that close to 10 million people have crossed unlawfully into the United States under this president. That's roughly the population of the entire state of Michigan, for God's sake. And this bill attempts to do what we can, despite the President of the United States, to stop this crisis that has been created by Mr. Joe Biden. See, the bill prohibits outright funding for programs that push migrants towards the United States unlawfully, either by giving them cash cards or giving them information about future stops, where to go, connecting them with lawyers, and giving them even coaching them to answer the questions falsely, while claiming asylum. How can anybody support that? This is a country that believes in the rule of law. This amendment also, if that were not enough, proposes to strike the prohibition on funding to the safe mobility offices and the Welcome Corps, unless authorized. That's what the bill that's what the language in the bill does. If that's something you support, authorize it, for God's sake. These are gimmicks which spend tens of millions of taxpayer dollars to circumvent U.S. law, for God's sake. In the case of the Welcome Corps, this is in essence like a matchmaking entity, like Match.com for folks trying to get here illegally, to the United States illegally. It recruits in the United States so-called sponsors to sponsor these individuals, even though they have no connections other than now this kind of match system. And by doing so, the Biden administration has made the situation even worse. For God's sakes, the administration is now even trying to get universities involved. This is coming out of our foreign affairs budget, intended to support our national security. Again, safe mobility centers are operating overseas in places like Ecuador and Colombia, facilitating a fast track of tens of thousands of people to use a mobile app to obtain authorization to then literally show up on the southern border that is wide open. Well, let me restate that. That is controlled absolutely by the Mexican narco cartels. And that's how these folks are coming into the United States. All of this is to facilitate the cartels, to help market this illegal cartel business. So I know some people might say, well, they're going to come anyways, or another way if we don't do this. But advertising and using taxpayer money to become the advertising source, the marketing for folks to come into the United States unlawfully, is frankly something that is totally unacceptable. If these programs that the gentlewoman wants to fund are so good, and then bring them up in front of Congress, have them authorized, they would get shot down dramatically, because everybody can see what this is. This is using taxpayer money to circumvent the law, which hurts not only our national security efforts and our national security interests, but it also hurts the folks who have been waiting years to try to come legally into the United States. I could not urge our colleagues in a more forceful way to strongly oppose this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Chair, may I inquire how much time is left on both sides?
1 minute. The
Madam
gentleman
Chair,
from Florida has 30 seconds remaining.
Madam Chair, I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I find it really ironic and hypocritical. One moment you say, close the borders, don't let people in, and if they want to come, let them come the legal way. And then we create programs, one, to invest in communities outside of the U.S. so that they don't have to come to the southern border. They don't have to do that dangerous journey. We create programs of safe mobility so that they can stay in places like Colombia and other places like Ecuador or España in the future. And then you say, not that either. The reality is, this is not about President Biden. This is that you want to create crisis and chaos and fear-mongering at all costs, even if one moment you say this and then the other moment you say that, because you have no intention in addressing issues of immigration or border. You want to create chaos because it's the only way you win. My amendment will allow us to address the root causes of migration, to ensure that people can stay in their home countries, and then you won't see them at the southern border. To me, that's a solution, and it is why I urge my colleagues to vote yes.
Members to refrain from addressing other members and address the chair. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I ask how much time I have left?
30 seconds.
Madam Chair, I would like to yield the remaining part of my time to my colleague, who I think will explain why he is also as opposed as I am to this amendment. So I would like to give him as much time as we have left.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to this amendment. I'll take this brief time. Listen to the Orwellian language that we heard from the other side here in regards to irregular migration. What this is laundering that's going on. This is laundering via the Welcome Corps, the Safe Mobility Office. The other thing that we heard was civility. How could this possibly be civil? Is it civil to have human trafficking on an epic scale? Is it civil to have cartels that are brutalizing people, especially women, raped, murdered, coming through the southern border, and the fentanyl crisis that is the number one killer of young people in America? I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman, the gentlewoman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mrs. Spartz of Indiana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Indiana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I have a very simple amendment. Actually, what it does is just says, you know, if Congress doesn't authorize specifically funds for UN, which should be part of our process, you know, these agencies shouldn't be funded and projects that UN is doing. I probably could defund the whole UN, but I'll take a much smaller steps and say Congress needs to do its job. If it's not authorized, that's a process that Congress should follow, that shouldn't be funded. And I know that that's not a problem of Appropriations Committee. Authorization Committee didn't do a job, but if they didn't do a job, then they should start doing the job. So I think the process is broken, and we need to start dealing with corrupt agencies as UN, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman yields. For what purpose? Oh, the gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The bill, as it stands, already cuts 83% of the contributions to international organizations' account compared to fiscal year 24 and excludes funding for our treaty obligations as well as the majority of UN organizations that we traditionally fund. We have watched as the PRC challenges the U.S. at the UN and other multilateral institutions, working to insert their values of authoritarianism and disrespect for human rights. By cutting off funding to the UN and its agencies, this bill leaves a void for our adversaries to fill. Let me give you one example of the devastating effect of this amendment. In 2023, the U.S. was the largest contributor to UNICEF's core resources. It's this consistent funding that has enabled UNICEF and partners to reduce under 5 childhood mortality by more than half since the year 2000, and more children are surviving today than ever before. This support could end. The UN is not perfect. No large bureaucracy is. But our ability to improve its operations, make sure its stances reflect our values, and have the UN serve its mission for peace hinges on the U.S. being an active participating member of that organization. I fully support the authorization of these entities, but we all know that will not happen overnight. While we work towards that goal, we cannot cut off participation and support. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Indiana was recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my colleague is not representing the amendment very correct. This amendment not defund full UN, which we probably should, considering what's happening. It just defines programs that we did not explicitly authorize, and Congress should be doing its job. But let's talk about UNICEF. UNICEF not long ago admitted shortcomings in its humanitarian support to children who alleged that they were raped and sexually abused by peacekeepers in Central African Republic. This is the same UN agency where 20 UN employees were alleged participating in Hamas attack. Where just recently, one of the U.S. agencies, their staff whistleblower alleged large sums are being lost to corruption in Iraq as donors fail to track spending on 1.5 billion aid projects were served. Roughly $500 million funded by taxpayers' fund for the United States. And the employees actually saying it's not just this culture is fueled and culture of bribery and corruption is fueled by UN. It's also this culture and funds being spent on large UN overheads and really don't even get to the people. And I've been on the ground a lot, and I'll be honest with you, our allies around the world are laughing that we're giving money to corrupt organizations that are controlled by Russia and China and work most of the time against American interests and doesn't help really the people. I've been in war zones, including like in Ukraine, including in the Middle East, in Africa. You haven't seen them. You come them in fancy hotels with fancy cars, where the executives showed up for picture op with congressional delegations, and people are suffering and dying, and American consumers and Americans are paying large money and borrowed debt of our grandchildren to make some of the very wealthy and corrupt. I think this is embarrassing for us. The Congress, we don't take our job seriously, start looking at these agencies and looking at the corruption within these agencies. And I think this is something that we have to take way more seriously, and we should not have a blank checks to corrupt organizations like UN. And we need to do our job. So I truly believe we should really send the message that Americans are not stupid, we're not going to be taken advantage of, and Congress is not stupid. We actually will start looking at these programs, authorizing them, and see what's really happening on the ground if we really want to achieve results. And our adversaries are not going to be laughing at us and our allies. I'll be honest with you, most of our allies saying we are not going to be giving money to these corrupt organizations like UN. And I think Congress needs to take seriously, and I reserve.
And I do want to remind members to address their remarks to the chair. The gentlewoman from New York.
As mentioned before, our participation is in the United States' interest. I oppose this amendment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
I think, Madam Speaker, I think in our national interest is to make sure that taxpayers' funds are really achieving goals in our best interest. And unfortunately, organizations like UN being corrupt and actually sabotage and diminish and work against our national interests around the world and make a lot of wealthy people who are not our friends very wealthy. And we have now the serious situation in our country and serious debt and inflation that is becoming national security issues. And I urge my colleagues to become stronger and start challenging the corruption and not to be afraid to challenge the status quo. It's the right thing to do. That's why people elect us here. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Indiana. Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Indiana will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this bill for many reasons, but I want to take this opportunity to focus on one in particular. Its attacks on women's reproductive health and rights around the world. In 2024, no woman should die while giving life. Every individual should have the right to decide when, whether, and with whom to start a family. And every person should be able to make choices about their bodies without violence or coercion. But as we have seen, our colleagues do not share this commitment to reproductive rights. This week, we mark the solemn anniversary of the Dobbs decision, which stripped those rights from tens of millions of women. Now, this bill is trying to take Dobbs global by attacking the health and rights of women and girls around the world. It would also ban contributions to the UN Population Fund, UNFPA, an organization that serves 24.2 million women and couples every year. In 2023, with U.S. funding alone, UNFPA saved 4,000 moms from dying in childbirth and prevented 2 million unintended pregnancies by thorough voluntary contraception. But it gets worse. This bill would also codify the Trump-era global gag rule into law, which violates the trusted relationships between patients and providers and blocks access to essential reproductive health care. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would simply reinstate current law by striking the ban on funding for UNFPA and bringing U.S. bilateral investments in family planning back to the current enacted level. It would also remove the codification of the global gag rule. Additionally, my amendment does not change any of the current provisions in law that restrict the use of family planning funds. It would simply ensure that countries are setting their own health policies, not the United States. We can't in good conscience support this bill knowing the detrimental impact it would have on the health and well-being of women, children, and families worldwide. At the end of the debate, I will insert into the record the text of this amendment. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit. I yield back.
Amendment yields back. It is now in order to consider Amendment 61, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Americans deserve the assurance that their hard-earned taxpayer dollars are going to fulfill the needs of the American people, not funneled to terrorists who threaten our very existence. I stood here just 9 months ago offering the same amendment to ensure that no taxpayer funds be made available to the Lebanese armed forces, a military force that emboldens Hezbollah and their Iranian handlers to spread terror and destruction upon our ally Israel and the entire Middle East. Guess what happened just 9 days later on October 7th? To say that Hezbollah and the Lebanese government are two separate entities is just plain false. They are merely two sides of the same coin. Not only do Hezbollah and its allies control dozens of seats in Lebanon's parliament, but they literally sit at the helm of the military force that our tax dollars have been propping up since 2006. Its grip extends across its military, through its government, and over a majority of its politicians. Even advocates of aid to the Lebanese military recognize that Hezbollah's influence over its defense ministry is rampant. We may as well be sending these checks directly to Hezbollah headquarters. Money is fungible, and why should the generosity of the American people be used to fund a terror haven, unwilling and unable to counter Hezbollah? As we stand here today, Israel is in a state of war with Hamas, and all-out war with Hezbollah to the north seems to be imminent. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah has repeatedly threatened war with Israel while suggesting his force far exceeds 100,000 fighters. We are funding an army that emboldens Hezbollah to spill the blood of our allies. This really should be a bipartisan issue. But where are the Democrats complaining about Lebanon's human rights atrocities? The Lebanese armed forces shoot protesters and forcibly repatriate Syrian refugees. Yet on this issue, Democrats tell us to turn a blind eye and fund Hezbollah's allies in the Lebanese armed forces. In fact, the majority of Lebanon's military expenditures don't even go towards its defense. Over 70% of its budget is allocated for personal salaries and excessive benefits, which even includes domestic servants and drivers for high-ranking officers. This didn't stop the United States last year from partnering with the UN to implement the Livelihood Support Program, which dispersed more than $55 million to 70,000 LAF personnel and helps fulfill their generals' lavish lifestyles. Americans' taxpayers expect their hard-earned dollars to be spent on American interests, not armed Mercedes and other luxurious goods for Lebanese generals. Given the rampant terror, financing, and money laundering activities that Hezbollah uses to extend its reign across nearly every facet of life in Lebanon, we must acknowledge that foreign aid dollars sent to the Lebanese armed forces will ultimately be used by Hezbollah to further expand its terrorist actions against our ally, Israel. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
I'm in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, the good intent of my colleague from Florida cannot diminish the fact that administration after administration, State Department after State Department, the Department of Defense under both this and the previous administration recognized the importance of a stable and peaceful Lebanon, and they recognize that Lebanese armed forces maintains force against the taking over their country either by Hezbollah or by Palestinians or Syrians or others. I've been to Lebanon when it was under foreign control by Syria. I've seen the Lebanese armed forces push them out. I've also seen the Lebanese armed forces train with our military personnel who in fact maintain close and daily relations with the Lebanese armed forces. And with that, I'd like to recognize my colleague from Illinois for 2.5 minutes.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. The longstanding U.S. military investment for the independent Lebanese armed forces has worked to support U.S. security interests in the Middle East for over 15 years. Discontinuing this funding now will only serve to embolden Hezbollah on Lebanon's southern border. I'm proud to represent over 8,000 Lebanese American families in my district in Peoria, Illinois. And as the co-chair of the U.S.-Lebanon Friendship Caucus and a member of the House Intelligence Committee, I work closely with the brave men and women in the U.S. military and intelligence community to ensure robust and stringent oversight of U.S. investment into the Lebanese armed forces, including our special forces members embedded with the LAF. Let me just repeat that. Every day we have 30 U.S. military special forces embedded with the LAF. There has not been one piece of evidence presented today from our U.S. military that, in fact, any of this money goes to Hezbollah or anybody else. Given the ongoing tension with Israel and Hezbollah, this is the wrong time to prohibit this funding. It would only serve to strengthen Hezbollah on the battlefield against Israel. The stability of the LAF is imperative to the region and serves as an important counter to Hezbollah's damaging presence in Lebanon. The LAF, the Lebanese Armed Forces, stands as an independent, secular force in Lebanon, preventing terror attacks by ISIS, countering the actions of Hezbollah, fighting against weapons and drug smuggling, and maintaining internal stability. They are the glue that keeps the country together. I agree with my colleague that we must be responsible stewards of taxpayer money spent abroad and continue to ensure necessary oversight mechanisms are in place to prevent money from falling into the wrong hands. However, we must not make decisions based on generalities, misinformation, or conspiracy theories, but instead trust the U.S. military experts on the ground who provide the oversight and serve our national security interests. The LAF remains one of the strongest functioning partners of the U.S. military has in the Middle East, and destabilizing the LAF will only strengthen Hezbollah and further provoke instability with Israel. I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. By safeguarding the actions of Hezbollah terrorists and their allies, the Lebanese armed forces fundamentally empower Iran in their mission to kill American troops and wipe Israel off the map. Now more than ever, following October 7th, giving them any taxpayer funds from America is just simply unjustifiable. I encourage my colleagues to stand with our ally Israel and recognize the dangers of funding the Lebanese armed forces by voting for my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Chair, I would inquire if the proponent is prepared to close.
To close.
Then I'll use such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee for over 20 years, I've traveled the entire region, met with our leaders, including our leaders in Israel, met with the Mossad chief, met with many. And what they've all told me is that a stable Lebanon is important, and a civil war in Lebanon would lead to the chaos that caused Israel to have to invade Lebanon many years ago at a great loss of life. The fact is, we have troops in Syria because Syria is effectively in a civil war. We have support for the LAF because the LAF stands as the only force that keeps Hezbollah from taking over that country on behalf of, as a proxy for Iran. I continue to stand with Israel. I continue to stand against Iran. And to do so, I continue to stand with support for the LAF and the stability that it brings to Lebanon. Only a few weeks ago, General Aoun, the commander of the Lebanese Armed Forces, was invited here where he met with our Secretary of State, where he met with our Secretary of Defense, and where, in fact, the coordination between our two countries has never been stronger. And for that reason, I must oppose this amendment and hope that it will not be brought again, because it is not in the best interest of America or its key ally in the region, Israel. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hezbollah's influence on the Lebanese armed forces is rampant. They have members of their parliament. The influence is overreaching, and Americans are sick and tired of sending our tax dollars to countries and to people that absolutely hate our values and hate America and hate our allies, Israel. Why would we continue to fund monies like Lebanon? Why would we continue to fund, quote-unquote, humanitarian aid to Gaza when we know that all that money is going to Hamas? The American people are sick and tired of it. The American people want this body and this House to put America first, and I think it starts with focusing on the challenges that face America and not giving money that is ultimately going to end up in the hands of terrorist organizations, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from... The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those who oppose say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
From that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on these amendments. On those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-559, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 1 by Mr. Brasheen of Oklahoma. Amendment number 2 by Mr. Brasheen of Oklahoma. Amendment number 3 by Mr. Brasheen of Oklahoma. Amendment number 4 by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee. Amendment number 9 by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee. Amendment number 13 by Mr. Gosar of Arizona. Amendment number 14 by Mr. Gosar of Arizona. Amendment number 15 by Mr. Gosar of Arizona. Amendment number 16 by Mr. Gosar of Arizona. Amendment number 18 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 19 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 20 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 21 by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming. Amendment number 22 by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming. Amendment number 35 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. Amendment number 36 by Ms. Mace of South Carolina. Amendment number 45 by Mr. Moskowitz of Florida. Amendment number 50 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 54 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 59 by Ms. Sparks of Indiana. Amendment number 61 by Mr. Stubbe of Florida. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Brasheen, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Brasheen of Oklahoma.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
This vote, the yeas are 161, the nays are 246.
Owens. Off no, on aye for Mr. Owens.
This vote, the yeas are 164, the nays are 246. The bill is not agreed to. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Basheen, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 2, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 180, the nays are 227. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is request for recorded vote on amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Basheen, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burkeen of Oklahoma.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Voted. Any members wish to change your vote? On this vote, the yeas are 164, the nays are 244. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 4, printed in Part B, House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 4, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Any member wish to change a vote? The yeas are 166, the nays are 244, with 2 voting present. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 9, printed in Part B, House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 9, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Burchett of Tennessee.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Any member wish to change your vote? On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 200. Two-minute votes. The yeas are 210, the nays are 204. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 13, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, the recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Voted. Yeas are 156, the nays are 254. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business request for recorded vote on amendment number 14 in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. members voted? Does any member wish to change your vote? The yeas are 61, the nays are 350. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business request for recorded vote on amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by a gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change your vote? On this vote, the yeas are 76, the nays are 334. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559 by a gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 109, the nays are 303. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business request for recorded vote on amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 18, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. As sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the ayes are 133, the nays are 277, with one voting present. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Amendment. The ayes are 70, the nays are 342. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted as sufficient number having risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. One minute. All members voted. Any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 81, the nays are 331. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 21, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Does any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 175, the nays are 236. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Hagelman of Wyoming.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Official number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Members voted. Any members to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 187, the nays are 225. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. minute. Seconds. All members voted. Any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the yeas are 163, the nays are 249. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from South Carolina, Ms. Mace, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Mace of South Carolina.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted as sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds. All members voted? Any members to change your vote? On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 199. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is request for recorded vote on amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Moskowitz of Florida.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. The sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds. All members voted. Any member wish to change your vote? On this vote, the yeas are 269, the nays are 144. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. The sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 216, the nays are 197. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Official number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Any member wish to change a vote? On this vote, the ayes are 101, the nays are 312. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Sparks, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mrs. Sparks of Indiana.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. As sufficient number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. 1 minute. Seconds. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the ayes are 182, the nays are 230. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 61, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 61, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change your vote? On this vote, the ayes are 103, the nays are 308. The amendment is not agreed to.
The committee will be in order. Members, will you take your conversations off the floor? It is now in order to consider amendment number 62, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Stubbe of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans entrust us with ensuring that their hard-earned tax dollars go toward measures that advance our interests, not undermine them. Over the past quarter century, not only have Americans provided billions of dollars to Iraq, but thousands have lost their lives in that country. Essentially, Americans have been generous enough to give Iraq a blank check payable not only in cash, but with American lives. Yet in 2024, we see a country that is becoming increasingly anti-American, essentially becoming one of Iran's strongest proxies. I served in Iraq, and protecting American interests should continue to be our #1 priority in the region. We cannot justify funding a foreign government unable to safeguard our dollars from exploitation by Iran, ISIS, and other terror groups. Yet the money we send to Iraq has been funding Iranian militias that target and attack our troops. Iran's influence over the Iraqi government is rampant. Over 2 years ago, the Pentagon's Inspector General disclosed that Iraq's security forces are overrun by Iranian-backed militants and IRGC terrorists. These are the same terrorists who attacked the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad in 2019 and continue to threaten our troops to this day. Yet every year we continue to provide millions of taxpayer dollars to Iraq's security forces and expect a different outcome. It's the definition of insanity. These militias are part of Iraq's own government. They are officially part of the Popular Mobilization Forces, which fall under Iraq's Minister of Interior. These militias are funded by the government of Iraq and then attack our troops with the financial backing of our own taxpayers. Let that sink in. It's apparent that our funding for the Iraqi government is not countering terrorism. In fact, it seems to be emboldening the terrorists. It's time for us to stop the endless cycle of trading blank checks for false promises with the Iraqi government, especially when they use it to put Iranian-backed terrorists on their payroll. This does not give us leverage, nor does it safeguard American interests. It's unwise, unacceptable, and quite frankly, inexcusable to send American taxpayer dollars to Iraq when we know that these funds end up in the hands of terrorists. The underlying bill should support our diplomats and service members overseas, not threaten them. I encourage my colleagues to stand up for the American taxpayer and support my amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Chairman,
For what
I
purpose?
claim time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Now, there's no mistaking that the error that the United States made in going to war with Iraq in 2003 was a mistake. And it was a decision which I fought against and proudly opposed. While 2 decades have passed since then, there is little doubt about the trauma experienced by the country that is still felt to this day. Iraqis fell prey to conflict and instability, experienced a tragic number of deaths and displacements, saw an erosion of their basic services, including health and education. An entire generation of children grew up in a chaos-filled environment with war and the subsequent emergence of terrorist groups and military. We cannot walk away from our responsibility to help Iraq, now a key partner in the Middle East. As Secretary Blinken has said, America's greatest strategic asset lies within the alliances and partnerships that we have with other nations. In partnership with Iraq, we have worked to ensure a largely stable, prosperous, and democratic government. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Florida.
I don't believe that American taxpayer dollars should be going to a country that supports terrorism. There's no assurances that once the money is sent to Iraq that it's not going to be in the hands of Iranian proxies and terrorist organizations to then attack our own troops. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from California.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let me just say, we bombed the heck out of Iraq. We, unfortunately, We're responsible for refugees, for deaths of Iraqis, and, you know, so we at least should help the Iraqi people rebuild and move forward. Our assistance to Iraq mitigates extremism through programming that promotes mutual respect, tolerance, and understanding, provides support to the recovery of religious and ethnic minorities liberated from ISIS, including Christians and Yazidis, and supports private sector development and increases work opportunities, especially for women and youth. Additionally, USG supported stabilization programs have enabled the return of nearly 5 million internally displaced persons. 5 million. Now they can return to their communities of origin, but nearly 1.2 million people remain displaced. U.S. aid assistance is critical in restoring essential services and increasing stability among these vulnerable populations. Furthermore, our continued assistance in Iraq is vital to support the reintegration of Iraqis repatriated from northeast Syria, which meets the national security priority of the United States government's action plan. It's in the security interests of the United States to continue supporting Iraq, as well as really our moral responsibility not to abandon our partnership and to help repair some of the damage of the past. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady has the only time left.
Okay, I yield back and urge a no vote.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment number 63 to prohibit funding for President Biden's Executive Order 14019, entitled, quote, Executive Order on Promoting Access to Voting. This executive order requires federal agencies to use their power, their influence, their resources, and yes, taxpayer cash to enter into agreements with partisan non-governmental organizations, mostly left-leaning, to conduct voter registration and other mobilization activities. Mr. Chair, this executive order is nothing but a blatant attempt to transform the federal government into a partisan, get-out-the-vote scheme for the Democrats. America's civil servants must be nonpartisan, and federal agencies should not be using taxpayer funds to actively engage in get-out-the-vote operations that have nothing to do with the agency's core missions. Not to mention the obvious mission creep and the Hatch Act violations that this activity would trigger. Mr. Chair, President Biden should not be weaponizing the federal government using taxpayer dollars to manipulate and steer our elections in a partisan manner. As the co-founder and chair of the Election Integrity Caucus, it is my privilege to introduce this amendment to restore transparency and confidence in our democratic process while keeping partisan federal bureaucrats and the swamp from deliberately tipping the balance at the ballot box. I stand firmly behind the concept of one citizen, one vote, as is enshrined in our Constitution. However, I do not support this blatantly partisan mobilization of the federal government for political purposes. No citizen should have their vote diluted by federal bureaucrats. With that, Mr. Chair, I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment, which will preserve election integrity and stop the Biden administration from transforming our people's government and our people's House into a get-out-the-vote machine for partisan Democrats. Let's make voting great again. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Voting is central to our democracy. This is not a partisan issue. The United States has a shameful voting participation rate. In a presidential year, it's about 66%. In a non-presidential election year, less than half of Americans vote. Compare this to 90% in Australia, 76% in Germany, or over 90% in Uruguay. As members of Congress, we are active participants in an elected democracy. So I don't know what my colleagues are afraid of. Shouldn't we be doing everything possible to ensure that all citizens can participate in our elections regardless of party affiliation? Like it or not, there are obstacles to getting to the polls to vote, and we should be encouraging all parts of the public and private sector to be creative in its solutions if we really want this democracy to work for everyone. A democracy is at its best when everyone is able to participate and exercise their right to vote. Our federal agencies have a huge role to play here, which this executive order recognizes. Once again, we're trying to roll back our democratic rights and freedoms. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California is reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, the reason many people don't vote is they don't have trust in our system because they know it's been undermined, particularly after the pandemic election of 2020. And also, it is inappropriate and unconstitutional for the federal government, particularly by an unconstitutional executive order, to intervene in the role that is set forth in our Constitution where states administer our elections, not the federal government, under a partisan executive order and partisan bureaucrats using our tax dollars to sway elections for partisan reasons. There are these groups that the so-called order are bringing forth are mostly Democrat, in fact, almost all Democrat-leaning outside groups, third-party groups that should not be involved directly with our agencies. Our agencies are tasked with important missions that serve the American people. They should not be serving up votes for the Democratic Party. With that, I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from New York.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge all my colleagues to vote for this amendment. We have to have free, fair, and private elections. It's what the Election Integrity Caucus is set out to do and what we've been doing. We endeavor to make sure we can get every legal citizen to vote in every election. That's our mission, not to dissuade voters, but voters need to feel confident that their votes are secure, that their votes are not manipulated, and their votes are not diluted. This is exactly what this amendment seeks to do, and that's what has undermined the trust that people have in our citizens in these elections. For that reason, I urge all of my colleagues, including my Democratic colleagues, to vote in favor of this election to be sure that we have free, fair, and private elections. So again, I must reiterate to Mr. Chair, let's for once make voting great again. And I reserve, or I yield.
The gentlelady yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York will be postponed.
Amendment at the desk.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 64, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise today to introduce my amendment number 64 to prohibit any funds.
The gentlelady will suspend.
Oh, I have an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Sorry, you missed that.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. Mr. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to introduce my amendment number 64 to prohibit any funds, taxpayer dollars, to pay the salary of and reinstate or reemploy a gentleman named Robert Malley. The Biden administration has made some of the worst appointments in modern history, and the appointment of Rob Malley as the special envoy has to be among the worst. Even before joining the administration, Rob Malley has a storied history of legitimizing the terrorist organization Hamas, also a U.S. designated terrorist organization, has blamed Israel for Palestinian attacks, has facilitated the disastrous 2015 Iran nuclear deal, all before he was even appointed by the Biden administration. Despite this history, the Biden administration appointed Mr. Malley as the special envoy to the country of Iran. Not only did Mr. Malley tarnish the great work of previous envoys like Brian Hook and Elliot Abrams, but Malley was working to circumvent U.S. law by striking a deal with Iran without disclosing this to Congress. Under the INARA, the Iran Nuclear Agreement Review Act, any deals with Iran must be disclosed to Congress, whether written or not. However, Malley worked for years and, according to reports, reached an agreement on his own with Iran. Yet still, nothing had been disclosed to Congress. Over a year ago, in June of 2023, Malley was placed on unpaid leave due to an investigation into his mishandling of classified information. This matter has been referred to the FBI for criminal investigation and prosecution. Was Malley handing over state secrets to Iran? We still don't know, and the administration is refusing to update Congress. It has been a year, Mr. Chairman. Why has the administration continued to refuse to update Congress on this critically important national security investigation? Alarmingly, a bombshell report revealed that 3 top aides to Malley were part of an Iranian government network. That's right, the special envoys to Iran's self-appointed top aides were compromised Iranian assets. This is beyond incompetent, this is criminal, and it is the very definition of harming U.S. national security. While Mr. Malley is still on unpaid leave, he cannot be allowed to return to his post under any circumstance. The employment of Rob Malley in a federal government using our taxpayer dollars is an active threat to the safety and the security of the United States. For that reason, I urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claimed the time in opposition.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. I'll repeat again, it really is despicable to target dedicated public servants and threaten their livelihoods. In this specific case, the amendment is targeted at someone on leave from the department. None of us have the information to judge this situation. As the State Department has said, this is a personnel matter and that it needs to take its course. It's not a matter for Congress. Again, if my colleagues have an issue with the policy being pursued, let's discuss that. We should not penalize public servants who are representing the administration they serve and have dedicated their entire careers to the United States. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is simple. The American people should not be forced to support a top-level government official who surrounded himself with compromised foreign assets from a designated state sponsor of terrorism. If you care about U.S. national security, you should support this amendment. If you oppose a nuclear Iran and oppose the despotic Iranian regime, a government that tortures and murders its own citizens who are standing up and exhibiting free speech, then you should support this amendment. And if you oppose state sponsors of terrorism having premier access to U.S. government officials, you should support this amendment. I urge my colleagues to defund Rob Malley's salary completely and make it clear that the House stands against compromised foreign assets receiving taxpayer dollars. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentlelady from California is recognized.
I ask for a no vote, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Eric,
The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from New York will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 67, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 67, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment would prevent the enforcement of arbitrary, self-imposed State Department rules that limit communication between U.S. officials and their counterparts in Taiwan. In essence, these guidelines are designed to prevent high-level coordination between our two countries. That isn't just bad policy, it is in direct conflict with existing laws that call for expanding bilateral cooperation, such as the Taiwan Travel Act. These rules inhibit the ability of high-ranking U.S. defense officials to work with military planners in Taipei. They impose degrading and embarrassing restrictions that serve no reasonable purpose, such as a ban on displaying Taiwan's flag and the playing of Taiwan's national anthem at functions held on U.S. government property. They even police language warning American officials not to refer to Taiwan as a country or to elected leaders as a government. These directives do not help the United States and they do not help Taiwan, but they do help the Chinese Communist Party. And that is why former President Trump and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo got rid of them. Unfortunately, the Biden administration quietly reinstated them in 2021. And that is why I'm offering this amendment today. Mr. Speaker, it makes no sense that a State Department memo supersedes the laws we pass. America should not have to ask China for a permission slip to talk to our friends and allies in Taiwan or anywhere else. My amendment will make sure we don't buy scrapping these so-called guidelines. I ask for a yes vote on the amendment, and I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. The executive branch has the ability to determine how the United States engages and manages our relationship with Taiwan. This is because Congress has left it to the executive branch to conduct diplomacy and the recognition of non-recognition of foreign states and governments in this case. If you wish to legislate how the executive branch should engage with Taiwan, then mark up a separate bill in the Foreign Affairs Committee that deals with just that. But in the absence of that, the executive branch needs to determine how to handle diplomatic engagements abroad. It's their job to weigh multiple equities and balance delicate factors that are simply not considered by this amendment today. The amendment sponsor knows that Taiwan is a sensitive geopolitical subject with respect to our relations with the PRC. That's why we have a select committee in the House on it. And I think this is something that they could examine, much more appropriate. But there's too much at stake to have this amendment decide what the guidelines for engagement will be. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let's go back to 1979. The executive branch sometimes does not get it right, as we saw with President Jimmy Carter, who adopted the One China policy here, and Congress had to step in with the Taiwan Relations Act in order to make sure that Taiwan was identified as a country. And that's what we've seen in the ensuing time since approximately 1980. So it is appropriate for Congress to step in a situation like this when we see an administration that shows weakness towards China. And we've seen the impacts of that weakness across the globe. Congress will stand with Taiwan, and I hope all of Congress will stand with Taiwan. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, let me just reiterate that this is an authorization issue. It's not an issue for the Appropriations Committee. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge a yes vote on this resolution, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 68, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 68, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, and a member of opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, my amendment would withhold U.S. contributions from the corrupt and scandal-plagued United Nations. It's about time. Despite making up less than 5% of the world's population, Americans remain the largest single state contributor to the UN, footing around 1/4 of its multi-billion-dollar budget. In other words, we pick up the lion's share of the tab while unaccountable international bureaucrats make the rules. What have our donations financed? Decades of mismanagement, waste, fraud, and abuse? Endless anti-Semitic Israel bashing? More than a dozen UNRWA employees participating directly in the October 7 terrorist attack on Israel, and potentially 1,000 more with links to Hamas. Seats on the UN's so-called Human Rights Council for the notorious rulers of countries like Communist China, Russia, Cuba, and Venezuela. Incompetent UN agencies like the World Health Organization, which ignored Taiwan's early warnings about the dangerous Wuhan virus and chose instead to run interference for Beijing. But, Mr. Speaker, the know-it-alls at the UN don't limit themselves to headline-grabbing matters of international concern. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization recently cooked up a plan to take on backyard barbecues, burgers, and brats, demanding that Americans eat less beef, less pork, less poultry to reduce emissions. This meat-headed move is just the latest half-baked scheme on the UN's menu of dumb ideas. Mr. Speaker, it's time to put the UN's bloated bureaucracy on a diet and stop outsourcing our sovereignty to the shady transnational organization. I ask for a yes vote on the amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. As one who knows the UN pretty well, I'm shocked that, once again, Republicans are trying to defund it. The world is a better place because of the United Nations. As I've said, the bill, as it stands, already cuts 83% of the contributions to international organization accounts compared to fiscal 2024. And excludes funding for the majority of United Nations organizations that we traditionally fund, even those that we have treaty obligations to. We have watched the PRC challenges the United States at the United Nations and other multilateral institutions, working to insert their values, their perspective, their policies of authoritarianism and disrespect for human rights. But by cutting all funding to the United Nations and its agencies, this bill leaves a void for our adversaries to fill. The PRC is already the second largest financial contributor to the United Nations regular budget and UN peacekeeping, and is happy to point out that the United States is an unreliable partner. Our ambassador to the United Nations has called this China favorite talking point. humanitarian response in Sudan, exposure of Russia's human rights violations in Ukraine, and international norms on everything from how we receive mail internationally to how planes fly across international borders is touched by the United Nations system. This amendment makes America less safe, less prosperous, and more isolated. Once again, we are attempting to just withdraw from the world and become a more isolationist country, and I reserve the balance of my time and urge a no vote.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm being whipsawed here. We looked at the previous amendment that I offered, and with a chance to stand up against the PRC in reference to Taiwan, and we hear a no vote is urged. And now we're being told that, oh, the PRC are going to take over the United Nations. It's time to start looking out for Americans' interests. In particular, I've authored a resolution that I hope to see in July in regards to the World Health Organization, which stood with Beijing rather than the people of the world, and we saw the devastation of what was done as a result of the virus that came from a lab in Wuhan, almost certainly came from a lab in Wuhan, and devastated our world. So I urge a yes vote on this. It is time to take care of America first. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, to stand against the PRC or any adversary, we must be in the room. Doubling down at the United Nations is not going to make us, the United States, excel in our global leadership as we should continue to do as it relates to peace and security. Withdrawing, standing by the sidelines, doing nothing gives our adversaries the opening that they're just waiting on, and this amendment would accomplish that. So I urge a no vote on this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. Gentleman is recognized.
Join us, and let's making America first. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Tiffany from Wisconsin. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings of this amendment on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Wisconsin will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek?
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
I now would like to yield to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the ranking member, Lee, for your exceptional years of leadership on international affairs. You are a beacon of hope to our country and to so many around the world. I rise today to oppose H.R. 8771, which is the GOP's State Foreign Operations Bill, which is supposed to fund our international programs, but in this case is defunding critical programs across the U.S. government. This bill will not only make the United States less safe, it will make the world less safe. It defunds critical programs for international security and stability and includes poison pills that would undermine American leadership on climate action. It guts climate programs, undermines international commitments to our climate accords. It seeks to undermine U.S. leadership in tackling the climate crisis abroad and right here at home. So we have to ask ourselves, why is the GOP proposing to do this? Because for years, donors have funded candidates and organizations that have propagated lies about the climate and climate denialism. They have propped up international oil and gas companies and their profits, while the American people have paid for it at the pump and with billions of dollars in damages caused by extreme weather and climate inaction. Because make no mistake, Climate change is real, it is here, and we are seeing its impacts everywhere, every day, across the country, across the planet, with extreme heat waves here in the East Coast and across the Midwest, flooding and tornadoes, catastrophic fires, including 2 fires in New Mexico that burned through 25,000 acres just this last week, displacing nearly 9,000 residents of my district, burning hundreds of homes, and claiming the lives of 2 people. This is the cost of inaction. These are the costs that we have been fighting to address through climate action. And that is why I introduced amendments to this bill to restore climate programs that the GOP is proposing to cut, to tackle climate change at home and abroad, to rebuild and enhance international climate programs, to catalyze clean energy and sustainability, to revitalize climate and environmental justice programs, to protect our public health, and to support implementation of the most consequential climate bill ever passed in American history in the Inflation Reduction Act, which we passed on this floor just 2 years ago under the leadership of Joe Biden and Democrats. Because we must take climate action now. We cannot wait. But unfortunately, none of the amendments that I offered to this bill were found in order by the GOP, because not only do they seek to gut the fundamental international programs that underpin U.S. leadership on so many issues, they continue to do the bidding of their corporate donors here on the House floor. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I have to vote no on this bill. And that is why we must restore our international commitments to climate action and justice and American leadership on this issue and stop every effort to undermine them. Because indeed, the future of our country and our planet depend on it. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. It is now in order to consider amendment number 72, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise today in support of my floor amendment number 72 to
Does the gentleman have an amendment at the desk?
I have an amendment on the desk. Thank you.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Thank you.
Amendment number 72, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I rise today in support of my floor amendment, which would prevent funding in this bill from being used to support the Biden administration's failed and frankly humiliating efforts to build a pier off the shore of Gaza. Mr. Chair, this pier honestly has to be one of the most embarrassing pieces of performance art I've seen in my 27-year military career. It has now cost in excess of $300 million to build. It has had to repeatedly halt operations. It has put our service members at risk. It has broken up several times due to sea states and weather that the administration was repeatedly briefed on ahead of President Biden's announcement. And so far, the piers resulted in less than, almost no aid to the Palestinian people. We have 3 U.S. service members injured. We have 1 in critical condition. You'll remember, Mr. Chair, that President Biden, right there where you're standing, announced this harebrained idea during the State of the Union address back in March. Reportedly surprised the Pentagon with the announcement that wasn't informed ahead of time. And because of that surprise, it took nearly 2 months to get the ships and the equipment over into place, and the first truckloads of aid did not begin moving ashore until May 17th. But of those first shipments, the first shipment, 16 trucks left the pier, got on shore. 11 out of the 16 were looted, intercepted, or attacked. Only 5 of that 16 made it to the warehouse, and guess what? It was the same warehouse that the aid coming from overland was also sitting. By May 22nd, the Department of Defense confirmed that none of the aid unloaded from the pier was reaching the broader Palestinian population because of these regular interceptions once it hit land. It turns out that whether the aid comes from sea or comes from land, you have the same distribution problem in an area controlled by the terrorist organization Hamas. And the Defense Department has since confirmed of all of these months, the pier has only been in operation a total of 10 working days. Even international aid organizations are saying that it has largely failed in its mission. We know now that the administration, the White House, was repeatedly warned that the sea and the weather would not support it. They moved ahead anyway for what was clearly a political talking point to pander to the progressive left, to look like they were doing something when operationally they were warned it would fail. Look, at the end of the day, alleviating the suffering of the people of Gaza is a laudable goal that we should all get behind. But if we wanted to effectively do that, let's shift policy on Iran, the heartbeat of terrorism in the Middle East. And as long as Iran has the cash, the money, the resources to fund its terrorist proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, it will continue to do so, and there will not be peace. Let's allow Israel to destroy the terrorist organization Hamas. Let's accelerate the weapons into Israel that is trying to create some stability there with an organization that does not want a two-state solution and is saying openly more October 7th will happen. And then finally, Mr. Chair, let's stop demonizing the democratically elected government of Israel, our ally, who is in the middle of an existential threat. There are a lot of things we could do to alleviate the suffering and to bring peace, but this harebrained, politically motivated peer idea I've truly never seen anything like it, and was a bad idea from the start. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, to defund it, and I reserve my time.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. No funds in the State and Foreign Operations Bill go toward the humanitarian pier built by the United States Department of Defense off the coast of Gaza, just as FYI. This is not political talk. If you know what's taking place in Gaza, people are desperate. The distribution of aid from the pier is at least partially managed by USAID, period, including support for the World Food Program. I'm also frustrated that we have to resort to these extraordinary measures to get aid into Gaza. In an area that is nearing collapse and where 1 million people are facing catastrophic hunger, we need to utilize every channel that is available if you care about human life. This month, Israel facilitated 204 humanitarian missions into Gaza. It also denied or impeded another 76, and another 38 were canceled due to insecurity or logistical reasons. There simply is not enough aid getting in. The current humanitarian pier is only supposed to be in place for a few more weeks before weather makes it untenable. There are no current plans to use the pier into fiscal year 2025, which is the focus of this amendment. I pray that we will not be in this situation next year, but I refuse to take any tools that will help innocent civilians off the table. The suffering of the civilian population of Gaza will not make Israel safer. It is contributing to its insecurity and is counterproductive. And so it is important that those who value human life not support this amendment. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Lady reserves. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it ironic that the administration has assured the world, assured the public, assured the Congress that the pier would be in place till September. I guess they are somewhat acknowledging the failure of the harebrained idea and saying, well, now it can only be 2 to 3 more weeks. All the more reason We need to put this measure in place to prevent another attempt next year. And history is replete with all kinds of elected and other officials saying the war will be over by Christmas. The war will be over soon. So we need to ensure this can't happen again. This type of waste can't happen again, and that we don't put our service members at risk. And absolutely, as the gentlelady pointed out, USAID has a heavy hand. The State Department has a heavy hand. This amendment will ensure that we don't do this again. And then finally, Mr. Chair, I just need to point out that the UN-supported Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, the IPC initiative, has revised its earlier findings and concluded there is no famine in Gaza. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlelady is recognized.
Just to clarify, I didn't say that USAID had a heavy hand. What I said was that the distribution of aid from this pier is at least partially managed by USAID. That's what I said. So it would be, I think, wise to not mislead the public. And this is how disinformation and misinformation and lies get spread. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 75, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 75, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to offer an amendment to the State Department and Foreign Operations Appropriations Bill, deeply rooted in our commitment to responsible governance and the ethical stewardship of the American taxpayer, as evidenced by the great work of Congressman Diaz-Balart. Amendment 75 seeks to prohibit American taxpayer humanitarian funding in Syria from indirectly supporting the murderous regime of Bashar al-Assad, a known war criminal. Current appropriations law has established that taxpayer dollars do not go to the Assad regime. Sadly, however, it's been well documented that taxpayer dollars have reached the Assad dictatorship. In 2022, a study presented at the Middle East Institute in Washington revealed a disturbing reality. Nearly half of the United Nations aid funds in Syria are funneled to companies directly related to the Syrian government, entities associated with serious human rights abuses. This raises profound concerns about systemic flaws in the United Nations aid delivery process in Syria, including the questionable awarding of significant contracts to high-risk suppliers. In their powerful op-ed published February 12, 2018 in The Hill, entitled Assad's Syria Plays Dirty with U.S. Humanitarian Aid, esteemed former U.S. officials, former Ambassador to Syria Robert Ford and Assistant Leader Mark Warder, both of the Obama administration, have recommended a cessation of funding to UN agencies responsible for delivering aid to Syria. They note this aid has become a weapon in the hands of the Assad dictatorship. Their rationale is clear. Such a bold move would not only assert U.S. leadership, but also strengthen the international leverage against the mass-murdering Assad regime. Furthermore, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, in their October 2021 report, outlined how the Assad regime systemically diverts international aid. By enforcing a distorted exchange rate, the regime siphons off nearly 51 cents of every aid dollar spent in 2020 bolstering its central bank, an entity sanctioned not only by the United States but also by the European Union and the United Kingdom. It is well documented that the Assad regime also diverted critical earthquake aid as his regime and war criminal Putin continued bombing areas hardest hit by the earthquake 130 times. Our well-intended financial support has not reached those in dire need. Devastatingly, over half of the citizens of Syria, amazingly, 14 million people have forcibly been displaced from their homes, businesses, schools, religious institutions, communities by the mass murderer Assad and war criminal Putin. Nearly 1 million have been brutally murdered, as the UN stopped counting at 500,000. Since the outset of the conflict, the United States has contributed humanitarian assistance to Syria. This generous support, funded by the American taxpayer, demands stringent oversight to ensure it achieves its intended goals. Therefore, the purpose of this amendment is clear: to ensure that every dollar spent is aligned with our national values and high standards of accountability that the American people rightfully expect. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, to stand firm in our resolve to use American resources wisely and justly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to this amendment. This amendment and the nebulous use of indirect endangers the even limited support that we provide in Syria. For our own national security, we must continue our work countering terrorism in Syria. The Islamic State emerged from the conflict in Syria. The Syrian Democratic Forces continue to hold about 10,000 Islamic State fighters in detention facilities in Syria that are seen as key to its resurgence. We must continue to counter this serious terrorist threat and protect Americans by continuing our support in Syria. We also must continue to support the people of Syria that have been battered by war, displacement, and natural disasters. By helping to ensure that the Syrian people have emergency shelter, food assistance, access to health care, education, and water, sanitation, and other support, we prevent them turning to the very extremist groups that are promising that security. Conflict zones are not clear-cut, and the government of Bashar al-Assad is still the governing authority there. While we take every precaution to ensure that no assistance, mind you, no assistance benefits this brutal regime, lines are continually shifting, and we need to make allowances for activities that could touch the government on controlled areas. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady has the only time remaining. Gentleman, or yielded.
Okay, I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
Generally yield back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor signify, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. Purpose is the gentleman from Florida seek recognition.
While commending the chair for a job well done today, I now move that the committee do rise.
The question is the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
No. It's face me.
Okay.
And then talk to me.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Chair.
Committee of the whole House and the State of the Union having under consideration H.R. 8771 directs me to report that has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has under consideration H.R. 8771 and has come to no resolution thereon.
first thing's going to be when he looks ready for what purposes the gentleman from California is seeking.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on HR 8774, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlemen, suspend. Pursuant to House Resolution 1316 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8774. The Chair appoints the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
In Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for the consideration of H.R. 8774, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations. The gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, and the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise today to offer H.R. 8774, the 2025 Department of Defense Appropriations Act. I want to start by thanking Chairman Cole for his leadership in this process. I also want to thank Defense Subcommittee Ranking Member Ms. McCollum for her friendship and partnership through this. Finally, I want to thank the Defense Subcommittee staff for their tireless work on this year's bill. H.R. 8774 provides $833 billion for the Department of Defense and the intelligence community. Consistent with the Fiscal Responsibility Act, this is 1% or $8.5 billion above fiscal year 2024 enacted levels. While $833 billion is a discretionary cap, the subcommittee has little discretion over 62% of this bill. The funding goes toward must-pay bills, including troop and civilian pay, military benefits, medical care and family services, sustainment of current weapon systems, fuel, utilities, IT, basic supplies, and training and education. This is to say nothing of necessary investments in major weapon systems to keep our military dominant in an intensifying threat environment. These factors are why I believe the current defense top line is too low for today's needs. Present and emerging threats mandate a robust U.S. military, which is, as former Secretary of Defense James Mattis said, requires at least a 3 to 5% real growth above inflation. Finally, due to the decision to consolidate our defense industry over 30 years ago, America's defense industrial base is brittle and unable to mobilize without significant investment. While defense allocation under the FRA is too low to meet America's national security needs, it is the law of the land. This bill is written to be consistent with this law. Today's threats mandate a resolute United States made credible with capable, lethal, and a ready military. The Defense Appropriations Subcommittee scrutinized the fiscal year 2025 budget request line by line and conducted rigorous oversight. This resulted in $18 billion in cuts of requests that were unnecessary or unjustified. This bill provides no blank checks. Instead, this bill builds on the priorities from fiscal year 2024. These priorities include prioritizing the fight against China, promoting innovation and modernization, supporting our service members and their families, optimizing the Pentagon civilian workforce, increasing the department's role in countering the flow of illicit fentanyl and synthetic opioids, supporting America's close ally, Israel, ensuring the department focuses on its core mission of training and equipping our warfighters and not culture wars. Time is not on our side. President Xi is planning to invade Taiwan potentially by 2027, if not sooner. The only way to prevent Chinese aggression is by fielding an operating capability that demonstrate America's military advantage. To this end, the bill increases investments in 5th and 6th generation aircraft, procures deliverable capability, including several Indo-PACOM unfunded priorities. It prohibits the divestment of certain naval and air assets that are still combat credible. And it provides $200 million for Taiwan security cooperation programs while prioritizing defense articles and services to the threatened island. The bill also continues investments in the reawakening and acceleration of American defense innovation. Our industrial base, our defense industrial base, is fragile, and competition is stifled. Almost every major defense acquisition program is plagued by persistent inflation, an aging workforce, costly infrastructure, weak supply chain, overly optimistic schedules, unrealistic budgets, and ultimately, overpromised results. We can trace this back to the Secretary of Defense Aspen's defense contractor version of the Last Supper. Back in 1993, when the defense industrial base consolidated from 24 defense prime contractors to the 5 that we have today. The consequences of this decision, mandate action, which restate that, the consequences of decision mandate action, which must be achieved through an innovation intervention. America's legacy of innovation and entrepreneurs give us an asymmetric advantage over our competitors that they could never replicate. This bill seeks to tap into that opportunity with over $1.3 billion for the Department Defense Innovation Unit and related innovation efforts, including $400 million for the highly successful APFIT program. Modern and innovative practices are needed in more than just our defense capability. The Pentagon workforce and business practices also need to enter into the 21st century. This bill cuts $916 million in unjustified civilian workforce requests and finds more efficient ways to do business. Recognizing the national security threat posed by China's supply of fentanyl-based chemicals to Mexican drug cartels, this bill maintains high levels of funding for DoD's drug interdiction and counter-drug activities with $1.14 billion. This includes an increase for today's National Guard counter-drug program and the National Guard Youth Challenge program, empowering states to take a more active role in the defense of their communities from our number one foreign adversary. This bill also transfers Mexico from NORTHCOM to SOUTHCOM for improved coordination and prioritization. As I mentioned at the outset, this bill focuses the department on its war-fighting mission. The bill includes multiple general provisions from the House Fiscal Year 2024 bill that pivot the Pentagon away from divisive partisan policies and towards military readiness. Finally, underpinning all of these priorities funded in the bill is the imperative to support our service members and their families. The bill includes a 4.5% pay raise for all military personnel, plus $2.5 billion toward an additional 15% pay raise for junior enlisted service members. This will have a positive effect on recruitment and retention and will improve the quality of life for our service members and their families serving with them. I'm proud of this year's defense appropriation bill, which adheres to the fiscal year constraints while providing a strong military to defend America, our allies, and our partners. This bill procures where we can, trains where we must, and invests in capability that will make our adversaries wake up every day and say, today is not the day to provoke the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Reserves?
Reserve, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in opposition to H.R. 8774. The Department of Defense Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2025. But I want to start by recognizing the outstanding work of the staff. Jennifer Chartrand, Jason Gray on the minority side here with me, Ben Peterson and my fellow Patrick Carr in my personal office, but I also want to acknowledge the great work of the majority staff. Thank you for your hard work, and a big shout out to Johnny Kimberly. I want to thank Chairman Calvert as well for his leadership on the subcommittee and for his warm friendship. I want to recognize 3 members in this bill particularly, because this will be their last defense bill. First and foremost, Chairwoman Kay Granger, the very first woman to lead this subcommittee. And on my side of the aisle, Dutch Roosterberger and Derek Kilmer. To them, we will miss them greatly. I want to thank each and every one of them for their years of work on our subcommittee and for their commitment to America's national security. Now turning to the bill. Fiscal year 2025 Defense Appropriation Act totals $833 billion, slightly over President Biden's budget request. I appreciate that the bill conforms to the Fiscal Responsibility Act. However, I do have deep concerns with this bill on how it will impact our military's readiness and unit cohesion. To honor the sacrifice of those who have fought for freedom, we need to foster a climate in our military that appreciates and supports all Americans who choose to take the oath to serve. Unfortunately, at this time, this bill does not reflect that sentiment. In 1948, in a speech to the British House of Commons, Winston Churchill said, and I quote, "Those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it." The bill before us repeats the same mistakes as FY24 House proposal. Once again, this bill includes partisan social riders that led to continuing resolutions spanning over 5 months into the fiscal year. All these riders were just rejected in the FY24 Conference Committee agreement we passed in March. Now, we all understand we're in a new geopolitical era where our nation faces grave threats and they must respond swiftly. But once again, the majority has included riders that they know will not become law. This will only serve to repeat the process that nearly ended in a full year continuing resolution. And if that's not enough, there are provisions in this bill that are simply outside of the jurisdiction of the Defense Subcommittee. That includes prohibiting funds for the United Nations Relief and Work Agency. And the organization of the Department of Defense has never funded, or a provision related to the IRS tax treatment of individuals who hold a belief that marriage is a union between one man and one woman only. These provisions and some of the amendments yet to be considered are just not germane to this bill. And this subcommittee, I believe, must stop wasting valuable time on issues outside of our jurisdiction, because our national security cannot afford to waste another 5 months as we did last year. These provisions, again, only create division in the Congress, which will impact our armed forces. I'll address a few of them. But this bill, once again, prohibits the Department of Defense's policy to ensure that service members and their families have access to leave and travel allowances for basic reproductive health care. I'm extremely disappointed that the Rules Committee failed to make my amendment in order, which has struck down this outrageous provision from the bill. We know that the Department's policy is legal under federal law. The Justice Department has concluded that fact. In fact, they stated, and I quote from the Department of Justice, "The Department of Defense may lawfully expend funds to pay for service members and for their dependents to travel to obtain abortions that the DoD cannot itself perform due to statutory requirements." And the statutory requirement that they're talking about is the Hyde Amendment, Mr. Chair. To be clear, I do not support the Hyde Amendment. But like last year, I think it's important to address it and for America to understand what the provision in this bill does to the legal services that would be provided under the Hyde Amendment. Hyde prohibits the DoD from using funds or facilities to perform abortions except in the case of rape, incest, or when the life of mother is in danger. 18 states have enacted total or 6-week abortion bans. And some of these states do not even have an exception for rape or for incest. So this bill interprets the Hyde Amendment in a way that it was never intended. If your duty assigned station is one of these 18 states, you have no access to the Hyde Amendment exceptions. You must travel for your health care, and you're entitled to do that. Those living in the 18 states comprise of 80,000 service women and 170,000 spouses. It's a total of 250,000 women in military communities without access to reproductive health care. This language is a de facto national abortion ban for women who serve alongside and in the military. Women will exit the force because of this. Husbands and fathers will not want to serve in states where their families could be negatively impacted. I only wish the majority would have had the courage to bring my amendment to the floor. Our service members and their families deserve that debate. Once again, there are provisions in this bill that disenfranchise lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender service members. Rather than making our military a welcoming and inclusive place for all those who wish to serve this country, there are approximately 79,000 LGBTQ+ Americans that serve in our armed forces. And yet again, these provisions included in this bill needlessly attack the inclusion efforts and the diversity efforts by the department. Our military is the only institution in our country that most broadly reflects the entire American population. And that includes over 1/3 of active duty service members who identify with a minority group. We know that at times we're facing recruitment challenges in the service, but we did hear from the Army and the Navy this year that they're seeing improvements in their recruiting numbers, and that is great news. So why would this Congress want to include provisions that might dissuade any American, regardless of their background, from taking the oath of service? Beyond the contentious social policies, there's other elements of this bill I cannot support. First, the bill continues to treat climate change as if it's not happening, and it's not a national security threat. We know for a fact that it is. We've seen the impacts of severe weather events on installations year after year. Just look at Guam as a recent example. Over $50 billion in repairs will be needed on the installation on Guam, which were damaged by a typhoon last year. With all the military construction funding going to Guam, the infrastructure vulnerability on this island is very clear, and we must address it. And then there's Alaska. Alaska continues to experience melting permafrost, which damages runways and radar stations all across the state. We are spending sustainment and research dollars to protect these installations in the best way we can. By cutting climate programs, we harm resiliency, and folks, we're going to pay for it in the back end. Second, the bill cuts the security funding for the Ukraine Assistance Initiative. I recently met with President Zelensky, and he expressed how grateful the Ukrainian people were that the United States had finally delivered additional ammunition to help Ukraine repel Putin's invasion. We know this bill should include long-term assistance that Ukraine needs. This funding has been in the base bill, in fact, since 2016. The funding that we put in the base bill signals that the West stands with them in their fight for their own self-determination. And it's assistance that will continue to enhance Ukraine's military ability to work with NATO forces. But failure to continue funding that has long been standing, bipartisan support for Ukraine, it sends a terrible signal, and it will only embolden Putin. Third, the bill again limits the ability of our government to address disinformation. Our foreign adversaries use social media to spread disinformation here at home in the United States. Just look at what Russia did leading up to the invasion in Ukraine. Russia used social media to spread harmful lies about a non-existent Ukrainian-American chemical biological weapons program. None of it was true, none of it existed. What was true is that Russia had an active chemical weapons program of their own. They were in violation of the international obligations under the Chemical Weapons Convention. But this bill deprives the department of their responsibility to set the facts straight. It would let bad actors like Russia continue to spread disinformation unchallenged, and that's downright dangerous. Mr. Chair, regrettably at this time, I will be unable to vote for passage of this bill, and I cannot recommend it to my colleagues that they support it. And Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserved. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Texas, a member of the Defense Subcommittee, Mr. Elsie, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, I rise in strong support for this bill as a member of the Defense Appropriations Subcommittee. And I'd like to commend Chairman Calvert and his team behind us for an outstanding legislation that makes smart investments in our national defense. This bill invests in technology, innovation, and people with an eye on tomorrow while sustaining today's important platforms, such as the F-35 strike fighter. If we are to prioritize social issues over lethality, our enemies will take note. Our colleagues across the aisle seem to prioritize shaking a fist at Mother Nature over standing strong against our enemies. And make no mistake, this bill comes at a time of global conflict. And today seems a lot more like June 1938 than June 2024. In the Middle East, Iran is sponsoring Houthis to shut down commerce in the Red Sea, which directly affects prices here at home. They are sponsoring, training, funding, and directing Hamas and Hezbollah in conflict with our good friends in Israel. On the European continent, for the first time since the end of World War II and the formation of both NATO and the UN, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine foreshadows more imperial expansion and the desire to reconstitute the Soviet Union. On the Korean Peninsula, we are technically still at war. Finally, China is waging cyber warfare and chemical warfare here in our own homes, in our own border. Through the proliferation of fentanyl, all of the compounds of which come from China, they are killing our future cops, teachers, service members, and welders at numbers not seen since World War II, to the tune of 300 Americans every day. They aspire to control the entire South China Sea, the maritime highway for 1/3 of the world's commerce. If they shut that down, imagine what happens to prices here at home and indeed world trade. And with a jealous eye on Taiwan, they are watching our every move to understand how the U.S. responds, or more importantly, doesn't respond to unprovoked attacks on our allies. This bill counters those threats in a sensible way, and that's why I'm proud to support it. It
Gentleman's
contains
time has
investment
expired.
that I supported in satellite technology, and I'm proud of the works.
Seconds.
I'm proud
Gentleman
of the work.
is yielded another 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It contains important investments that I supported in satellite technology, advanced manufacturing, autonomous air and surface vehicles, tankers and fighter aircraft, cutting-edge software, and advanced projectiles. I'm proud of the work of the Appropriations Committee, and through this bill, we will maintain our edge and we will win if necessary. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the distinguished ranking member of the Appropriations Subcommittee, Ms. DeLauro, a great mentor.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the Republican majority's defense appropriations bill. First, I would also like to thank the majority and minority staff, particularly Jennifer Chartrand and Jason Gray, for their efforts, and my thanks, deep thanks, to Chairman Calvert and Ranking Member McCollum for their work on this bill. Unfortunately, I cannot support this bill at this time. With this bill, Congress has the unique and the solemn responsibility of appropriating the funds necessary to defend and to protect our nation. I come from a defense-dependent state. I understand the importance of making investments and the kinds of investments we make in this bill. But this bill still does not advance our national defense capabilities. There is a path laid out for us to responsibly strengthen America's national security and support our armed service members. But instead, under the majority's partisan process, we are considering a bill that promotes chaos in Congress over prioritizing our national security, and which sows division instead of supporting our service members' morale and unity. This bill undermines democracy here and around the world, and it disarms our military in the face of the climate crisis. Especially in an election year, we should not consider legislation that would neutralize the Departments of Defense ability to counter disinformation campaigns when we know foreign actors and our adversaries are seeking to meddle in our elections and our democratic processes. And why? After this Congress has repeatedly demonstrated broad bipartisan support for Ukraine in its fight against Russian tyranny, are we considering a bill that fails to fund the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, rewarding Russia? In addition to fighting Russian aggression, USAI helps Ukraine integrate with NATO and Western forces, directly supporting our broader national security and defense objectives. And recklessly, this bill ignores our military leaders. Even under President Trump, our military acknowledged and warned about the dangers of climate change, what it poses to our national security, our military assets, and our service members around the world. Secretary Mattis said in testimony to the Senate Armed Services Committee, and I quote, "Climate change is impacting stability in areas of the world where our troops are operating today. It is appropriate for the combatant commands to incorporate drivers of instability that impact the security environment in the areas into their planning," end quote. We ought to be ensuring our military's readiness and adaptability in the face of changing climate and worsening disasters, not denying the scientific and strategic reality of the threats that we face. Finally, this bill contains a laundry list of partisan proposals that divide Americans, divide the Congress, including provisions that hurt women and LGBTQ+ service members, obstruct diversity efforts. It furthers Republicans' goal of making abortion illegal nationally by making it harder for women in our military to obtain reproductive care. No woman deserves to have her health care and family planning decisions made by politicians, but especially those who have put their lives on the line to protect America's rights and freedoms. Every service member who wears our nation's flag is a critical piece of our national defense. American service members come from all over the country and the world. The sum of their skills, their determination, their experiences, and their perspectives is the greatest asset our military has. Fostering an environment where every American who would willingly put their lives on the line to protect and serve this nation feels that they are welcomed and supported should not be controversial. These policy riders do not belong in appropriations bills, and like last year, we will defeat them. But it is disappointing that we are going through this charade again, just months after Republicans and Democrats voted for the 2024 appropriations bills. And looking across all 12 appropriations bills, the majority is failing to meet the agreement signed into law. Democrats will accept nothing less than a 1% increase over 2024 in defense and non-defense funding. That is what the law provides for. I cannot support this bill. I urge my colleagues to focus on the end goal of funding our government and preserving America's military strength, rather than pushing messaging bills that have no future. Please join us at the table to protect our national security and our military readiness. It is time to govern. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Yes, I'd like to reserve.
From California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlelady from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, for the purpose of engaging in a colloquy.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the chairman very, very much for engaging me in this colloquy and for your work on this very important piece of legislation. Last year's National Defense Authorization Act, which passed on an overwhelmingly bipartisan basis, expressed serious concern that our nation's tactical fighter capacity is not sufficient to meet combatant commander warfighting requirements. Yet, the Air Force is proposing the premature closure of one of the United States' two major fighter manufacturing lines, the F-15EX. The F-15EX is a critical asset for the Air Force, and particularly for the National Guard. The National Guard's unfunded priorities list includes a request for additional EX production. If this line shuts down after fiscal year 2025, As proposed in the President's budget, the U.S. will be down to a single tactical aviation manufacturing line, and this is unacceptably risky. Over 44 members of Congress, Republicans and Democrats, supported the additional funding to keep the important F-15EX program going. I understand that top-line constraints this year present tough challenges, Mr. Chairman, but this manufacturing line is in my home state of Missouri, and it's a strategic asset and a national security imperative. May I have your commitment, sir, to work with me on the issue as the process continues?
I thank the gentlelady. This committee recognizes the importance and the role of the F-15EX. I thank the gentlewoman from Missouri for raising this issue, and I look forward to working with you as we move forward with this bill.
Well, I have to thank the chairman for agreeing to work with me on this critically important issue and for his leadership on this legislation and in so many other important things that come before this body. And I yield back.
Thank you.
Reserves.
I yield back.
A woman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Case.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the measure as currently drafted, and I do so with true regret, because hidden inside all of the rhetoric and surplusage of this measure as drafted is, in fact, the foundation of a solid and responsible bill to fund our national defense, as our chair and ranking member have both highlighted. And this is very regrettable overall, since our national defense funding measure has largely escaped these diversions and focused on the national defense. But instead, we have before us today, in reality, a proposal that is crippled by avoidance of inconvenient realities, sacrifice of long-term goals to short-term expediency, pandering to extreme viewpoints, and to my friend and colleague, the chair's comments and opening statements, too narrow, I believe, a definition of warfighting and military readiness. And especially telling in all of this is that in virtually all of these categories, our military disagrees with the deletions, with the cuts, with the initiatives. Our military has a broader view. Our military, I believe, does have the proper perspective on the panoply of efforts that are required for true warfighting and military readiness. There are many, many examples. We're going to hear about them. We already have. We're debating them in amendments. But I want to highlight two that are perhaps small in the big picture, but that I think illustrate exactly what the issue is that we face with this particular measure. First of all, I would highlight environmental remediation. Our military is obviously out there in our country and our world, and their activities have consequences to our environment. They are charged with avoiding those consequences and with remediating where there are consequences. And yet this particular bill would slash the environmental remediation and restoration activities budget, which is a small part in the big picture of the Defense Department's budget, by somewhere around 10%. This is of great concern to all of us, because this is part of warfighting and military readiness. And I would just cite a small example of this to make the point. In my home state of Hawaii, a major center of our military activities on the island of Maui, on the top of Mount Haleakala, the largest mountain there, is an effort by the U.S. Space Force to build 7 small telescopes that are critical to the national defense, as anybody that knows this knows. In the vicinity is an Air Force facility at which there was a fuel spill. And that fuel spill is being remediated by the Air Force right now. It is critical. The Air Force is committed to remediating it. It obviously needs the funding to do so. And whether the military, through the Air Force, does in fact remediate fully, fairly, and completely is a major issue to the community in whether they will support critically important Space Force telescopes. And so there's obviously a direct line in terms of the efforts to remediate to a national security interest, which I think we would all agree is truly in the range of military readiness. Another small example, the Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Program, or REPI, which includes the acquisition of real property interests in land from willing landowners to prevent development and encroachment around our military facilities, fulfills the military's own desire to protect native habitat, improve military installation resilience to climate change and extreme weather. This program is also the subject of the budget cutting knife under this program. The military wants REPI. They realize the benefit of REPI to their military readiness, to their warfighting capability. These, again, are very, very small examples, but I hope that they illustrate the basic point that when we take a look at the larger defense budget, if we allow ourselves to get distracted, to exercise denial tendencies, to focus on the short term without contemplating the long term, by taking extreme viewpoints into these areas, and again, by constructing too narrow a definition of warfighting and military readiness, we're going to miss the mark on this defense budget, and I believe in this draft we unfortunately have. Luckily, we're early in this process. I think there's plenty of room for us to debate and discuss these issues, and I very much hope that we correct these deficiencies and that we produce a bill, as I hope and believe we have in the past and will again, that I can support. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes. The gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the work that's been done on the underlying bill. I rise on behalf of my amendment, number 60, to H.R. 8774, the Department of Defense Appropriations Act for 2025. My amendment specifies that the United States Navy shall use $19.44 million to procure 40-foot patrol boats. The Navy has a stated need for these new boats to replace the old 38-foot boats' aging fleet. In today's battle environment, it's essential that we have the most advanced technology and capabilities. This is well understood. The 40-foot patrol boats are essential to the Navy's mission, and the Navy requires the shipyards by contract to be capable of producing one boat every 45 days in order to sustain maximum efficiency. Yet the Navy does not fully fund the program through the President's budget request year after year to ensure this objective is accomplished. My amendment does not increase the actual cost of the 40-foot patrol boat program. Instead, the amendment simply specifies within appropriations the funds needed for the efficiency of the Navy and the shipyards working together to build these vessels. Overall efficiency requires that the rate of funding match the rate of vessel production, and any pause in the delivery of funding leads to a loss of the existing workforce, the supply chain, the vendors, the materials, etc. So coordinating funding with production is essential, and we should support this common sense funding delivery adjustment, which is essentially what my amendment calls for. It's critical that we ensure our armed forces have the vessels and technology required to secure America. I will always advocate for a strong maritime industry that bolsters our national security and supports thousands of American jobs. I thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of my amendment, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I'd like to reserve my time as well.
The gentlewoman reserves. From California have any additional comment? The gentleman from California is now recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Iowa will defer.
Is Mr. Nunn here?
California is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from California, member of the Defense Subcommittee, Mr. Garcia, for 1 minute.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chair, and I want to thank the chairman of the subcommittee, Ken Calvert, who's been a true leader on this bill. I rise in support of it. The minority will talk about environmentalism and social justice messaging, but the reality is that this bill goes beyond those. We must remember that the goal of the military is to deter a war, and if unable to deter a war, to win a war. And today, especially, the pacing threat is China. This bill does just that. It helps us not only accelerate programs, but keep pace with China in a budget-constrained environment of only $833 billion. We are trying to gain efficiency so that it behaves like $1 trillion. And it supports all the weapon systems from high to low, B-21, supporting protecting U-2 classified programs. And in my opinion, the most important thing, a 20% pay raise for E-1s through E-4. So I strongly urge support of the Defense Appropriations Bill, and I applaud Chairman Calvert's leadership on this issue as we try to make the world a safer place, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve as well.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. This bill is a good bill. It moves the country in the right direction. I encourage all our members to support the bill, and I believe that with that, I am now happy to yield to the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 2
I
minutes.
just saw you. I want to thank the Speaker and the Chair for their work on H.R. 8774. Mr. Chairman, as a counterintelligence officer who operated against China, I've witnessed firsthand how the Chinese Communist Party can threaten our national security, and therefore this bill is critical to our nation's security. The Department of Defense Appropriations Act Fund will fight against Communist China by strengthening our military, deterring efforts, and investing in the next generation of military technology, innovation in our workforce. And so I thank Chairman Calvert for including my amendment to increase research in the development of cutting-edge drone technology. Wireless powered transfer to allow U.S.-made drones to provide endurance, long-range capability, and dual-use technology to help protect America both at home and abroad. This includes our border security, countering drugs and proliferation, allowing for extensive terrain mapping in the case of natural disasters, even air-to-air refueling, and certainly extending comms networks in contested environments. And most importantly, they are highly effective, low-cost capabilities with a high-yield impact when it comes to a kinetic conflict. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your leadership, the work of your committee, and I would urge members on both sides of the aisle to continue to support our advance in drone technology, domestically made, independent of China, for a safer, stronger America. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
Those gentleman from California reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
If I may inquire if the majority has any other speakers?
No additional speakers.
Then, Mr. Chair, I would like to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fiscal year 2024 appropriations process has been plagued by continuing resolutions and a wasted 5 months of this fiscal year. And I know Chairman Cole and Chairman Calvert agree with me that we live in an increasing dangerous world. I look forward to working with Chairman Calvert to improve this bill. We know how this process ends. The Protestant riders will come out just like they did in 2024. We have a blueprint on how to write these bills, and I'm ready to get the appropriations process back on track and not waste time as we did last year. Let's give our service members and their families a bipartisan defense bill they deserve, and I urge my colleagues at this time to oppose this bill. And Mr. Chair, I yield back.
General Lady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. An amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of the Rules Committee, print 118-40, shall be considered as adopted, and the bill is amended and shall be considered as an original bill for the purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. Amendments in block described in Section 3 of House Resolution 1316 and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of that resolution. Each further amendment printed in Part A of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read and shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, and shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 1316, and shall not be subject to a demand for the division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of further amendments printed in Part A of House Report 118-559 not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc considered pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 1316 shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment except as described in Section 4 of House Resolution 1316, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During the consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designee may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments, each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 1316, I offer an amendment in block.
The clerk shall designate the amendment en bloc.
En bloc number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 3, 6, 14, 18, 28, 31, 34, 42, 43, 44, 59, 75, 76, 80, 88, 89, 93, 95, 98, 99, 102, 104, 117, 119, 124, 125, 131, 134, 141, 143, 144, 146, 149, 155, 160, 161, 162, 182, 184, 185, 186, and 189, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-559, offered by Mr. Calvert of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from California, Ms. Calvert, and the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, these are non-controversial, bipartisan messaging amendments supported by both sides. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also support this amendment. As it was stated, it contains a series of bipartisan amendments in support of the members on both sides. We have no objections and encourage the adoption of this amendment. But, Mr. Chair, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amala.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member McCollum. Mr. Speaker, I hail from Rhode Island, the ocean state. We know a thing or two about the sea and protecting our national security. Unmanned undersea vehicles, or underwater drones, have become an increasingly important tool in our national security arsenal. This technology plays a critical role in Ukraine's counterattacks against Russia's naval aggression and helps allies monitor activity throughout the Indo-Pacific. Underwater drones allow our Navy to conduct dangerous and covert missions without putting American lives directly at risk. As we look at our naval inventory, it is clear the United States needs more underwater drones. We need them quickly, and we need them affordably. My amendment in this en bloc encourages the development of additive manufacturing of underwater drones. And my other amendment that will be considered later encourages the development and enhancement of the payload capabilities of underwater drones. Our ocean state is doing an excellent job to train workers, develop technology, and produce many of our underwater drones. I am proud to lead these amendments that will support good-paying jobs in Rhode Island and advance our national security. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman, any additional speakers? Reserved.
Mr. Chair, I have no other speakers, so I am prepared to yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields.
I urge adoption of the package and yield back.
The gentleman is back. The question is on amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 1316, I offer an amendment en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments number 2, 7, 10, 23, 26, 27, 30, 45, 48, 54, 60, 67, 77, 81, 82, 86, 90, 91, 100, 101, 110, 118, 120, 122, 132, 135, 142, 145, 151, 153, 156, 157, 158, 159, 169, 180, 183, 187, 188, and 190, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-559, offered by Mr. Calvert of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, and the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, will each control 10 minutes. I recognize the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, these are non-controversial bipartisan messaging amendments supported by both sides. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I support this amendment. As the other one, it contains a series of bipartisan amendments that are supported by members on both sides. So we have no objection, and we encourage the adoption of this amendment.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
Mr. Chair, we have no speakers, and I am prepared to yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady. I urge adoption of the package and yield back the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 1316, I offer an amendment en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 3, consisting of amendments numbered 1, 4, 5, 12, 16, 17, 21, 22, 24, 35, 37, 41, 49, 51, 65, 69, 70, 74, 78, 83, 97, 106, 112, 114, 123, 137, 138, 148, 150, 152, 154, 166, 168, 172, 173, 174, 175, 177, 178, 179, and 193, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-559, offered by Mr. Calvert of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, and the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, will each control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, these are non-controversial bipartisan amendments supported by both sides. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, once again, I support this amendment. It contains a series of bipartisan amendments in support of members on both sides. We have no objection. I encourage adoption of the amendment. And, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
For that, I have one speaker. I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Thompson, for 2 minutes.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairman for his leadership with this bill. I rise today in support of this en bloc, which includes an amendment that I was proud to introduce. Amendment 168 will restore funding for the Apex Accelerator Program to the fiscal year 24 enacted level. Apex Accelerators provide individualized, no-cost assistance and training for businesses to identify and compete for defense and other government contracts. With 97 Apex Accelerators across all 50 states. This program serves as the axis for existing and new businesses to strengthen the defense industrial base by accelerating innovation, fostering ingenuity, and bolstering diverse supply chains. The success of the Apex Accelerators program speaks for itself. In 2023 alone, Apex Accelerators counseled more than 62,000 businesses who received more than $28 billion in contracts. Our nation faces unprecedented national security challenges. We must continue to invest in our small businesses to spur innovation, strengthen a resilient supply chain, and diversify our industrial base. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I urge my colleagues to support this en bloc, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm happy to yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman for California for yielding. Today, I rise to support my amendment to provide the Navy Science and Technology for Nuclear Reentry Systems with $5 million for the Next Generation Control System, ensuring that it's budget neutral. In an era where our adversaries are ramping up their nuclear capabilities, we face growing threats that demand a swift and decisive response. The strategic community is clamoring for upgrades to our aging weapons delivery systems, and the development of this next generation control system is vital. This technology will minimize delays and enable precise vehicle control at hypersonic speeds. We are in a new Cold War with China, and complacency is not an option. My amendment will ensure America leads in innovation, maintaining our military's unparalleled superiority. I also support Representative Trahan's amendment number 173. Our brave men and women in uniform currently face a dangerous technology gap in close quarters reconnaissance and intelligence during combat and rescue missions. The Army Special Operations Command is addressing this with tactical throwable cameras, providing a real-time, life-saving situational awareness. This small tool can make a huge impact, saving countless lives. The only hurdle is the funding required for the Army's operational evaluation, a critical step towards procurement. We owe it to our troops to provide them with the best tools to succeed on the battlefield, and this technology is crucial for their success. Mr. Speaker, these amendments are not just about technology or budget lines. They're about safeguarding our nation and ensuring that our troops have what they need to protect and serve. I urge my colleagues to support these amendments in en bloc today and for the security and the future of our country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge the adoption of the package and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment en bloc offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. What purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 1316, I offer an amendment en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 4, consisting of amendments numbered 9, 11, 13, 19, 20, 32, 33, 36, 38, 39, 40, 46, 50, 52, 53, 55, 61, 62, 64, 66, 68, 73, 79, 87, 92, 94, 103, 105, 107, 108, 109, 111, 121, 136, 165, 170, 176, 181, 191, and 192, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Calvert of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, and the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, will each control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, these are non-controversial bipartisan amendments supported by both sides. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I support this amendment, and it contains, once again, bipartisan amendments that members on both sides have agreed to. We have no objections. We encourage the adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have no additional speakers. With that, I urge the adoption of the package and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, pursuant to House Resolution 1316, and offer an amendment in block.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
5, consisting of amendments numbered 8, 15, 47, 63, 84, 85, 96, 113, 115, 116, 126, 127, 128, 130, 147, and 167, printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-559, offered by Mr. Calvert of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, and the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. McCollum, will each control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Chair, these are non-controversial bipartisan amendments supported by both sides. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I support this amendment, and as all the others, it contains a series of bipartisan amendments in support of members on both sides of the aisle. We have no objections, and we encourage the adoption of this amendment. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the gentleman from California for yielding. I rise today to support my amendment that seeks to bring much-needed attention to the development and procurement of advanced medical devices specifically designed for the treatment and prevention of infections associated with osseointegrated prosthetics. Osseointegrated prosthetics are cutting-edge technology that involves directly anchoring a prosthetic limb to the bone, offering improved mobility and comfort for amputees compared to traditional prosthetics. Our service members who have sacrificed so much for our nation deserve nothing less than the best care that we as a nation can provide them. This work, however, extends beyond our heroes in uniform. It has the potential to significantly impact the lives of thousands of Americans who have lost limbs and are determined to regain their independence and continuing to live full and productive lives. The challenge of infections in osseointegrated prosthetics is a serious one, with potential complications that can hinder recovery and diminish quality of life. But by prioritizing the availability of effective treatments and preventative measures, we can ensure that all Americans, whether they're veterans or civilians, receive the highest standard of care. This will not only reduce complications, but also promote faster recovery and better outcomes overall. I urge my colleagues to support the en bloc, which includes this amendment, and by doing so, we stand with our service members, our veterans, and every American facing the trials of limb loss. We send a message to those families that their struggles are not forgotten, and their journey to recovery and well-being is a priority for this Congress. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the package and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendments en bloc offered from by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 25 will not be offered. Yeah, I could have done that. It's now in order to consider amendment number 29, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
Does the gentlewoman arise as a designee of the gentleman from Georgia?
No. 56.
It's now in order to consider amendment number 56, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment uses the Holman Rule to slash Secretary Lloyd Austin's salary to no more than $1. Lloyd Austin has failed in his role as Secretary of Defense and has jeopardized the national security of the United States. He botched the American withdrawal from Afghanistan, which resulted in the deaths of 13 American soldiers, along with the abandonment of American civilians and military equipment. This remains today as a large stain on our nation and a wound in every veteran that served in Afghanistan's hearts. He is in large part responsible for handing over control of Afghanistan to the Islamic extremists, the Taliban. During Secretary Austin's tenure, military recruitment has reached historic lows. Instead of recruiting new soldiers, Secretary Austin has focused his efforts on purging the military through oppressive vaccine mandates and so-called extremism stand-downs. More than 8,000 troops were kicked out of the military for refusing the vaccine. Thousands more sought religious and medical exemptions, many of which were still pending when the DoD rescinded the mandate. For too long, our soldiers have been punished because the current administration is hell-bent on forcing them to take a dangerous vaccine and submit to this practice. We also don't know how many of our military members have been harmed by these vaccine mandates, and we know they have been harmed. While the United States is being ravaged by an invasion at our southern border, Lloyd Austin prefers to continue to write blank checks for Ukraine. Lloyd Austin's open-ended support of Ukraine has depleted our defense capabilities and pushed the United States even closer to World War III. Secretary Austin has betrayed the American people and lost the public's trust. The American people should no longer have to reward his failures by paying his salary. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise to lay claim to the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman from California claims time in opposition. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, gentlemen. The Secretary of Defense serves at the pleasure of the President of the United States. He implements the President's policies. We have many ways of addressing our serious differences with the Department and this administration. We've done so on multiple occasions, and we have done so within this bill. I oppose this amendment and reserve the balance of my time, and I believe to yield to the gentlelady before I reserve one.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I thank the chairman of the full committee, and I'm very disappointed by these types of amendments that have been offered today to call Secretary Austin, who's dedicated his life into service to the United States for over 41 years in the Army, and he rose to the rank of 4-star general. I could go on with his accomplishments, but this is a man who's a patriot for our country, certainly someone who has not betrayed the American people. And I thank the chairman for the time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would argue that the families of the 13 American soldiers who were killed in the failure, the withdrawal in Afghanistan, do not agree with her statement, my colleague across the aisle. This nation is too important. Our national security is too important, and our military members are too important to be under the direction and the leadership of Lloyd Austin, who failed our entire military, failed our country in Afghanistan. Also, our country deserves defense, and our country and our states are left defenseless when the DoD's main focus is securing borders in foreign countries, specifically Ukraine. It moved me to anger when I heard Lloyd Austin directly tell me that our cousins, our uncles, and our sons could be sent to fight on the ground in Ukraine one day. And I think that's appalling. When 300 Americans are being killed by fentanyl every single day, when Americans, young women are being raped and murdered by illegal aliens, and this is becoming something so frequent in the news that it's shocking and appalling, this is absolutely not what the DOD is supposed to be for. The DOD should be defending America and defending our national security. I think that Lloyd Austin, and I think many Americans would agree, that the Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin's salary should be reduced to $1, because that is the exact job performance that he's given to America and our national security. Also, it is absolutely embarrassing that young people today do not want to serve in our military. Having the lowest recruitment numbers in probably history is appalling. It's embarrassing. And I urge my colleagues, I urge this House to pass my amendment. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate having expired, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask for the recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 57, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment would ensure that no additional military funding is authorized for the war in Ukraine. To date, Congress has appropriated $174.2 billion, American hard-earned taxpayer dollars, in emergency supplemental funding for Ukraine. Of this amount, about $116 billion, 67% has been provided through the U.S. Department of Defense. While our southern border is invaded by murderers, rapists, and terrorists, the Biden administration cares more about protecting the borders of Ukraine than the country he swore to protect and that many people in this body swore to protect. Now Ukraine is using American weapons to bomb civilian beaches in Russian territory. Ukraine is recruiting an untold number of their own men in Ukraine to fight in this war that they cannot win. And anyone that says Ukraine can win is being completely dishonest. We know how they will respond, how Russia will respond, because they already are. Just recently, we saw reports of Russian warships off the coast of Florida in the Caribbean. How much longer will the United States provoke Russia before we fall into World War III? Or have American boots on the ground in Ukraine, which the American people do not support? As a matter of fact, over half of America thinks that the U.S. is not only spending too much money to help Ukraine, they disagree with the war. In a recent CBS poll, over 60% of Republicans do not support additional aid to Ukraine. And even 1 in 4 Democrats don't support it anymore. By the way, we're at $34.5 trillion in debt. It's unreal that anyone in this body who votes to appropriate money can go home to their folks in their district and say, oh yeah, more of your money should be put in debt to go defend some country that most of you can't find on a map. It's truly disturbing to watch American taxpayers' dollars, their hard-earned money, go down the drain because this government, this body, and many people in Washington think they have to go fight a war or pay for a war and send weapons to a war in a country that does not touch our borders. But yet we are completely ignoring the war on our own border, the war on our own people that is waged on us every single day by the cartels. I can't understand why we can't come together in this United States House of Representatives to defend the American people and recognize who our true enemies are. People that are invading our country from over 160 countries around the world. The cartels, organized crime, international crime organizations that are murdering Americans every single day, trafficking children, trafficking women, trafficking drugs. That's the only thing that we should be talking about. And if we have a Department of Defense, that should be our focus. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota claims the time in opposition. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to be putting into the record a letter dated November 1st, 2023, and it is signed by some distinguished members of this body. Roger Whitaker, Ranking Member of Senate Armed Services Committee, James E. Rush, Ranking Member of State Foreign Relations Committee, Chairman Mike Rogers, Armed Services Committee, and Chairman McCall, Chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. The gentlewoman is certainly entitled to her own opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The gentlewoman is certainly entitled to her own opinion, but the reason why I'm entering this letter into the record is that there are members on her side of the aisle that strongly disagree with her original statement talking about how weapons are used. And so I'll just read a couple highlights, and thank you for accepting the letter. It says, Dear President Biden, we welcome reports that your administration has finally provided some limited range Army tactical missiles of shorter range. And although this transfer is a positive step on the job, the ATACMS is only half done. We urge you to provide a unitary warhead variant of the ATACMS, which has a substantial longer range than the ones that they're currently using, the MPINs. The Ukrainian requirement for deep strike capability remains urgent, particularly to long-range targets throughout Crimea. And it goes on to say, Ukraine has requested the long-range ATACMS. Ukraine has demonstrated the ability to employ long-range missiles in a responsible and effective manner. In other words, they are asking in a letter that they sent that these ATACMS be given to Ukraine to the full inventory that they can use to do the strikes that Ukraine thinks that they need to do. So I just wanted to point out, Mr. Chair, that even in the other side of the aisle, the Republican side of the aisle, there's a difference of opinion from what the gentlewoman stated. I want to point out that the majority's already eliminated funding for Ukraine in the Security Assistance Initiative in this bill, something the chairman and I disagree on in the way that it's done. So we have another amendment that will also prohibit any further support to Ukraine as they fight to, from an illegal invasion in their country. It's just morally wrong, in my opinion. Putin's attempting to rewrite the map of Europe, and he's doing it through force. He's doing it in violation of international law. He is deliberately killing civilians. He's attacking hospitals, daycare centers. They're targeting grocery stores. And on top of that, something that I find very, very disturbing is the kidnapping of Ukrainian children. Well, Putin and his thugs, they're committing war crimes on a mass scale. And the United States and the democracies around the world must continue to strongly oppose him. If we do not, then he and other authoritarian leaders will do something like this again, either in Ukraine or somewhere else in the world. America is not alone in our military support for Ukraine. Our NATO and European allies have provided close to $50 billion in military assistance. We're donating tanks, air defense systems, artillery, vehicles, rockets, and infantry fighting vehicles. And the list does go on. Let us not abandon our EU and NATO allies now. Let us not abandon Ukraine. I know there are those who have expressed concerns about how some of the munitions are being provided to Ukraine, particularly cluster munitions. And we have an amendment to consider that deal and how to specifically work on that. And I understand the difficult position that Ukraine and President Zelensky have been in respect to shortage of ammunition because of our failure to get the funding to them on time. The Ukrainian people, Mr. Chair, they did not ask for this war. They did not ask for their children to be kidnapped, and they did not ask for their economy to be destroyed. And they face daunting odds against Russian forces. They've taken up the mantle to defend themselves, their values, and their democratic principles. And I believe they deserve our continued support. So I urge my colleagues full-heartedly to oppose this amendment. And, Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
In reserves, the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time is there remaining?
The gentlewoman has 1 minute and a half.
Thank you. It's no wonder that Congress has a 13% approval rating from the American people, because Congress is an absolute failure to the American people. It's put the American people in $34.5 trillion in debt because of the ridiculous decisions to make our American military the world police and make our government the biggest charity in the world, just giving away all of this money, enslaving Americans in debt. It's also a complete lie to say you support Ukraine while you support funding the continual murder of Ukrainians in a war Ukraine cannot win. The Russian population is 144 million. Ukraine's population is 38 million. And the fact is, Ukraine is going to run out of men that are going to die on that battlefield while America beats their chest and talks about Putin every single day and keeps sending money and keeps sending weapons and keeps causing these people to die. We should be pushing for peace in Ukraine. And if we're going to defend America, we should be fighting for together, all of us, for our own border and for our own American people that we swore an oath to defend. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I want to be clear. The Russians attacked Ukraine. Ukraine decided enough that they were going to stand up for their rights, for their values, for their people. And we as democracies around the world have stood together with Ukraine. It's the right thing to do. Vote no on this amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia arise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 58, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in favor of my amendment number 58, H.R. 8774, which prohibits classified teleworking and remote working for DoD employees. The COVID-19 pandemic is over, and House Republicans in the 118th Congress prioritized returning the federal workforce to the office and cracking down on wasted federal office space. To this extent, last year I sponsored an amendment to the fiscal year 24 DoD appropriations bill blocking routine and regular telework and remote working, ensuring that DoD personnel who defend the nation operate largely in a classified environment are in the office. I want to thank Chairman Calvert and the committee, as similar language is in this year's bill. But since last year, new DoD policy may thwart the return to office needs of the government, while also raising serious national security concerns. On January 8, 2024, the DoD Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Personnel and Readiness updated the department's telework and remote work policies for the first time since 2012. Under this new policy, DoD personnel are qualified for telework and remote work when, quote, the duties of the position do not require more than occasional handling, discussion, or possession of classified material, end quote. In short, if you handle classified information, you still qualify to work from home. While this policy permits the handling of information just up to the collateral secret level, it requires the DoD to provide the employee with a classified teleworking device, which means more resources and spending simply to accommodate telework desires in a job not compatible with that style of work. This is not the only development, as the Space Force has awarded contracts for the development of a digital environment to integrate classified and non-classified work from a remote location as well. Reporting on the development of this software already shows that there is an interest in elevating this technology to top secret and special access program level. Mr. Chairman, the development of these technologies and DoD policies for classified remote and telework are a new concerning trend. They risk delaying the return of the federal workforce to the office. A personnel traditionally exempt from telework and remote work are now being brought into the system versus focusing on bringing everyone back. It also raises significant national security concerns. Homes, coffee shops, and other places people choose to remote work from are simply not as secure as a DoD facility. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim the time in opposition.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota claims the time in opposition. Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I understand the desire for all of us to return to pre-COVID sense of normal work routines. But I want to be very clear. This is a total ban on telework, and it's excessive. I work in the classified realm more than I ever thought I would when I became a member of Congress with my duties that I have, especially as ranking member and former chair of the Defense Committee. And I can assure you that our staff does not take classified work home and do telework from home. They don't. People don't do that. This is a total ban on telework. And I believe there's certain circumstances where telework may be necessary. Let me give you an example that hit close to home. For example, in 2001, I had to close my office in Washington because of an anthrax scare. That was before we had laptops and we were well organized. And my staff, they worked from home and sometimes worked in a home together. They were able to get things done for the people that I represent. And I want to thank my staff for working under those extraordinary circumstances. Now we have the technology that will allow people to work from home when it makes sense to do that. Telework, there isn't a need to shut down the government for snow days anymore. If power's available, people work from home. They keep the government going. Additionally, the federal government, including the DoD, is in competition with the private sector for certain types of workers. Many private sector jobs offer telework as an option. Without being able to have this flexibility, we may find ourselves in a more difficult position to fill jobs and to provide services to our constituents. Telework doesn't make sense for every single employee all the time, but options should be available to the department to improve the quality of life for its workers when it makes sense. And I would urge my colleagues to oppose this total ban on telework. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
While I'd like to assume that our federal employees charged with handling sensitive information will always act responsibly, we cannot control human nature and therefore cannot control where these DoD systems will be opened up in the public. Further, the DoD facilities themselves protect information from intrusion, such as physical break-ins or cyber threats of bad actors seeking access to our information. The security simply cannot be guaranteed in every household of the DoD workforce. I want to quote the director of a company developing this technology for the Space Force. In an article discussing the software and development, the director stated, You can't just pop your laptop up at Starbucks. Some of the things within that user agreement would be, you're in a closed space, there's no windows, there's no one else home, your cell phone isn't with you, things of that nature, end quote. What is being described here is a SCIF, something that DoD personnel only have access to at work and not at home. Outside the office, even equipped with new technologies, there is too much unpredictability for the handling of classified information, and these policies should not be allowed to go forward. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll just make another statement, and then I'll yield back my time. Let's be really clear here. This is a total ban on working from home. Now, I will state it again, I work in the classified area. The chairman and I work with people in the Intelligence Committee. And I can guarantee you, even in our committee, when things are passed out to members, do we not collect them back, Mr. Chair? People are not taking classified work home to do tele-home work. If they're taking anything out of this chamber, out of this building, out of any of the departments where it's secured and should not leave, they should be prosecuted to the full extent because they're breaking the law. This is a total ban on telework. We shouldn't support this amendment, and we should work really hard to make sure that when telework is available, it makes sense, it delivers things for our constituents, and it makes our government run more efficiently. With that, I'm just going to yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
I believe that my colleague is misunderstanding the policy that is being proposed by the Department of Defense. This doesn't relate to people on your committee work. This has to do with the policy that was proposed by the DoD office on January 8th, 2024, that would allow DoD personnel to occasionally handle, discuss, or process of classified material in an at-home or away-from-work setting. The purpose of the amendment is to prohibit that. So the idea that this is a total ban on telework for members of staff of Congress, that has absolutely nothing to do with this. This is directly related to the DoD Office of Undersecretary Personnel and Readiness policies that were updated earlier this year. So there's clearly a misunderstanding by my colleagues on the other side as to what the purpose of this amendment is.
Woman's time has expired.
Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 71 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 72, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 72, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My bipartisan amendment would prevent funding from this bill to be used to require the Defense Department to create what is called an unfunded priorities list. This list that DoD is required to send to Congress is simply a wish list of things that individual commanders and generals would like to fund. It has not gone through the level of prioritization and vetting that all of the other things that come in the budget do. In preparing the White House budget request, the Commander-in-Chief, in consultation with top military brass, determines what is necessary to defend the country based on a holistic analysis of our national security needs. By definition, anything that is in an unfunded priorities list has already been determined to be extraneous by the President, the Secretary of Defense, and the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This practice that wasn't even mandatory until the passage of the fiscal 17 NDAA does not serve the national security interests of the United States or the interests of our taxpayers. These wish lists are packed with billions of dollars of excessive line items, this year totaling more than $27.5 billion on top of the $850 billion requested by the White House and a 50% increase from last year. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bipartisan and common sense amendment. And I want to thank my Republican colleagues, Congressman McClintock and Congressman Davidson, as well as Congressman Garamendi, who have joined me to rein in this wasteful spending that has no benefit to our national security. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman from California claims the time in opposition. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Unfunded priority lists are an important tool to provide Congress with unfiltered information on what our military services and combatant commanders need. This has been the law of the land since fiscal year 2017. Unfunded priority lists give military services and the combatant commanders a direct channel to Congress, which allows Congress to make more informed decisions. I urge a no vote and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield a minute to my distinguished colleague from Minnesota, the ranking member, Betty McCollum.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I thank the gentlewoman for the time. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my colleague's amendment. We should also be supporting funding for national security. But should any department or agency really get an opportunity to request additional funding that's outside of the president's request by any administration's request, either all agencies should have the authority to do it or none of them should. This should not be unique to the armed forces and the combatant commanders if it's such a good idea. The service chiefs, they appear before the committee each year to discuss how their budgets meet the needs included in the National Defense Strategy. Most of the battalion commanders also testify annually before the committee. Congress is able to assess with stringent oversight what we believe the country needs for its national security. Therefore, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment. And if this really is such a fabulous idea that we have these unfunded opportunity lists, then we should do it for the EPA. We should do it for the National Park Service. I could think of a lot of things that the American public would like to know about if this is such a good idea that aren't able to be funded in current time in a president's budget. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I understand that it's critical for Congress to engage with the Pentagon to accurately meet our country's national security needs. But we don't have to spend billions of dollars on wish lists and what-ifs to accomplish that. And I would just say that the ranking member is absolutely right. If this is such a great idea for this agency, let's do it for all the agencies. If it's not a great idea for all the agencies, we shouldn't be doing it for the Department of Defense. Let's be clear. If military leaders want more funding for their wish lists, there is nothing in this amendment that would prevent DoD from supplying an unfunded priorities list to Congress, but this process should be optional, just as it was 8 years ago. On top of that, most combatant commanders already testify before Congress ahead of the appropriations process, so Congress can understand their needs without these wish lists that undercut the president's budget request. By law, individual generals and commanders are required to go around the commander-in-chief and military leadership to Congress to ask for superfluous line items that serve mainly to line the pockets of defense contractors. This is corruption, plain and simple. These lists get in the way of our military's stated priorities. For example, the House passed NDAA authorized funding for some of the Army's unfunded priorities while making substantial cuts to the requested amounts for the Army's 3 largest accounts. This is despite Army Chief of Staff General Randy George specifically requesting that none of the Army's unfunded priorities displace anything on the Army's fiscal 25 budget request. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this sensible, bipartisan amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington
I
rise?
ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Washington will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 129, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 129, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Moore of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of Amendment 129 that would cut $4.19 million from the DoD climate change research and reallocate that funding for the enhancement for the Army's unmanned ground vehicles, or UGVs. I want to start off by thanking my friend and colleague from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for co-sponsoring this important amendment. Mr. Chairman, we should not be focusing on climate change research at the Department of Defense. Instead, we should be preparing for the next conflict and ensure that our military is lethal and ready for combat. According to the presidential budget item justification for this project submitted by the Office of Secretary of Defense, they claim that climate change will impact a full range of U.S. military operation environments. That is complete hogwash. Do we really think China cares about climate change and impacts their operations based on environment? Absolutely not. To better protect American service members from enemy fire, we should upgrade unmanned systems that operate in enemy environments. UGVs have already demonstrated their transformative potential on the battlefield. They can perform a wide range of tasks, from reconnaissance to surveillance to logistics to explosive ordnance disposal, without putting human lives at risk. By increasing our investment in these technologies, we can significantly reduce the casualties and injuries among our troops, ensuring that fewer families will have to face the heartache of loved ones being harmed in the line of duty. Moreover, enhancing our UGV capabilities will give us a strategic edge over our adversaries. As geopolitical tensions rise and threats become more and more sophisticated, having a fleet of advanced UGVs will enable our forces to respond swiftly and effectively to any threat. These vehicles can operate in environments that are too dangerous and inaccessible for humans, providing critical support in situations where conventional vehicles or personnel could be compromised. This amendment aligns DoD dollars towards closing the most urgent warfighting gaps rather than funding climate research that does nothing to enhance national defense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition.
Gentleman from Hawaii claims the time in opposition. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, let's take a look at the actual language of the amendment. I've heard the arguments from my colleague about what this amendment does, but when you take a look at the actual language of the amendment, what you discover is uncertainty all over the place. First of all, let's start with the stated goal of cutting climate research from the defense-wide research and development budget. Well, this doesn't specify that in the amendment itself. It talks about the defense-wide research and development budget. So I guess that means all defense research and development that in any way, shape, or form may be linked in some way, shape, or form to evaluating the effects of the climate on defense research and development. That's number one. So we don't really know what this amendment is doing in that department. And similarly, we have no idea what the increase in the Army's budget for unmanned ground vehicles is really all about. It's just a general increase. And so on a very basic level, the amendment just fails for lack of certainty and for direction to the Defense Department. But let's be clear about what this amendment is actually all about. And I take for granted that the gentleman, in fact, wants to increase funding for unmanned ground vehicles, but at the expense of further climate-related activities within the Department of Defense. We, of course, had this discussion in the Appropriations Committee. This is a long-standing discussion, and already this bill fails because it cuts $621 million out of the defense budget in climate change programs that were in the President's budget. This bill was screened, was scrubbed, was word searched for anything that said climate change, and what was yielded was any program that said climate change in quotes quote, climate change, unquote. I suspect that they found some more somewhere that just had the word climate in them at this point, and that is where this 4.9 million, in fact, comes from. And we have had the discussion on the merits. This is contrary to what our own military believes is necessary. And I quote again from the DoD's own climate risk analysis, the Department of Defense's climate risk analysis. And it focuses on the Indo-Pacific in this case, where we certainly have these issues. Quote, in the Indo-Pacific, sea level rise and more extreme weather events complicated the security environment, place key DoD warfighting infrastructure and surrounding communities at risk, and challenge local capacity to respond. This is our military talking. This is why our military opposes the reduction in $621 million to start with, much less to conduct any research. And you need look no further than our activities in the Department of Defense in the Indo-Pacific, in Korea, Okinawa, Japan, Guam, and Palau, just to start with, where we're investing billions and billions of dollars. Shall we not ask what the impact of climate change is in those installations, in those activities? And by the way, shall we not just provide for resilience, which is basically trying to determine what the actual hardening of those facilities or other activities is. But let's just wipe out research altogether, because that's the target here, of course, is research. This is not the right approach from the perspective of a reasoned military overall. This is not the right approach from the perspective of certainty in terms of what we are designating. This amendment should not be adopted. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
My colleague, Rep. Strong from North Alabama.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Representative Moore. Mr. Chair, I rise in support of this amendment and in support of the Army's continued investment in unmanned ground vehicle technology. It is an Army priority to provide commanders on the ground with enhanced situational awareness and increased flexibility on the modern battlefield. This plus-up would take a step in the right direction, fill existing command and control capability gaps that would hinder our warfighter on the front lines. I've been proud to support the provisions in this NDAA defense appropriation bill the past 2 cycles, not only because of the work done in Huntsville, Alabama, but because this is addressing a critical national security need. This is why I'm here, to do what is best for national security. I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, increasing funds for Army UGVs is not just a matter of military necessity. It is an investment in safety, security, and the future of our nation. Let us act decisively to equip our forces with tools they need to protect and serve. I urge the adoption of my amendment, Mr. Chairman, and with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Hawaii is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate my colleagues being focused on the unmanned ground vehicle program, and obviously that's where they are focused. I would simply close by making the observation we can have that debate. This is a matter of priorities as to whether we invest in the unmanned ground vehicle program, but we should do it with certainty. We should do it with direction. We should not do it at the expense, the further expense of any research and development related to the impacts of climate on military readiness and warfighting capabilities. We should oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The purpose is the gentleman from Hawaii seek recognition.
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 133 will not be offered. It's now in order to consider Amendment number 139, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 139, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Section 1260H was established by the fiscal year 21 NDAA to blacklist Chinese companies with close ties to the People's Liberation Army, as well as other companies, so-called civil military fusion contributors. The FY 2023 NDAA went even further, applying sanctions for those entities on the list. Section 1260H additionally certainly hurts a company's shareholder value, which is the point. It protects American investors from unwittingly supporting companies underwriting China's military modernization and or genocide. This amendment simply ensures that for the coming fiscal year, the Biden administration cannot remove any CCP company designated for the Department of Defense Section 1260H list. I understand there is similar language in the underlying bill, but the language has a waiver so broad you could drive a Chinese tank through it. I'm therefore offering it as a standalone to continue to push for full funding prohibition. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Gentlewoman from Minnesota claims the time in opposition. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition. As was pointed out, Section 1260H of FY21 NDAA requires the Secretary of Defense to maintain a list of Chinese military companies that's operating directly or indirectly in the United States and publicly report such a list. And this list is required to be submitted annually until December 31st, 2030. And we have oversight over that, and we should exercise our oversight. And the NDAA gave the Secretary the authority to make additions and deletions to the list in subsection B3. The FY25 bill already includes this provision consistent with current law. So this has been the law since FY 2021 when the NDAA required the Secretary of Defense to maintain these lists. The amendment would remove the Secretary's ability to modify the list, and it's an expansion of current law. If the Secretary were to modify the list, Congress would know about it, and Congress could do its oversight, due diligence, if they thought there was something out of order. So given that the bill already includes this language and the amendment would remove the authority of the Secretary to make the necessary judgments, I oppose this amendment. Because this amendment, and if the gentleman can correct me if I'm wrong, would suppose that the Secretary would disregard the law flagrantly and not fulfill their obligation. And I believe the Secretary will, whether it's a Republican Secretary of Defense or a Democratic Secretary of Defense, fulfill the law, do their work correctly. Congress sees the report, and if Congress thinks that there's something amiss, we do our oversight. With that, I oppose the amendment, and I do reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
This amendment is necessitated by the fact that at every opportunity, our president has chosen to placate rather than punish China. Appeasement has long been a failed strategy, and it continues to fail us today. Last year, Joe Biden unilaterally removed 27 CCP entities from the Commerce's unverified list, all to ensure that Gina Raimondo could simply secure a meeting with her CCP counterpart. Similarly, in November, Joe Biden removed an agency of China's police, an agency which uses DNA to collect genetic information on Uyghur detainees from Commerce's entity list. Joe Biden made this decision on a mere commitment from China that they would cooperate with us on confronting drug trafficking. Well, I can tell you that the drug overdoses in my state last night and your state last night and his state last night would conflict with this idea that China is cooperating with us, that they're doing anything to stem the flow of precursor chemicals for fentanyl into this country. So this amendment is quite necessary. And she's right. It amends the law. It removes the secretary's ability to do so, and it puts Joe Biden in a box where hopefully he can't get lost. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I'm in opposition. I have the right to close, do I not, Mr. Chair?
The gentleman is correct.
Then I will reserve my time for now.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, increased scrutiny of these companies is a national security imperative, and delisting these companies, these Chinese military companies, cooperators in genocide and proponents of the PLA's military modernization must be an absolute non-starter. We've got to put America first, whether that's our border, whether that's commerce, and most certainly our military. And we've got to take a stand and put Biden in his place and not let him delist these companies for political or monetary gain. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Chair, the gentleman who's offering the amendment is entitled to his opinions. But I do believe when we are talking about the President of the United States on the House floor, are we not supposed to refer to Mr. Biden as the President? I see the parliamentarians are discussing this. I won't ask for any more time to have you answer the question because they would give you the advice on that. But there have been times, Mr. Chair, when I've been in your position, when things were happening pretense before about conversations, and it was my understanding, but I'll move forward. The gentleman, as I said, he's entitled to his own opinion, and his opinion is that he does not trust the President of the United States, and he does not trust the Secretary of Defense. I do. I believe that they will carry forward and uphold the law. The gentleman did point out something about these precursor drugs that I think the gentleman and the chair and I both agree with, and that is China needs to crack down on them more. That means we need to crack down on China. But as soon as we list one of these chemical combinations, they come up with another one. So I've been urging, along with other people in the White House, is to figure out how we write this in a way that we can make sure that we capture all these chemicals that are used to murder Americans. And the last thing I would say on that, we just did the border security bill, the Homeland Security bill, and some of the technology provisions that would have allowed us to capture a lot of this at the border, unfortunately, were cut by the Republicans' bill that they put forward. So there's work to do. I agree, but I do trust the Secretary of Defense. I do trust the President of the United States to uphold the law of the land. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor so signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 140, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 140, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This is an important issue. We're going to talk about RIMPAC for a moment. It has direct impacts on Taiwan and then also the United States of America, our beloved country. RIMPAC, Rim of the Pacific, is the world's largest international maritime warfare exercise involving the coordination with dozens of countries. The 2024 RIMPAC exercise will showcase the participation of nearly 30 countries, 40 surface ships, 3 submarines, 14 national land forces, over 150 aircraft, and personnel, almost 25,000. RIMPAC promotes a free, open Indo-Pacific, which itself promotes fairly common sense priorities, including that all nations, big and small, have the right to freedom of the seas and the right to pursue economic growth consistent with international law and the principles of fair competition. This vital naval exercise deepens interoperability and resiliency with our allies and partners. It serves as a bulwark against malign major powers. It pursues deterrence for the sake of peace and stability. Genocidal nations like the People's Republic of China have no business going anywhere near RIMPAC exercises. This amendment would defund enforcement of subsection B of Section 1259 of the John S. McCain National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2019. That subsection is a waiver that, if utilized, would effectively allow the People's Republic of China to participate alongside the United States Navy in the RIMPAC exercises. No questions asked. Consider just how peculiar it is that the Chinese Communist Party, our adversary, can be eligible to participate in this naval exercise. And it's all because of a waiver Congress wrote several years ago. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? The gentlewoman from Minnesota claims the time in opposition. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
And the reason why I claim opposition to this amendment is completely unnecessary. Of course, China does not participate in the Rim of the Pacific, or RIMPAC, as it was referred to. RIMPAC is a tool that we use to build alliances with our allies. It is an opportunity to deter China's activities. So why would the Department of Defense invite them in? They're not going to. This is another attempt by the majority to load up this bill with unnecessary provisions. It will only delay us from moving forward with the conference negotiations with the Senate. If you have a problem with the way the authorizers wrote the bill, I suggest you go to the authorizing committee, Mr. Chair. This is the Appropriations Committee. And I full well know that the Department of Defense is not going to be inviting China to join us in RIMPAC. This is unnecessary. Provisions like this just make the process take longer. It's wasting time and money. And I think the gentleman, he's entitled to his opinions, and his opinion, once again, is he does not trust the President of the United States or the Secretary of Defense to make decisions that are not only lawful, but are in the best interest of this country. So I oppose the amendment, and I'm going to reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Keep in mind that China is a country that steals hundreds of billions of dollars worth of U.S. intellectual property every year. They commit espionage against the United States on an unparalleled scale every year. They're doing the bare minimum to prevent fentanyl precursors from flooding into Mexico en route to the southern border. They're directly supporting every single designated state sponsor of terrorism on the State Department's list: Cuba, Syria, North Korea, Iran. Even considering all of this, Beijing has not fully excluded from participating in RIMPAC. For robust democratic allies like Taiwan, however, participation currently isn't possible. The existence of the waiver undermines the precondition on China's participation in RIMPAC. Currently, the State Secretary of Defense must certify to the Congressional Defense Committees that China has stopped all land reclamation activities in the South China Sea, removed all weapons from land its reclamation sites, and establishment a consistent 4-year track record of taking actions towards stabilizing the region. If they do all those things, China could be invited to RIMPAC. So it's important that we send a message to our adversary that they are a bad actor. It's time for them to behave and understand that countries in their region, like Taiwan, have a right to participate in the free market, to be free and democratic, and not be under their thumb. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I believe I have the right to close. I'll reserve until the gentleman
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman is correct. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the fiscal year 2021 NDAA, Congress included a fourth precondition: stopping the ongoing genocide against the Uyghurs. We've already seen President Biden placate China in more ways than one, from the unilateral delisting of dozens of entities from Commerce's unverified list. Again, Mr. Chairman, we are the leader of the free world. Who else is going to hold China accountable? Who else is going to send a message that enough is enough? They are a bad actor on the global stage. They undermine us at every turn. And yes, this is an amendment. Yes, it may take a moment to work through it. Yes, that may require more time. But this is the people's house, and we do the work, we take the time, and we get it right. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the gentleman's passion on this, but this is an appropriations bill. An authorizing bill is the appropriate place to do it. I'd be happy to look at working with you on the authorizing bill to take care of the issues that you care about, but I, right now, oppose it on this bill. Mr. Chair, I would like to just take a second before I close. We had a previous amendment that the gentlewoman from Georgia had in which she made statements about Secretary of Defense Austin. I followed the advice of a very wise President of the United States. I kind of trusted my memory, but I decided to verify. I want for the record to state Secretary Austin did not make any statement, any way, any shape and form that U.S. men and women would be fighting in Ukraine. He did say, and I did hear him say this in some of the earlier briefings, that if we don't stop the Russian aggression in Ukraine, it will spread into NATO. And it could result in the United States and NATO's sons and daughters fighting. Could. And that's if Russia spread beyond Ukraine. With that, Mr. Chair, I will yield back, and I really want my colleagues to know how strongly I oppose this amendment, and thank you.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate having expired, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee now do rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman, the chair of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8774, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 8774 and has come to no resolution thereon. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 1316 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8771. Will the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 8771, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of State, Foreign Operations, and related programs for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 75, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559, offered by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on the amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-559, on which the further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 63 by Ms. Tenney of New York, Amendment number 64 by Ms. Tenney of New York, Amendment number 68 by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin, Amendment number 72, Mr. Waltz of Florida, and Amendment number 75, Mr. Wilson of South Carolina. The chair will reduce to two minutes, the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request on a recorded vote on Amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Tenney, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes will prevail by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Who wishes to change the vote?
Gamble. On this vote, the yeas are 208, the nays are 202. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is on the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 64, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request shall rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 188. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 68, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 68, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Tiffany of Wisconsin.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote shall rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas 149, the nays are 259. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is on the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 72, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Waltz, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevail by voice. The clerk shall redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 72, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Waltz of Florida.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen and a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 200. The amendment is agreed to. The unfinished business of the House is on the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 75, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. The clerk shall redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 75, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. The sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members shall record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 257, the nays are 154. The amendment is adopted. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 8771 and pursuant to House Resolution 1360. I report the bill as amended that the resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted to the Committee of the Whole.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration the bill H.R. 8771 and, pursuant to House Resolution 1316, reports the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with sundry further amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under House Resolution 1316, the previous question is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of H.R. 8771 is postponed. That it, sir? Pursuant to House Resolution 1316 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 8774. Will the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Ferguson, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 8774 with the clerk will report the title.
A bill making appropriations for the Department of Defense for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, Amendment number 140, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559, offered by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, has been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of House Report 118-559, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 56 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 57 by Ms. Green of Georgia. Amendment number 72, Ms. Jayapal of Washington. Amendment number 129, Mr. Moore of Alabama. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 56, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559. Offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request of a recorded vote shall rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 103, the nays are 305. There's one.
Mr. Krishnamurthy. Votes no. Mr. Blumenauer. Votes no. Mr. Amadang. Votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 103, nays are 308, one voting present. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is of the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 57, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from Georgia, Mrs. Green, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail by voice. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote shall rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 76, the nays are 335. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is on the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 72, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559 by the gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Jayapal, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice. The clerk shall redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 72, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Jayapal of Washington.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 161, the nays are 251. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is on a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 129, printed in Part A of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the yeas prevailed by voice vote. The clerk shall redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 129, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Moore of Alabama.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote shall rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. remaining. 1 minute. The yeas are 201. The amendment is adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole, the House and Senate, your reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 8774 and has come to no resolution thereon.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 8774, directs me to report that has come to no resolution thereon. Until.
We'll wait for a little order.
Okay. Think I'm relieved?
House will be in order. House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized. Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor and remember the life of Thomas C. Strickland, Jr., who sadly passed away at the age of 81 after battling an extended illness. Tommy was born and raised in Pooler, Georgia. He graduated from Georgia Southern in 1965 and from the John A. Gupton College of Mortuary Science in 1966. He was the son of T.C. Strickland and Bertie Strickland, who I knew well. From 1966 until 1972, Tommy served his country in the Georgia Air National Guard. He was the first funeral director in the state of Georgia to be certified in eye enucleation. In 1971, he purchased the Leslie Thompson Funeral Home, which later became the Thomas C. Strickland and Sons Funeral Home, with locations in Effingham County and Pooler. Tommy was an active member at Pine Street Baptist Church and Springfield Oaks Church. Tommy was the brother of Marvin and Mary Frances. Tommy will be remembered for his love of his family, his community, and for his love of Jesus. He will deeply be missed by all. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. Members and staff are directed to take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to congratulate and wish good luck to Carson Foster, a remarkable 22-year-old swimmer from Southwest Ohio, who will be representing our nation in the 2024 Summer Olympics. Carson started his road to success by setting the national high school record in the 200 freestyle at Sycamore High School in my district. Go Aves. Since then, he's been a 13-time All-American at the University of Texas and won national titles in the 200-meter butterfly, 200-meter individual medley, and the 400 individual medley at last summer's U.S. National Championships. U.S. swimming is always a Summer Olympics highlight, watched by millions of Americans, and I know our family will be tuning in to cheer on Carson and the rest of Team USA. We love the events, and we wish him the best of luck. Southwest Ohio is so very proud. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize legendary Coastal Carolina University head baseball coach Gary Gilmore for an illustrious career and to wish him a happy retirement. Coach Gilmore began his baseball career in the Grand Strand as a center fielder for the Chanticleers in 1979 before returning to serve as the head baseball coach in 1996. Under his direction, the Chanticleers climbed to new heights. His career is a story of unprecedented success, including over 1,000 wins, countless conference tournament titles, and numerous NCAA tournament appearances. The 2016 season was particularly special as Coach Gilmore, who was honored as the National Coach of the Year, led the Chanticleers to a victory at the College World Series in Omaha, Nebraska. This was Coastal Carolina's first ever national championship in any sport. Coach Gilmore, you have left a mark on Coastal Carolina University that will not soon be forgotten. Thank you for your dedication to your players, your alma mater, and to the Chanticleer faithful. Your success will leave a lasting legacy not only in the history books and the trophy cases of Coastal Carolina University, but in the hearts of so many across South Carolina. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to congratulate the new 2024 Stanley Cup champions, the Florida Panthers. I proudly introduce a resolution commending the team for this historic win. June 24, 2024 will forever be reminders of a monumental day for South Florida. For the first time in their 30-year franchise history, the Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup, defeating the Edmonton Oilers 2-1 in an exhilarating Game 7. For 30 seasons, Florida Panthers fans, like myself included, have eagerly waited to see our favorite team raise the Stanley Cup. Led by the outstanding performance of Captain Alexander Borvac and head coach Paul Maurice, our Panthers showcased the very best of South Florida's competitive spirit. I also want to pay tribute to the devout Panther fans. Their unwavering support and enthusiasm were crucial in propelling the players forward game after game to finally finish the hunt. I am extending my heartfelt congratulations to the players, coaches, staff, and the entire Panthers organization. Let's bring the cup home again next year. As always, go Cats.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise to celebrate Pride Month, a time to recognize the diversity, resilience, and joy of the LGBTQ community. Pride is a celebration, but it didn't begin that way. In June of 1969, Pride began with a protest as patrons of the Stonewall Inn fought back against a police raid targeting their community. 50 years later, our country has made significant progress toward equality, but there is much more work to be done. Last year alone, over 510 anti-LGBTQ bills were introduced in state legislatures. As a member of the Equality Caucus, I am standing up to these attacks. This Pride Month, I'm continuing to advocate for the Equality Act to secure comprehensive protections for LGBTQ+ people nationwide, to the LGBTQ+ community in North Carolina and across the country. Happy Pride. I see you, and I'm honored to stand along your side in the fight for full equality.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 75th anniversary of Lancaster Music Company. Since Lancaster Music opened its doors in 1949, the family-owned business, rooted in Gainesville, Georgia, has grown exponentially. Currently, the company is managed by a third-generation Lancaster, Mrs. Emily Lancaster Barron, who loves music and working in the family business that is owned by Emily's father, Joey Lancaster. Fun fact, in the early 2000s, Lancaster Music Company forged a relationship with the Bush administration, supplying pianos to the White House for its Christmas decor. The business went on to provide a new grand piano for the chapel at Camp David, which was custom made in oak to match the interior during the Bush administration. Lancaster Music Company's pianos have been at Camp David now for the past 4 administrations. The Lancaster family's commitment in filling our community events, our churches, and our lives with music is noteworthy. I'm truly honored to represent such an outstanding family-owned business that has provided pianos, guitars, trumpets, and violins, and more to our 9th District, the Peach State, and to the country. Congratulations, Lancaster Music Company, on 75 strong and successful years. May you have many more to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
Senate 870, an act to authorize appropriations for the United States Fire Administration and Firefighter Assistance Grant Programs to advance the benefits of nuclear energy and for other purposes.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials on the subject of this special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
And with that, I would like to yield 5 minutes to my good friend and fellow freshman classmate from the 115th Congress from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Thank you to my friend for yielding a few minutes of the special order. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to honor the life and memory of Mr. Randy Allen Walker of Ephrata, Pennsylvania, who passed away last month after a 10-year battle with ALS. Randy had an exceptional impact on the lives that he touched. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to meet with Randy and his wife Lisa earlier this year, just days before Randy's passing. Randy shared with me his story in a letter that he wrote. ALS is a devastating disease that takes a tremendous toll on those living with the disease as well as their families and caregivers. Despite this disease, Randy continued to live life to the fullest. Following his diagnosis, he created a bucket list of all the things he wished to accomplish and managed to complete every item on it. In his own words, Randy told me his most exhilarating experience was skydiving with his daughter, and his fondest memory was watching his son graduate high school and college. Madam Speaker, Randy shared with me what his life was like with ALS. In his letter, he said, you can be me for just 1 hour. Get comfy on your couch, put your phone down and remote out of reach. Standing for any reason is against the rules. I can't stand, neither can you. Now for the hard part, when you get an itch, and you will, there's no scratching. If you survive the hour, kudos to you. Imagine that 24/7. Welcome to my world. Randy and his wife, Lisa, were tireless champions for individuals affected by ALS, traveling to Harrisburg and Washington, D.C. to share their story and advocate for a cure. Their efforts extended beyond legislative halls as they supported ALS research initiatives, raised public awareness, and provided unwavering emotional and practical support to families affected by the disease. Through their dedicated activism, Randy and Lisa have profoundly impacted the ALS community. Randy graduated from Ephrata High School in 1982, where he played football, baseball, and was on the diving team. Following graduation, Randy joined the Marine Corps and served until 1985. We extend our gratitude to Randy for his service and dedication to our country. He was a loving husband to Lisa, a father to Calvin and Victoria, a grandfather to two, and a friend to all. Randy will be deeply missed. We wish those who are grieving comfort and give thanks for the opportunity to know Randy, who positively impacted so many people during his 60 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Smucker. And thank you, Madam Speaker. I am honored to lead this special order today to discuss post-traumatic growth. I repeat, post-traumatic growth. June is Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month, and today, June 27th, is National PTSD Awareness Day. Post-traumatic stress is a serious condition that impacts far too many members of the communities that we love and serve, and especially among those who have served in uniform. Raising awareness of PTSD has helped in our efforts to reduce stigma, recognize the struggles faced by many, and encourage those in need to seek help. However, it is also critical that we balance the story we tell about times of struggle and trauma. For far too long, society has focused exclusively on the negative impacts of trauma and struggle and pushed a narrative dominated by ideas of dysfunction, disorder, and diagnosis. This language can feel debilitating, a label far too heavy to carry. The result? We are left feeling permanently diminished and damaged, and victims to the worst experiences of our lives. It's time to change the conversation, to shine a light on the possibility of growth in the aftermath of trauma, and how struggle can be a catalyst, a positive catalyst for profound growth and transformation. Last year, in partnership with the Boulder Crest Foundation, I introduced House Resolution 496, a resolution to proclaim June 13th as National Post-Traumatic Growth Day. This June 13th, Boulder Crest launched the Choose Growth Initiative, focused on proliferating the notion of post-traumatic growth, or PTG, across our country. This initiative is intentionally brand and organization agnostic. The objective is to spread the word of growth, possibility, and hope to every corner of our country. Through the Choose Growth community, we will increase support and awareness of the possibility of growth in the aftermath of trauma. We will encourage individuals to share their stories of turning their personal struggles into strength, positivity. The initiative aims to foster a supportive community that embraces growth as part of the healing process. We must ensure that all of those who struggle, no matter who they are, and those who love and care for them realize that how things are isn't how they have to be, and that growth and strength are possible in the aftermath of trauma. There's much more for us to do here in Washington, around the country, in support of those who have experienced trauma. We hope you all will join us in raising awareness of post-traumatic growth as we continue these efforts. And with that, I yield 3 minutes. You sure? This is Air Force time or Marine Corps time? Okay, today we're going to do 4 minutes, just in case one of us stumbles. 4 minutes to my, again, fellow classmate from the 115th Congress and fellow general officer, Representative Bacon of Nebraska.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Bergman, the most senior officer ever elected to Congress. Proud to serve with him. And thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to advocate in support of those fighting to transform trauma into triumph. June is PTSD Awareness Month. I want to stop right there. I don't like to say PTSD because it's not a disorder. It's actually normal when someone encounters traumatic situations in their life to have that kind of response. It's a time to recognize a serious condition, though, that affects many veterans and civilian members of our community. As part of this awareness, Post-Traumatic Growth Day, as General Bergman said, was June 13th, the day to recognize the transformative power of resilience, strength, and courage, and an opportunity to embrace the challenges and opportunities that come with growth and transformation. Now, research tells us that 70% of American adults have experienced at least one traumatic event in their life, and that 2/3 of children experience trauma before the age of 16. Of the 6 million veterans served by the Department of Veterans Affairs in fiscal year 2021, about 10 out of every 100 men and 19 out of every 100 women were diagnosed with post-traumatic stress. Many battle their demons alone, especially veterans, focused almost exclusively on negative impacts of trauma and struggle, trying to protect loved ones from their suffering. Feelings of hopelessness or failure often permeate their thoughts and add to the challenge of healing. This often leaves individuals feeling alone and victims of their own worst experiences. It's time to change the conversation and highlight the possibility of growth after trauma, to show how struggle can be a catalyst for profound growth and transformation. It is time to advocate for success. In Proverbs 4:23, one of my favorite books in the Bible, it tells us to be careful how you think. Your life is shaped by your thoughts. This is especially true for those trying to overcome horrific events in their lives, and it's a foundational message of the Choose Growth campaign, an initiative focused on raising awareness that trauma doesn't have to be the end of the story. Awareness is necessary to remove the stigma and to encourage those suffering to seek proper and timely treatment that may save their lives and restore them to productive and successful members of society. Treatment can take many forms, from peer-related therapies to medications. The key is finding what works best for each individual. Support from loved ones and groups provides a positive impact on outcomes. And I just want to share my own experience with PTS after spending 1 year in Iraq and having been on the receiving end of 3 to 30 rockets or mortars a day. When I got home, I had those reflexive instincts wherever I went to be ready to find cover. Even in Chicago, walking with my dad looked at me and goes, "What are you doing?" I said, "I can't help it. I'm looking for where I should dive if a mortar or rocket comes in, though I know it's not going to happen." But I did that every day, multiple times for over a year. It's called muscle memory. Thankfully for me, this slowly ebbed away after two or 3 months, but I know others aren't so fortunate, and that's why we're here today. So bottom line, in these trying times, I urge my colleagues to come together and advocate for those fighting to transform trauma into triumph and to reclaim their lives. Thank you, General Bergman, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, General Bacon. And, you know, it's one of the first steps to healing is to be able to share our stories. And when you think about in previous times of conflict in our country, the ability to de-stress was a lot simpler than it is now. But I will deal with that here in a couple of minutes. The topic of post-traumatic growth is an opportune time to discuss the promise of psychedelic-assisted therapies to treat mental health disorders like PTSD. Just a couple of weeks ago, I spoke here on this floor in support of 2 amendments that I had led with my friend, Congressman Lou Correa of California, in support of psychedelic-assisted therapies at the Department of Veterans Affairs. Both amendments were passed unanimously by this chamber. Psychedelic-assisted therapies have the potential to be the first genuine advancement in the treatment of veterans' mental health in decades, a true breakthrough therapy potential. Unfortunately, just recently, the FDA's Drugs Advisory Committee recently voted against recommending approval of MDMA-assisted therapy to treat PTSD. Many of us in Congress, and especially those of us who have served in uniform, were deeply disappointed and frustrated by this, what I believe and we believe is a bit of a short-sighted decision. The advisory panel chose to ignore the voices of veterans whose lives have been forever improved by MDMA-assisted therapy in favor of those who have been on a mission to discredit, and I repeat, discredit promising treatment at all costs. That's shameful. We can accept a no, but it should be for the betterment of the greater good, in this case of helping veterans and those who need different kinds of help. It should not be a short-sighted, potentially uninformed bureaucratic decision. I have had the opportunity to personally meet with many of the researchers involved in this study and the veterans whose lives have been forever changed by these therapies in such a positive way. That experience made the potential of this treatment clear to me, and many of the veterans told me that they would not be alive today were it not for this therapy. I am confident that this will be a speed bump in our overall efforts to truly heal the invisible wounds like post-traumatic stress disorder that millions of Americans face today. With that, I would now like to yield 8 minutes to another fellow leader in uniform and esteemed member from the Iowa delegation, Dr. Miller Meeks.
Thank you so much to my colleague, General Bergman, for yielding me time, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today during Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month to honor the millions of Americans, including thousands of veterans who have been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. As a 24-year Army veteran and one of 82 military veterans serving in Congress, I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to work on legislation that helps veterans diagnosed with PTSD get the care and support they need. One example is the Veterans Care Act, a bill I introduced that requires the Department of Veterans Affairs to conduct and support research on the effectiveness and safety of certain forms of cannabis and cannabis delivery for veterans diagnosed with PTSD. Also, as the chairwoman of the Health Subcommittee of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, along with General Bergman, I have also been able to host several key hearings and roundtables where we discussed effective treatments for PTSD, including emerging breakthrough therapies with psychedelic-assisted therapy. I've also passed the VIP Act, or Veterans in Parks Act, which allows lifetime passes to our national parks for veterans, Gold Star family members, and even active duty military, because we know of the meditative qualities and healing qualities that can come about through outdoor activity and work within nature. For far too long, society has focused on the negative impact of trauma and struggles caused by PTSD, especially among our veterans. And it's reached a point where being labeled as someone with PTSD has become debilitating. While it's crucial to recognize these challenges and to get appropriate care, it is equally important to reduce stigma and offer more hope to those diagnosed. If you are someone with PTSD, I want you to know that you are not any less of a person because of your diagnosis. You are not a burden. Being diagnosed with PTSD isn't the end of your story. There is a pathway to extraordinary growth and transformation in your life. As a veteran serving in Congress, I'm dedicated to ensuring that you understand that and receive the treatments you need to continue living your life at the fullest. God bless our veterans, and God bless General Bergman for bringing this to the attention of Congress and America. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month. Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month is a time to heighten awareness about the disease and to show our support for the 1 in 9 people aged 65 and older that have been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. My mother was one of those. Over 66,000 Iowans and nearly 7 million Americans are victims of this disease. As a doctor myself, I have advocated for affordable health care and doing everything we can to make medical research possible and to make medical research transferred into action. I'm committed to working on legislation that assures Americans impacted by Alzheimer's disease receive the care they deserve, and I call upon my fellow members of Congress to remember those who have Alzheimer's and their families during this month and join me in the fight to end Alzheimer's. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Andrew Dong from West High School in Iowa City, Iowa, for being named a 2024 U.S. Presidential Scholar. Andrew is one of 161 students from across the nation being recognized for their remarkable academic achievements, contributions to their community, and success in the fine arts. In his application, Andrew highlighted the incredible work he has done volunteering with mental health professionals, assisting them in developing guidelines for educators across the state of Iowa. As the youngest person in Iowa to be certified in mental health first aid, Andrew is passionate about ensuring our communities have the tools necessary to face the ongoing mental health crisis head on. With that, I'd like my colleagues to join me in celebrating Andrew and his amazing achievements and wishing him all the best in his future endeavors. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the recent floods impacting Iowa currently. After the recent supercell storms, Iowa suffered widespread damage, debris, and record flooding. Some areas received up to 15 inches of rain, and at least 1,900 properties were impacted, with hundreds destroyed. Over the weekend, at least 250 water rescues were conducted. Rivers all across Iowa will be impacted, with extra water moving downstream and crusting to come. And with the potential for possible more bad weather tomorrow and this weekend, the entire Hawkeye State is keeping a watchful eye. I urge my constituents to prepare in the event of flooding and bad storms as they impact our communities. The entire Iowa delegation is working closely with Governor Reynolds and local officials during this difficult time. Finally, thank you to the first responders working around the clock to help Iowans in need. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Eilers family of Solon, Iowa. Emily and Ted Eilers are parents to Evelyn Eilers, who was born at the University of Iowa in September of 2023. Evelyn was tied as the third smallest baby born in the world. Thanks to world-class care available at the University of Iowa, Evelyn was able to come home as the size of an average full-time newborn. Evelyn's survival and the survival outcomes for other extremely premature infants at the University of Iowa Carstead Family Children's Hospital are among the best in the world. This is yet another demonstration of the phenomenal care available to Iowans through the university's hospital. As a former doctor at the University of Iowa, I'm proud to celebrate their incredible work and the recent homecoming of Evelyn Eilers, and more important, support a culture of life. God bless the Eilers family, and as always, go Hawks. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 7 athletes from the University of Iowa track and field program on their appearance at the Olympic trials this past weekend. I'd like to give a special congratulations to Kalen Walker, the brother of one of our legislative interns. Kalen Walker is a 3-time All-American record-holding athlete that competed in the 100-meter dash at the semifinal round of the Olympic trials this weekend. Kalen is from rural Iowa and graduated from Eddyburg Blakesboro Fremont High School in 2020. He attended Indian Hills Community College in Ottumwa, Iowa, and then transferred to the University of Iowa as a walk-on. Kalen embodies what it means to be a true, hardworking Iowan. He came to the University of Iowa to fulfill his dream of running as a Hawkeye, and this weekend was a step towards fulfilling his dream of being an Olympian. I'm proud to congratulate him and his teammates on their honor of representing Iowa and American. Always, as always, go Hawks. Thank you so much. With that, I yield.
Thank you. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to make a few closing remarks here and yield the rest of my time. I'm extremely grateful for all of my colleagues who have spoken here today and shared their stories and also celebrated the people who have gone through tough times, whether it be, if you will, something simple as weather-related, but probably more importantly, the stresses of life-related. We are the greatest nation in the world because we treat people right, and we expect the same in return. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to raise awareness of post-traumatic growth. And I want to repeat that. Post-traumatic growth, a positive way forward, not a negative ending. It is my sincere hope that those of us in Congress and Americans across our country can work to help those who have experienced trauma, that they can find growth, purpose, and connection. And said as a veteran and a Marine, our veterans never quit on us. We'll never quit on them. With that, Madam Speaker, I close.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of the special order. It is an honor to host this special order.
Without objection. Go ahead.
It is an honor to host this special order hour in collaboration with the Congressional Progressive Caucus and the Congressional Equality Caucus. As Congress's first out person of color, it is an honor to lead this time on the floor. And as we near the end of Pride Month, it is important to celebrate the LGBTQ+ community's contribution to our community and fight for equal rights and the work that still has to be done. I'm proud to be joined by several of my colleagues in the House and appreciate their commitment to the LGBTQ+ community. Last year, I was joined by Leader Hakeem Jeffries and co-chairs, the co-chairs of the Congressional Equality Caucus and the LGBTQ+ activists to reintroduce the Equality Act. We stood together in solidarity on the shoulders of many pioneers of the LGBTQ+ movement to demand equal protections for LGBTQ+ people. Former Congressman David Cicilline entrusted me with this landmark piece of legislation that would prohibit discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity. And I take that responsibility very seriously. The Equality Act was passed twice under the leadership of Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, and today it has the support of every House Democrat. The story of LGBTQ equality is not complete without the passage of this legislation. From the Stonewall riots in 1969 to protest over the policing, the over-policing and criminalization of the LGBTQ community, to the lives lost to the AIDS crisis, To the heroes of this moment, like Marsha P. Johnson and Harvey Milk, our community has endured adversity, prejudice, and bigotry. Unfortunately, the ugliness of hatred persists. Discrimination against LGBTQ+ people is still active, and violence against more vulnerable members of our community is increasing. The Equality Act would send a message to all LGBTQ+ Americans that their government wants to ensure their dignified existence while honoring those who came before us. In a political moment where the LGBTQ+ community is used to stoke fear and distrust, the Equality Act stands as a way to unite us under the principles that this country was founded: liberty and justice for all. I'm proud to come to the floor during Pride Month to highlight this legislation and to send a message to not only LGBTQ+ people who are living as their authentic selves and who have enjoyed the celebrations and festivities that this month has to offer, but also to those who, for whatever reason, cannot live or love in the way that is true to themselves out of fear of retaliation. To those individuals, I want to say, you are not alone, that you have allies in places you may not expect. You have allies in the nine out members of the House of Representatives, and you have allies in all of the vice chairs and members of the Congressional Equality Caucus. We cannot wait for the day when LGBTQ+ people don't have to make the impossible choice of choosing safety over living authentically. And while I cannot remedy every situation or make every American understand the fear many LGBTQ+ people live in, I can ensure the federal government does not stand in their way. And that's why we need the Equality Act, for dignity for a group who has historically been suppressed and continues to be the target of attacks. We will not stop until this goal is achieved. We will not go back. We will keep fighting. And now, I'd like to yield to my very good friend from Illinois, a deputy whip for the Progressive Caucus and Equality Caucus member as well, Representative Chuy Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Takano and Madam Speaker. Today, I rise in celebration of Pride Month, the LGBT+ community, and to raise awareness on National HIV Testing Day. Queer, Latino, and Black communities have been disproportionately impacted by the HIV/AIDS epidemic and continue to make up the majority of newly diagnosed people compared to their white counterparts. For many, this disparity is compounded by obstacles like poor transportation access, language barriers, and racial discrimination in health care, lack of family support, and the fears of deportation. If they seek treatment, to name a few. Make no mistake, comprehensive and inclusive care is a matter of life and death for our communities. While we celebrate the resilience and the beauty of the LGBTQ+ community, I'm proud to join my Democratic colleagues in opposition to Republican attempts to gut funding for life-saving HIV/AIDS programs, and in solidarity with organizers fighting for a pro-equality agenda across America. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reclaiming my time. At this time, Madam Speaker, I yield to my friend from Michigan, the Vice Chair for Member Services for the Progressive Caucus, and also Equality Caucus member, Representative Rashida Tlaib.
There is a mental health crisis among our LGBTQ+ youth in our country, and far too many of our young people are struggling right now to access the care they need and deserve. We know that very much right-wing politicians, including many in this chamber, continue to carry out relentless attacks, just unbelievable attacks on our LGBTQ+ people, and push for discriminatory policies. This constant fear-mongering, rejection, and discrimination have real human consequences. According to the Trevor Project, nearly half of our LGBTQ plus youth have seriously considered suicide in the past year alone. And at least one of them has attempted suicide every 45 seconds. This is heartbreaking reality that we are facing. So our words matter. The bills that we introduce matter. These young people, like all people, regardless of how they identify or who they love, deserve the opportunity to grow up and to live with human dignity and equal rights, free from discrimination. Our fight for LGBTQ plus rights is connected to our fight for human dignity for marginalized people everywhere. We must pass the Equality Act to protect LGBTQ plus people from discrimination at work, housing, public accommodations, and guarantee them equal protection under the law. And Madam Speaker, we must also pass legislation that increases access to mental health care, like the Pride in Mental Health Act that funds mental health resources, training for our caregivers, school bullying prevention, and more. To my residents in the 12th District Strong, your Congresswoman sees you, and I love you. And I will continue fighting for the collective liberation of all of our people. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Representative Tlaib. At this time, Madam Speaker, I yield to my good friend from the state of Vermont, Equality Caucus Co-Chair and Progressive Caucus Vice Chair for new members, Representative Becca Balint.
Thank you so much to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano. And Madam Speaker, I rise today to start with a reflection. When I was in high school, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to go into politics. I was good in front of a room. I loved talking about policy. I wanted to make a real difference in the lives of Americans. So clear. I knew my path. But I also thought that was just a pipe dream because, first of all, I knew nobody in my family who had ever run for office. I didn't know the first thing about doing that. But I also knew at that time in high school that I had no role models for how to serve as an openly gay leader, politician. So I put that away and actually didn't run for office until I was in my 40s because I didn't see a way forward on that because there was just so much homophobia, so much vitriol from within my community, sometimes within my own family. And so I just want to reflect on the fact it's incredible that I'm standing here today in this chamber, the House of Representatives, as the first woman ever to represent Vermont in Congress, as the first openly LGBTQ person to represent my state in Congress. I never imagined that I would be here. And I take it very seriously that I am a leader for all Vermonters, regardless of how they identify. Pride, which is what this month is about, Pride is about celebrating love. It's about celebrating families of all kinds, including my own. I have a wife and 2 teenagers. It's about celebrating the joy that comes from living your authentic self and making genuine connection with other people. But Pride is also a reminder that we must remember the history that brought us here today, of the political struggle that secured so many of our rights, and also the path we still must walk in order to get to true equality. Earlier today, I spoke in the Oversight Committee, I waved onto that committee to talk about some of the really horrible rhetoric that has become all too commonplace in our committees and on the floor of the House of Representatives. And I know, because I feel it too, I know so many of us are feeling quite down about the state of the world and discouraged about the battles that we have fought, and we thought we had that discrimination behind us. We thought the hateful and hurtful rhetoric was something in the past. And I get it. We as members of marginalized communities, we understand the despair. We understand why it's so exhausting to think about having to fight these battles over again. But we do not have the luxury of losing hope or giving in to cynicism. As I say often, cynicism is the voice of the status quo. Cynicism tells you nothing can change, so therefore, why even try? I can tell you I've been shocked at the constant attacks on my community that I've experienced in the last year and a half in Congress, and the public debate and the passage of so many dangerous anti-transgender, anti-LGBTQ bills and amendments and riders. And there is this sense that somehow our words don't matter, that they don't have an impact. It's just an amendment. I literally had people say to me in the hallway, you know I don't really believe this stuff. You know I don't really hate gay people. That doesn't matter if what you do in the end is vote for those hateful amendments and riders and bills. Your actions matter. It's not enough to say to me privately, hey, I know you. I know you're a good person. You know I don't mean you. It doesn't matter. If what you do in the end is vote against my rights and my freedoms, and more than that, demonize me within my community, and as the representative from Michigan just said, contribute to the mental health crisis that so many youth in my community suffer from. We can't allow our elected officials and our leaders to continue to demonize and dehumanize other Americans who have the rights that all Americans have to live their lives free from discrimination, to go to work and not have to face discrimination at work, to serve on a jury, to be treated with dignity and respect. That is all we are asking. And we thought that the work was behind us because we are your friends and we are your neighbors and we are your family members. And we have already fought these battles. And the sky didn't fall when we passed civil unions in Vermont, and the sky didn't fall when we passed same-sex marriage, and the sky didn't fall when we passed anti-discrimination legislation. All the terrible things that were going to come to pass by treating people with dignity and respect and love and affording them the same freedoms as everyone else in this country. The sky did not fall. We are still here. We are still a strong democracy. The consistent stream of hate is a reminder that whenever you make progress, and my colleague here knows it so well, whenever you make progress, the backlash comes. And we are in the midst of a furious backlash. And we cannot allow the attacks to go unchallenged. We must go toe-to-toe in committee after committee, in debate after debate on the floor. We cannot normalize the dehumanizing rhetoric, the fear-mongering, the hatred. We must every day call attention to the fact that what is happening in the most powerful body in this country, what is happening is people are using their political platform to demonize and dehumanize and spread hatred and fear of other Americans who are worthy of dignity and respect and freedom. And I hear from so many young people, both in my state And here on the Hill, people who work in this building, people who come to advocate on behalf of organizations and policies they believe in, they say, thank you so much, Congresswoman, for being out about who you are and being open about your family, because it's still really hard to live a life full of joy and promise in many pockets of this country. We risk lives when we don't stand up clearly and loudly against discrimination, against trans people, against queer people, against people who are just different. We have forgotten that everyone in our community, regardless of gender identity, regardless of background, is worthy of dignity and respect and should be afforded the same freedoms and rights as every other American. So we must be loud, and we must not give an inch. And that's why we're here tonight. We're not going back. It doesn't matter how many amendments you bring up, how many riders, how many bills that are attacking our community. We are not going back. We are not going back in the closet. We're not going to stop being who we are. We're not going to stop showing up with courage and dignity and love, not just for ourselves, but for all the young people who are watching us, who see their leaders demonizing them, who tune into C-SPAN and tune into committee hearings, and they say, I can't believe they're spending their time attacking our community again, when all we want is to live a life of dignity and freedom. Why are they spending their time on this? And I have to say, I don't know. I don't know. This month is about loving and living. That's what this is. This is life affirming. Pride is about saying we are here, we are your friends, we're your neighbors, we're your family members, and we deserve dignity and respect. I want to remind my community out there, you be you. Keep being you. Keep being yourself. When we reach our full potential as humans, it does make the world a better place. It makes our communities more rich. I tell you this because I know my 11-year-old self needed to hear that. I needed to hear that from the adults in my life and the leaders. My 11-year-old self was worried that just being me, just having would limit what I would be able to do in life, which is why I didn't run for office until my 40s. I knew at 17 I wanted to serve my community, but I felt limited because of the homophobia, because of the hatred. I worried that my family would not love me. I worried that I would never be accepted in school because those were the messages. I worried and feared that I would lose friends, and I did. So today, we have to remember where we've come from, and we cannot allow the rhetoric to continue in this body, because it isn't just about the bills that we pass or don't pass. It's about the messages that we are sending to people across this country. Are we a nation that believes that everyone is entitled to dignity and respect and humanity? Or are we going to become a nation that continues to scapegoat those in our communities that for some reason we don't understand. So I'm here as a member of Congress. I'm here as a parent. I'm here as a former teacher. It is the honor of my life to serve my state in the U.S. House of Representatives. I could not be more proud. And I'm going to use my voice to stand up for any community that is in danger of having its rights taken away from it. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from Vermont, and I thank her for her most powerful and righteous voice. I now would like to yield to my good friend from Georgia, a member of the Equality Caucus and a strong advocate for LGBTQ+ equality, a member of the Judiciary Committee, Representative Hank Johnston.
Thank you, Representative Takano, for all that you do in upholding human rights, civil rights for everyone in this country, regardless of what your sexual inclination might be. When you really stop and think about it, I mean, we should be beyond judging each other based on who we love. And that's why I'm so happy to say Happy Pride Month to all people out there, because none of us are free if any of us are not free. And it heartens me, Representative Takano, this day and time, 2024, when we see polling that shows that about 8% of adults in this country identify as LGBTQ. And the reason why it's not more is because we've been conditioned and we're afraid, people are afraid to say who they are, because the older that you get, the more you have to lose by revealing who you are. But I'll tell you, it's also heartening that in 2024, in the millennials, among the millennial generation, 30% of our millennials identify as LGBTQ. What that tells you is that, first of all, the older folks have made it such that the young people feel more comfortable in identifying as who they are. They're not steeped in how much I can lose if I come out. They are young enough to not have anything to lose by coming out. And it's actually so much healthier for them than it has been for the older people who have tried to hide, who have felt the need to hide who they are and go through life unhappy, go through life miserable. You know, people should not have to live like that. We should be free. People should be free to be who they are. And so that's what Pride Month is all about, is people being able to come out and say that this is who I am, and I love me for being me. And I love you for being you, even though you may have a different sexual inclination than I have. When we allow license to hatred in our lives, you know, first it starts with, okay, I don't like the blacks. And then it goes, I don't like the Jews. And then I don't like people who keep their hair cut short because they look like Nazis. And then it becomes, I don't like short people. I don't like people who like dogs. So, you know, the more that you allow hate, that you license hate in your heart, the easier it becomes for you to hate people who are different than you. What gives you the authority to judge someone? What gives you the authority to hate on someone and to act in that way? It's just not human. The more we become human, the more we begin to love people for who they are and to recognize that they, regardless of their differences from me, are equal to me. And so Pride Month is all about people feeling good about themselves. It's all about challenging folks who have hatred in their heart to remove that hatred. And it's all about sending the message that the march for humanity will continue regardless of whether or not you keep hating or not. And so with that, I will just say that I'm happy to stand with my LGBTQ plus brothers and sisters throughout this country and the world. I'm happy to stand with you in this month, which is Pride Month. Happy Pride Month. Thank you. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Georgia for his kind and warm and righteous words. I now would like to yield to my friend from New Jersey, a member of the Equality Caucus and a strong advocate for LGBTQ plus equality, Representative Josh Geiderheimer.
Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, happy Pride to all. I rise tonight in support of LGBTQ plus equality, a domain in which we've made so much progress, and I'm so grateful for that, but we know we have a long way to go. I want to thank Congressman Takano for his phenomenal leadership, his friendship, what he does on the Equality Caucus as co-chair, and what he does in the halls of Congress every day, standing up to hatred, fighting for doing right, and for, of course, coordinating tonight's Pride Month special. Thank you so much. Yesterday was Equality Day, the anniversary of 3 Supreme Court decisions that transformed LGBTQ plus rights here in our great country. Lawrence v. Texas, U.S. v. Windsor, and Obergefell versus Hodges. And just over 2 decades, we made a century's worth of progress. Unbelievable progress in a short period of time, decriminalizing homosexuality and guaranteeing marriage equality nationally. And yet, in the midst of this monumental progress, there are forces here in the halls of Congress and in state legislatures across our country that want to pull us backward and go after Americans for who they love. So far this year, the ACLU is tracking 515 anti-LGBTQ plus bills in our state legislatures, embedding hate and cruelty into the letter of their laws. LGBTQ plus rights are personal for me, as they are for many people in Congress and for Americans across our country. For the sake of our brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, and friends, we can't and we won't let extremists roll back the clock on the great progress we've made. The monumental progress I highlighted just a minute ago originated in the courts. But really, where it came from is the country, at home, in homes, in communities, and people realizing that it is the right thing to do to make sure people can love who they want and live their lives. I'm deeply grateful the courts made the decisions on marriage equality, but we can't rely on the whims of Supreme Court justices. We need to make these victories permanent through Congress. That's why in 2022, I helped pass the bipartisan, bicameral Respect for Marriage law, which enshrines marriage equality into federal law. We can and must do the same when it comes to discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. I'm incredibly proud to be a member of the Equality Caucus and a co-sponsor of the Equality Act, which will ban this discrimination outright. We've now passed the Equality Act twice through the House. I urge House leadership to bring it up for a vote once again. Equal treatment isn't a partisan issue. We can send a message of acceptance to our country by sending this bill to the president's desk. This is a place where we can work together and come together. Finally, we must stop the mistreatment of our LGBTQ plus community. That's why I'm introducing the Elder Pride Protection Act with Congresswoman Angie Craig of Minnesota, an Equality Caucus co-chair, which will combat the runaway abuse facing LGBTQ plus seniors across our country. It is a real issue, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this critical legislation. Let's never forget the words of the heart of our country, found in the Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The best way that we can move forward and go and live up to the founder's vision is by standing for LGBT plus equality and happiness. And equality, I mean for everybody here in the greatest country in the world. I know if we do that and stand together and work together, our best days will always be ahead of us. I yield back and want to again thank Mr. Takano.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, for his commitment and the spirit which he brings to fighting for justice for LGBTQ people. Happy Pride to the gentleman. Madam Speaker, I wish to turn my attention toward the world and the international stage. LGBTQ plus issues continue to be the topic of public debate globally. In every corner of the world, there has been movement, both good and bad. And we have seen the struggle in many nations in the fight for equality and dignity. On a very positive note, we see in the nation of Greece the legalization of same-sex marriage, making Greece the first Christian Orthodox country to pass such a measure. Taiwan is making historic strides toward equal rights for the LGBTQ plus community. In 2019, on the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia, Taiwan became the first country in Asia to legalize same-sex marriage. Then this past year, legislators in Taiwan extended the Same-Sex Marriage Act to grant adoption rights to LGBTQ plus couples. Now both individuals in a same-sex, who are part of a same-sex couple with children are able to be acknowledged as legal guardians and can experience the parental rights enjoyed by all other couples. And this past October, Taiwan celebrated Pride with over 175,000 onlookers from all over the world gathering in Taipei to join the march. This year's theme was Stand with Diversity, which sought to recognize the diversity of every person and respect different gender identities. And in January, Taiwan elected its first openly gay legislator. But the most promising sign of LGBTQ plus equality came earlier this month from Taiwan when legislators approved a marriage equality bill, a move that puts the country on a clear path to becoming the first Southeast Asia, the first nation in Southeast Asia to recognize same-sex couples. Excuse me, Madam Speaker, I think I meant to say the nation of Thailand, right? It's they have Taiwan in my remarks, but it was Thailand. All of this is happening in the shadow of a more and more repressive People's Republic of China. The state authorities have continually targeted LGBTQ plus individuals and cracked down on pro-equality organizers. These groups lack legal support and are at the whims of an authoritarian regime that seeks to diminish and eliminate LGBTQ plus people. No person should live in fear because of their gender identity or who they love. And it's imperative that we protect the rights for LGBTQ plus people globally and hold governments with this anti-equality agenda. I want to commend Taiwan for their championing of equality for their LGBTQ plus citizens, and it sets an example for other countries in Asia and across the world that have yet to support freedom and equality for our community. And I might just take a note and make an aside here that while I share my Republican colleagues' concern about the authoritarianism of Xi Jinping and the CCP, I have yet to see my Republican colleagues rise in indignation about the way in which the regime of China treats its LGBTQ plus citizens. Recent events in Uganda have cast a harsh light on the global struggle for LGBTQ plus rights, and it's our moral duty to speak out against the draconian laws that criminalize same-sex relationships in that country. More than a year ago, Uganda enacted one of the world's harshest anti-LGBTQ laws, criminalizing same-sex conduct with punishments that include life imprisonment and even the death penalty for aggravated homosexuality. whatever that might mean. Sadly, the law was recently upheld by the nation's highest court. This law is not just a legal measure, it is an instrument of hate and repression, designed to persecute and dehumanize a segment of society simply for being who they are. As someone who has experienced both the triumphs and challenges of being openly gay in public life, I can tell you that laws like these do more than legislate against behavior. They legitimize prejudice, foster environments of fear, and justify violence. They rip apart families, drive people into hiding, and erode the fundamental principles of equality and human rights. We simply cannot and must not look away. Silence in the face of such opposition is complicity. We must use our voices, our platforms, and our influence to condemn these injustices and support those who are fighting for their right to love and live openly and freely in Uganda and around the world. That's why I introduced a resolution condemning this recent regression of LGBTQ+ rights in Uganda. I look forward to my colleagues' support in this measure and to send a message to the LGBTQ+ community in Uganda that they are seen, that they are heard, and that they are not alone. And Madam Speaker, I want to also extend my comments to praise the Biden administration, which has sent a clear message to LGBTQ+ Americans that they deserve to live safely and with dignity. Buried in the 2022 Dobbs decision that stripped women of their reproductive rights was an ominous and dangerous warning from the justices that marriage equality may be next. Congress and the President were quick to act to protect equality by passing and signing the Respect for Marriage Act. Just imagine if we had a commander-in-chief who did not prioritize this sacred right. We know that 169 of my House Republican colleagues voted against it, and their agenda has not changed. But thanks to President Biden, marriage for everyone is safe from an extremist conservative court that has repeatedly shown that decades of old precedents can be overturned with a stroke of a pen in pursuit of their ideological aims. House Democrats, progressives, and President Biden will always protect the right for anyone to marry who they love. The President has also leveraged executive agencies to ensure that LGBTQ+ people are safe and healthy. President Biden has directed the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice to ensure that communities have the tools to curb violence against LGBTQ+ people. The President's goal of ending gun violence is something that will help all Americans, including to ensure that the safety of LGBTQ+ people as they continue to be targeted based on who they love, what businesses they go to, or how they present. We all remember the tragedies and lives lost from bigotry and fueled by gun violence at Club Q in Colorado and Pulse nightclub in Orlando. Through Congress passing the Safer Communities Act and President Biden's establishment of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention, Democrats are ensuring that our community is safe to live our lives authentically and with dignity. A part of living a dignified life is one where you don't have to worry about a doctor turning you away based on your identity. The Biden administration advanced civil rights protections for patients by barring health providers and insurers receiving federal funding from discriminating against those seeking care on the basis of gender identity or sexual orientation. Reversing this Trump-era license to discriminate comes as LGBTQ+ people face unprecedented attacks on their right to health care. We have seen over 20 states across the country attempt to get in the middle of health care decisions concerning LGBTQ+ care, causing patients to move to states that do not have these hateful regulations or forego care altogether. The action from President Biden sends a clear message. No one should be denied care or coverage of care due to who they are or who they love. Even this week, the President continues to reconcile the harm caused to LGBTQ plus people in the military. He announced pardons for thousands of former service members convicted of a crime under military law based on their sexual orientation. The effects of these convictions have blocked those who served our country their benefits that they have rightfully earned. This is a meaningful step forward for us to coming to terms with the institutionalized discrimination, targeting, and repression of LGBTQ plus people in the uniformed services. This is a glimmer of hope in a political era when some of my Republican colleagues and many state governments across the country have put some of the most vulnerable among us in the LGBTQ plus community in their crosshairs. Attack on trans youth, particularly those who want to participate in sports, are the new bogeyman of the far right. No student, athlete, or young person should be the target of attacks from members of Congress because they are living as their authentic self. President Biden has responded to these attacks by strengthening Title IX protections. This update to Title IX stipulates protections from sex-based discrimination, which includes gender identity, for the very first time. All of these actions recognize the dignity of LGBTQ+ people and the community, a group that has experienced relentless attacks from my Republican colleagues in Congress. We did not ask to be targets of the far right. We did not ask for our personal lives to be the topic of national debates. What we do ask for is respect and the privilege to live as we are, without fear, something that non-LGBTQ people have never had to consider. I am proud to come to the floor today to highlight the things this administration has done, but our fight is not over until no one is targeted or retaliated against for being who they are. And that's why the Equality Act needs to be taken up, passed, and signed by President Biden to take an even larger step into the future of true equality for everyone, regardless of the zip code in which they live. So, Madam Speaker, in the summer of 1974, I was glued to the television set in my grandfather's living room. My grandfather at the time lived across the street from where I lived. He was an immigrant grandfather, as we say, as in the Japanese language, it's known as, his generation is known as the Issei, or first generation. I was watching on the public television station Representative Barbara Jordan give her remarks during the House Judiciary Committee's hearing on the Nixon impeachment. I believe I was 13 years old at the time. Her eloquent and impassioned speech on the solemn nature of impeachment and the role of Congress in those proceedings made a deep impact on me, as it did for many others. She, in fact, became a national figure because of her role in giving her opening speech. And she said in her very memorable speech, quote, that her faith in the Constitution is whole, it is complete, and it is total, end quote. Her conviction was present to all, and it made an indelible mark on me. It inspired me to pursue public service, and it inspired me to study the art of wordsmithing and rhetoric with the hopes of one day having the same command of language that she did. That journey led me to pursue a career in education. I returned home to Riverside, California, and began teaching in the nearby community of Rialto in the Rialto Unified School District in 1988. Ask any teacher and they will say it is their students, the young, the curious minds that inspire them to strive for greatness in and out of the classroom. This is the same in my story when my students approached me to start the very first gay-straight alliance at that school. Their bravery and clarity of purpose inspired me to run for Congress for the third time in 2012. I had run for the first time in 1992 and again in 1994. And in fact, in 1994, I'd been outed by my opponent. And when my students came to me in 2009, several months after the passage of Proposition 8, and I might say that Proposition 8 was the statewide initiative that overturned the ballot initiative, overturned the California Supreme Court decision that granted same-sex couples the right to marry. The people of California did this in the 2008 election at the same time that they gave President Barack Obama nearly a 20-point margin of victory. A much narrower victory was given to Proposition 8, which overturned marriage equality in California. My students were in a slingshot moment. They surprised me. They came to me and said, "Mr. Takano, many kids at our school are upset about the injustice of Proposition 8, and they're mad, and they want to start a gay-straight alliance." What was amazing to me was that over 100 kids turned up in my classroom for that first organizing meeting. And it began to make me think that, that another run for Congress was something that I should start thinking about. That my experience in 1992 and 1994, 1992 almost winning against my opponent, and 1994 being a year in which I was attacked for being gay and homophobic attacks were used. I found that in 2012, I was surrounded by family, loved ones, and supporters as I was elected to Congress, making me the first out person of color to be elected to the House of Representatives. My story is not all that unique. There are still LGBTQ plus people whose queerness is used against them, whether it is being outed or otherwise forced to stay in the closet for longer. Pride Month and the idea of pride reminds us that it isn't always the case that an out gay Asian man could come to the floor of the House of Representatives and stand alongside his colleagues to celebrate his identity. It wasn't always the case that bills like the Equality Act could be introduced and nevertheless passed out of committee and out of a chamber of Congress, let alone twice. We have made so much progress, but there is still so much more to do. There are still members of our community being targeted, harassed, and diminished by those with hatred in their hearts. So while the journey to full equality for the LGBTQ plus community is long and winding, I stand here on the floor of the House of Representatives with clear eyes, proud of the progress we have seen in the past decade and beyond, along with a faith in the Constitution that is whole, that is complete, and that is total. Madam Speaker, just a few miles from here is the Congressional Cemetery. There is a silent protest happening. There amongst the tombstones of former representatives, senators, and former cabinet members is the tombstone without a name, and instead bears the message, quote, "When I was in the military, they gave me a medal for killing 2 men and discharge for loving 1, end quote. Leonard Matlovich is laid to rest there, a Vietnam veteran who rose to fame in 1975 by becoming the first gay service member to publicly reveal his sexuality, challenging the military's long-standing ban on LGBTQ plus people. And after meeting with famed gay rights activist Frank Kameny in D.C., Matlovich hand-delivered a letter to his commanding officer declaring his sexual identity. Despite years of exemplary service and multiple tours of duty in Vietnam, which included a Bronze Star and a Purple Heart that he had earned after nearly being killed by a landmine, he was discharged. 13 years later, Leonard passed away from HIV/AIDS after years of advocacy, bravery, and being a voice for LGBTQ plus service members serving during Don't Ask, Don't Tell. Our nation failed Leonard and the estimated 114,000 service members who were discharged on the basis of their sexual orientation between World War II and 2011. The repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell came 13 years ago, but the hurt, shame, and legacy of this rule lives on in the form of missed benefits and harassment. As ranking member of the House Committee on Veterans Affairs, I've heard stories from former service members who either ended their service early or were discharged due to who they loved. To date, there has been no congressional-led effort to investigate the historic and ongoing impacts of discriminatory military policies on LGBTQ+ service members and veterans. That's why I've introduced legislation to establish a commission to collect facts and testimonies, while also providing recommendations to Congress, VA, and the Uniformed Services on how to move forward from these harmful policies. There are currently 250,000 active duty LGBTQ+ service members and over 1.5 million LGBTQ+ veterans receiving health care from VA. But there continues to be a pervasive lack of data collection on LGBTQ service members and veteran populations, and an absence of education on the LGBTQ+ community who serve in uniform. I stand ready to pass this legislation so that even more veterans can experience the world-class care that all veterans are entitled to through the VA. I just want to say in closing that Pride Month is a time for celebration, but is also time for action. I want to thank all the speakers who joined in this special order hour and to pay tribute to the LGBTQ+ community and to enunciate the work that is left to do. Our speakers today have made clear the progress that we have made, but also the work that we still need to do in order to achieve full equality. This month, and every month, the Congressional LGBTQ+ Equality Caucus stands in solidarity with LGBTQ+ people throughout the country and around the world. We will never stop fighting for your rights. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of July 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, for 30 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. As we will be recessing tomorrow for the week, next week many of us will be celebrating America's Independence Day back home in our districts and throughout the country. Very few of us will be here, a few may, but we're rarely, if ever, on the floor of the U.S. House on Independence Day. It is obviously a day not just worth celebrating, but that the founders intended specifically for us to celebrate. I recall now 4 years ago, in the summer of 2020, in the midst of some of the protests and riots and burning of buildings, tossing of statues and damaging of statues throughout the country in the summer of 2020, there was a lot of efforts to tear down monuments and memorials. And I took my staff and I drove to Philadelphia on July 2nd. We were here late, right up through that day. I think we'd finished voting on the 1st. So on July 2nd, I went up and I drove with my staff and went to Philadelphia, and I went to Independence Hall and visited with the National Park Service there, who were caring for Independence Hall. Fortunately, there was nobody at that point threatening to damage Independence Hall. There were some rumors and concerns. And I recorded a video there and talked about the importance of Independence Hall. And in that speech, or in that video, when I recorded that, I pointed out that it wasn't the bricks and the mortar, it wasn't the building itself, it wasn't the structure. That's all interesting to go see from an historic standpoint. But it was what those men did inside of Independence Hall that changed the course of history forever. And the National Park Service was very gracious. They allowed me and my staff, 3 staff members with me, to go into Independence Hall on July 2nd. And we were alone. It was just us because it was closed down for public tours because you'll remember this was during the time of COVID. And we were able to be in Independence Hall on July 2nd. Now, why is that interesting? Well, because the students of history will know that that was the actual monumental day. That was the day that our leaders of this, then the colonies, but the founders of this country, the leaders, broke away from the crown. That was the day that they voted. On July 3rd, the next day, John Adams wrote a letter to his wife Abigail back home in Massachusetts, in which he wrote the following. Remember, of course, he couldn't call her, he couldn't text her, he couldn't send her an email. So he wrote Abigail a letter that would get to her saying, quote, "Yesterday the greatest question was decided, which ever was debated in America, and a greater perhaps never was nor will be decided among men. A resolution was passed without one dissenting colony, that these united colonies are and of right ought to be free and independent states, and as such they have, and of right ought to have, full power to make war, conclude peace, establish commerce, and to do all other acts and things which other states may rightfully do." The second day of July 1776 will be the most memorable epocha in the history of America. I am apt to believe that it will be celebrated by succeeding generations as the great anniversary festival. It ought to be commemorated as the day of deliverance by solemn acts of devotion to God Almighty. It ought to be solemnized with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations, from one end of this continent to the other, from this time forward, forevermore. You will think me transported with enthusiasm, but I am not. I am well aware of the toil and the blood and the treasure that it will cost us to maintain this declaration and support and defend these states. Yet through all the gloom, I can see the rays of ravishing light and glory. I can see that the end is more than worth all the means, and that posterity will triumph in that day's transaction, even although we should rue it, which I trust in God we shall not. Now again, that was July 3rd, 1776, the day after those men voted in Independence Hall to separate from the crown. Now, they had not yet adopted the Declaration of Independence. That would occur the following day, on July 4th, 1776. Now, obviously, Mr. Adams thought July 2nd would be the day that would be celebrated. Of course, as it turns out, because the Declaration was signed and dated July 4th, that became the day in which we celebrate our independence and all that flows from it. It might seem trivial, and in some respects it is, right? So long as we're celebrating. But in the midst of the parades and the fireworks and the hot dogs and the fun of next week, we should remember why. We should remember what Mr. Adams wrote to Abigail. We should remember what they sacrificed. Much is made in this town often of the palace intrigue of what one member says to another or who's endorsed by another. Much is made of relationships and who has angst with whom. Shall we not remember that Thomas Jefferson and John Adams were literally at each other's throats, fighting because they disagreed so vehemently about the power of government, federal versus state? Shall we not forget the duel between Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton? Shall we not forget the massive disputes our country has wrestled with? And I'll just say this, gladly. It is one of the great things about this country that we with passion shall engage on behalf of the people that we represent to come here and fight for them, to stand up and do something that we said we would do when we came to this town to change the trajectory, to preserve the republic that these gentlemen met and pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to defend. And they meant that, and they knew what it meant. And I think it merits a debate here among our colleagues on both sides of the aisle, in both chambers, in the executive branch, in the judiciary. What is it that we are doing? What are we doing on behalf of the people who sent us to this town? What animates us? Is it to get reelected? Is it to raise money? Is it to chair a committee? Is it to have a certain amount of power? Or is it to fundamentally preserve and protect this great experiment for our children and our grandchildren? Is it to put all on the line? Many great patriots in this chamber wearing the battle scars of lost eyes and lost legs, both sides of the aisle, for fighting and standing and defend this country and defend the flag that sits behind the Speaker's chair. But what are we doing? What are we doing as elected members of Congress? I hear often now from people that I represent, I'm tired of another sternly worded letter. I'm tired of yet another hearing. When they see the country that they love being attacked not necessarily by enemies abroad, but by our own people, and in many cases our own leaders. The people whom I represent, who reach out to me, who pull me aside in an airport, or pull me aside at home, or pull me aside in the supermarket, or at school when I drop my kids off. They don't come to me asking about some endorsement or some conversation had among members on the floor. They come to me and they ask, why am I not living free? Like, what's happening? What is wrong with our country? And in this week in which we're going to celebrate freedom and celebrate independence, 248 years removed from what I just described in the letter from Mr. Adams to Mrs. Adams. Are we free? It's a legitimate question. Are we a free people? Some people might superficially just say, well, sure, of course you're free. You can walk out of the chamber, Mr. Roy, and you can walk out and say what you want, do what you want. And superficially speaking, compared to certain other places and times in history or other parts of the world, you could argue that we're free. But are we free? Can we say what we want? Can we speak freely without the power of government being used against us? Can we pray at an abortion clinic without being put in jail for 2 years if you're 75 years old, as the Department of Justice just did? Can you speak your mind and say that you believe in the institution of marriage without being threatened with losing your job or potentially punished with hate speech? Can you? Can you speak freely about a man and a woman, the definition thereof, and that a man not be able to swim against a woman in a meet? Yeah, you kind of can, but can you? Can you send your kids to a school where your kids can pray to the God under which this nation was founded? Can you, in that school, trust that your children are going to be taught the values of Western civilization and the founding principles that gave us this great country that indeed ultimately led to the abolition of slavery and freedom for people around the world? Will you be taught about the bravery and the courage of the men at Lexington and Concord, or in Independence Hall, or in all of the battlefields during the Civil War, or in World War I or in World War II, and storming the beaches? Will you be taught about that great history? Or will your kids be taught to apologize for being American? Are you free if you're sending your kids to school with tax dollars for your children to be indoctrinated and taught that your nation is not great or that your God does not exist? Are you free? Or are you slave to a tyranny of government that tells you you must pay taxes to something that will say the secular world, itself its own religion, is something you must subsidize and you must bow down to? Are you free if your military is more focused, as many reports have been showing, on advancing non-binary, transgender, lesbian, gay issues than on a military focused on defending the United States of America? Are you free if we're continuing to advance our military into war or fund wars abroad without actual declarations of war, with 20-something-year-old authorizations of the use of military force without ever having a really thorough and full debate on the floor of the House? Are you free if you are continually funding war to the detriment of your own financial well-being and the death and destruction of many of your own colleagues? Are you free if your daughter could be registered to be drafted as the United States Senate just voted to require out of the Senate Armed Services Committee and sent down to the floor, and many Republicans voted for it? Are you free if your daughter can be forced to register for selective service and be drafted? Are you free if you have $35 trillion of debt, you have $1.1 trillion of interest, if you're racking up $1 trillion of debt every 2 to 3 months? Are you free if the US dollar is getting destroyed and you can't afford the groceries and the necessities of life and the car to go take your family to their job or to their school or to carry out your business if you're a plumber or electrician or any other job? Are you free? Are you free if your leaders are spending your nation into oblivion and undermining your economic freedom and well-being? Are you free if your borders are so wide open that your own people are getting killed and murdered by those that are getting left into the streets, out of the jail cells, and the criminals from other parts of the world? Are you free? Do you think Laken Riley's parents feel free? Do you think the little 12-year-old girl that was just raped in Iowa by 2 illegal immigrants led into the United States and paroled by this administration, do you think they feel free? Do you think that the parents of the 13-year-old girl that was raped, murdered, do you think that the families of the Maryland women, Rachel Marin, Kayla Hamilton, that these individuals, do you think their families who lost their loved ones, do you think they feel free? Because without security, how are you free? Do you think all the parents who've lost their loved ones to fentanyl poisoning with fentanyl pouring into the communities, are they free? Are we truly free? Are you free to comment about presidential elections without being targeted by the Department of Justice? Are you free to talk about schools without being targeted by the Department of Justice? Are you free to go forward and protest in favor of life without being targeted by the Department of Justice, as Mark Houck had happened to him? Are you free to speak freely about the abuses of transgender surgeries in a hospital in Texas Children's Hospital, and not have the Department of Justice come in and prosecute you, as just happened in Texas? Are you free? Are you free if the Department of Justice wants to make you a criminal because you sell a single gun to another person in Texas? To create a national registry to be able to track those weapons? Are you free? Are you free if you can't go buy the automobile of your choice because a bunch of people in Washington have said, no, we've got to regulate it and make it more expensive, we've got to mandate electric vehicles, and now they're piling up on lots and you can't afford the internal combustion engine that you used to be able to go get? And now you're wondering how you're even going to replace the car you have that you need to get around to do your job and carry out your life. Are you free? I would suggest to you that in supposedly the freest and greatest country in the history of mankind, that we are no longer free. I would suggest to you that as we are heading in to celebrate this week, to celebrate the great birth of liberty that this country provided for the world, that we have been stripped of that liberty and that we have been trading it away. And that we have been trading it away right here from the floor upon which I stand. and that we have done so even this year. These are the questions with which we should wrestle. These are the great debates we should have. I'm exceptionally proud to be an American. I'm exceptionally proud to be in Congress. I believe that this country can and must be free again. But a country that has no borders, a country that is $35 trillion in debt, a country whose government is weaponized against its own people, a country that doesn't even know how to define man and woman or pay honor to the God upon which this nation was founded, is not a free country. If we are going to do anything in this body, as Republicans or Democrats, if we're going to do anything in this election cycle, if we're going to do anything in the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, it should be to restore our fundamental God-given rights and to reduce the size, scope, and power of a government that is operating completely in opposition to those liberties. The people who struggle today in this country struggle primarily because of the government that is operating against them, not because the government is protecting or helping them. The people who struggle in this country today, it is because of a burdensome, large, indebted government that has lost sight of the reason it exists and the fact that it is through the consent of the governed that it has its power. The other thing that happened on July 4th, somewhat miraculously, was that both Thomas Jefferson and John Adams passed away. 50 years to the day of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, a document in which both had significant hands in writing. Jefferson obviously being the primary author. On June 24th, 1826, about 10 days before Jefferson died at his home in Monticello, he wrote the following: "To the mayor of Washington, upon having to decline the invitation to the 50th anniversary celebration due to his health, which obviously failed him 10 days later." He wrote, "May our independence be to the world what I believe it will be, to some part sooner, to others later, but finally to all, the signal of arousing men to burst the chains under which monkish ignorance and superstition had persuaded them to bind themselves, and to assume the blessings and security of self-government. That form which we have substituted restores the free right to the unbounded exercise of reason and freedom of opinion. All eyes are opened or opening to the rights of man. The general spread of the light of science is already laid upon to every view. The palpable truth that the mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs, nor a favored few booted and spurred, ready to ride them legitimately by the grace of God. These are grounds of hope for others. For ourselves, let the annual return of this day forever refresh our recollections of these rights and an undiminished devotion to them." I hope that as we go out as representatives of the people in this great republic over the next week and go home to our districts, I hope we will remember those words. But that ultimately doesn't mean much. I hope that when we come back to this chamber, we will remember those words. I hope that as we form our plans for the coming years, that we will embrace with the seriousness and resolve of all those we celebrate and to whom we give lip service, of our great admiration for their sacrifice and their courage, whether they wore the uniform and stormed the beaches at Normandy or they fought for our freedoms at our founding, or whether there were these men in that room, or whether there are those who came before us representing the people in this chamber, it has to be more than just simple words of recognition. It can't be a fancy celebration at an 80th anniversary of D-Day. We have to actually carry out those words of affection by being willing to sacrifice our own well-being and good for the next generation. Because that is what we have lost. We have lost the willingness to sacrifice it all so that the next generation might live free. To give up the comforts of promises from a federal government, of continued checks, continued welfare. To give up the trappings of, frankly, a heavily falsified world of comfort in suburban America, propped up by profligate government spending, waiting to teeter off the edge. This is not about personalities in this chamber. This is not about someone being too caustic or mean to one of their colleagues. Grow up. Wake up. Understand your duty. Understand that when you come here and you swear an oath and you sit before that flag and you sit in this chamber and all the speeches that come before it, that we owe it to all of those 400,000 at Arlington National Cemetery and the thousands of cemeteries across this country in which those who gave or were willing to give the last full measure of devotion, we owe it to them and those who risked it all, to risk it all ourselves. What good is an election certificate that we are unwilling to use in fullness? This next week, I will look forward to riding in a parade in Central Texas and celebrating with my 14-year-old and 13-year-old, my wife and my friends and family, just like everybody else. And I'll have a good time doing it. But when we come back here on July 8th, let us set out to do the hard work that is actually required. Not the pointing of fingers, not the recriminations, but actually set out to do the things we said we would do, to cut the profligate spending, secure the border of the United States, make our military the strongest military it can be, sparingly used, giving them the care when they get home, the tools to carry out their jobs, healthcare freedom, going to the doctor of your choice, energy freedom, being able to get reliable energy in the cars of your choice without dictates from these bureaucrats in this town that are crushing the American dream. America's going to turn 250 years old in 2 years. Are we going to give as the birthday present for America turning 250 years? Are we going to give our kids and our grandkids their birthright, or are we going to take it away from them? I hope it is the former. And with that, I yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
Move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.